Here we go. We are live and alive. We are live and alive. How are you? You, and you. Because I see number 4. See number 4 on the screen, which means it's you, and also you. Hello, Maya Major. Hello, you're one of the 4 U's. We're gonna do warm up. Warm up with Diablo. Because I know you love Diablo. And we're preparing for season 1. Because we're gonna do the season thing on stream. And to do that, I have to finish the story. Oh, hello, Billy Portly. I do like garlic bread. Hello, fake Alec Kyle Parker. We are here for the warm-up with Diablo. Since I want to do the, what's it called? The season thing. Which means that I have to finish the story. Let's go. Level 51 with Paragon level, I don't know which. We're gaining those levels. Let's go to the story place. Oh, I've got a horse now. Why am I going on foot if I have a horse? Look at this. This is the person that we need to talk to now. Have you found your things?
It's not like that. She's but a child.
You brought a child? Here?
It was she who brought me, actually.
One moment. I have to... I think I forgot about this. There you go. The game will now be adequately loud. Hey Lucy, what do you think of the origin story in my fanfiction? I think it's great. If someone could take it and make a, I don't know, an animated show out of it, that would be probably very cool. If you could take that story, put it in the G1 aesthetic, if you could also get all of the old voice actors, which basically is impossible because the Starscream voice actor died, but if you could get most of them and make a properly animated show out of it, preferably on the level of the Transformers the movie from 1986, then you'd probably have on your hands the best Transformers show to date. That is my opinion. You know? Hello. I have some ideas that are a bit out there. I think this one is extremely good.
Watch where you swing that staff. It's not a toy.
Who is he?
He once lived in this vault. The one you're trespassing in. Explain yourself.
True.
A student. Conducting research on the Haraj Rim. What's left of you all, anyway?
A student, huh? You have a teacher? Don't tell me Loreth has taken another apprentice.
I don't need a teacher to study. Lilith threatens Sanctuary as we speak. I need to prepare for that. With or without help.
You? Against Lilith? Well, I came to get my things. I pray they were free from your meddling.
What a rude fellow. I was always partial to Beast Wars when it comes to Transformers. Transformers is basically a sequel to G1, so I can accept that. It even has episodes with G1 characters in it. Do you have any ideas for my fanfic? I do. I don't know. It would be cool to draw it into a comic or animate it.
Had more dreams than I knew what to do with. Let me unseal this. Chud. Chespit Hilm. The stone will need to be attuned to Lilith before Lorath marches up to her.
Okay.
It won't hold her well otherwise. I put together some notes on the process before I left.
Why are there monsters here? Oh?
Forgive my familiarity as I write.
The old workshop. Lorath, Elias, and I would spend days on end cooped up in here. Experimenting. Debating. Nothing to hold us back but our own imaginations. And how much of each other we could tolerate.
The rebirth of the Heradric Order is up to the few of us who remain.
Oh, nice. How do I enter this again? This thing that was interrupted by a cutscene. Amazing. How do I listen to the item again? Oh my god. I wanted to listen to this. Let me try to find it. I have no clue. Maybe... I don't know. Do I have to Google this? One moment, I'm gonna Google this. Diablo 4, how to listen to again. Oh my god, you cannot listen to it again. So if the oh, this is so stupid. Now I'm annoyed.
I'm not ready yet.
Amazing design. You start listening to a thing and the cutscene interrupts it and it just... And you cannot listen to it again. Because... Sorry?
First things first,
I'm annoyed.
you'll need my notes. Soulstone magic is treacherous, even in the most skilled hands.
Annoyed.
Tread carefully. We summoned the spirit in here. Ran amok.
Oh my god.
Lorath assured me that he banished it for good, but I've always had my doubts.
Oh my god.
Damn spiders! Always find a way in.
That's not a spider.
Out of mana once again. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Lilith hails from her father's domain. Hatred. That's the essence Lorath will need for the attunement. I kept a map. Somewhere. Here. All the places Mephisto's hatred yet lingers. There's just one last thing.
I'm not ready yet.
Yes. I bet Lorath still wears his. The Order's mission was his lifeblood. I couldn't give up my life for it. Not like him. I wanted to be a man. I left to chase family, fellowship,
Glory.
glory. And for what? You saw how that ended. My son. I can't do it. It wouldn't work anyway.
Donan.
You don't understand. The stuff soul stones are made of, they're old as the eternal conflict itself. With magic so primordial, you need faith. You need spirit. I have none.
What you lack in faith, you have in allies.
Who? You?
Yes. You're the only one who can help us.
Unfortunately, you may be right. I can't make any promises. Really. But I can try. For you two, I'll try. Let's hear what the old man has to say.
The old man.
I'm not ready yet.
Careful. These things are priceless.
Wow. Priceless.
I'm not ready yet.
Priceless, huh? Destroy it! You've abandoned it for family and glory. You cannot talk of price now. A pervert. Open it. Oh. You're not gonna open it.
Time to prepare that.
Oh, wait. Supposed to go to the yellow thing.
I need time to prepare that.
This place is a treasure trove. Look at this masterpiece. Kalha's beyond the veil of the southern jungles.
You're familiar with Kalha's work?
She's brilliant. One of my favorites.
Mine as well.
Have you read her treatises? Never mind. You can tell me on the road.
On the road?
I'm going to help you. I know the Haradrim's ways. Your magic. Even that coded writing system you use. And don't tell me it's too dangerous. Lilith took my mother. I'll do whatever it takes to stop her.
That's a good speech. Might even convince the man you should be telling it to. Come on. I'm headed to him.
But your Haradrim, isn't this your vault?
It was once. Now, I suppose time will tell.
Oh.
I've only scratched the surface, but that will have to be enough. Lilith won't be stopped by studying alone.
True. Have to do your homework.
No, I don't think I will. If we fail, what would it matter whether all these secrets stay buried? Us three Haradrim, Elias, Lorath, myself, and an angel, Tyrael.
An angel? Like Inarius?
Very different from him, fortunately. Tyrael set off before Elias did. I don't know what drew him away, but I could tell he was afraid. We fell apart after he left.
Wait, so he just left? Tyrael just left? Wait, so he's not dead? It's not said that he's dead. It just says that he left and was afraid. Wait. Okay. That's interesting.
It is a curse. The bane of the Haradrim. But also our greatest weapon. There's nothing like it in existence. The first Haradrim used a set of soul stones to contain Diablo, Mephisto, and Baal.
Baal?
But such power comes at a cost. A soulstone must always be guarded. It consumes your days, your dreams. You become a prisoner just as much as the demon contained in the stone. And despite your efforts, the evil eventually finds a way to break free. Even so, I know of no better way to contain a demon. I wish I did, though.
I need
Once again, the story falls apart when you consider what was told in the older games. Where are we going now? Here. Story time, gigglers. There's no time like right now. After finishing the campaign, new challenges are rewards awaiting in the Nightmare and Torment world tiers. That's right. We will finish the campaign like real gigglers. Does this message mean that we're close to finishing the campaign? Or is it just a pipe dream? The one has started streaming. I'm really starting to get worried. Wait, was he supposed to start streaming now or what? Was he supposed to stream now? I think he's active on Twitter, so I'm not sure if there's reason to worry, but maybe he's just late. Maybe the internet was cut off or the electricity, considering the circumstances.
to do that.
Yeah. I mean, you don't need to know someone's schedule to talk to them, right? You sort of usually schedule a talk with them sort of individually.
You were right to call upon me, you know. Soulstones are no trifle.
There's the donut I remember.
I need air.
There's the Donan I remember.
I'm still muddy on the details of this plan.
The bones are there. Lilith aims to take Mephisto's power for herself. Before she can reach him, we use the soulstone on her.
Preparing the stone will take time we don't have. Why don't we fight her?
Who among us? You. Her corrupted blood still runs in your veins. No. Fighting her kind is always a last resort. Even if you could defeat her, she'd eventually come back. But a smarter weapon, the stone, would be up to the challenge.
Soulstones usually fail, given enough time. It might not work.
You can make it work. There's no one I trust more to do it.
The wind is picking up. I can't see her. Thaisa!
I'll find her.
Damn. You're correct. He got locked out of his studio. Oh. And wait, how did that happen? Was it because of a bombing or?
You're fumbling in the eye. Let me write to your little cat.
If you hurt her,
Hurt her! I elevated her! The runes inked into her skin form a waypoint. She is a beacon across realms!
get her out of here.
It matters not. Her part is done. Your part is done too. Savor your breath while it lasts.
What the?
I'm not ready yet. And out of mana.
This boss has a lot of HP, but it's not very strong.
I need time to I need time to precious mana. I lack
What a boss.
I need time to precious mana. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I lack the needed eye.
We are fighting the Maiden of Anguish.
Time to I need time to precious mana.
We were very slowly killing the boss.
I need time to prepare.
I'm not ready yet.
How do you like the fight? Am I doing well or no? My damage is a little bit low.
I'm not ready yet.
I think it's a...
Out of my mind once again.
See, now having two Hydras makes a big difference.
I need time to prepare. I need time to prepare. I need time to prepare. I need time to prepare.
Almost won.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Got him. Or rather, got her. Spider Mommy, yeah. True. Yes, like... It should work. Wait. Why didn't the command work? Yes, content sniffer, correct. Hello, content sniffer. Are you here to sniff out content? But the chud logic wellness check is gonna come later. Whenever I react to chud logic content, I just call it a chud logic wellness check. That's right, content sniffer. Right now we're doing a warm-up. Hello, hello. We are doing a warm-up, which means we're doing Diablo 4 story. Then we're gonna watch a compilation of funny moments. And then we're gonna do the wellness check on Chud Logic. We're gonna watch a video and we're gonna see what's happening. Does that sound like a good plan? Thank you. Thank you, fake Alec Kyle Parker, for the gifted sub. Also, Content Sniffer, you should just join the page. Just join the page, Content Sniffer. It's okay. There is content to be sniffed on the page. Here, here, here. Now let's see this. Oh. You should have heard it. Even with a bit of a delay. You never managed to get the Traveler debate. No. That debate never materialized, no. We were supposed to debate 1 week later, and yet... Shame. I mean, I'm not gonna chase him about it, so... If it won't happen, then it won't happen. $13 to all stats. It's not a very good weapon. But I'm not sure if you watched Loner Box. I had a talk with Loner Box. And if you watch Wick panels, you might have seen me on the Wick panel talking about affirmative action.
Hell of a storm. What happened out there?
It is a shame, but you know, you cannot force someone to do what they do not want to do, right?
Bloody hell. You finished the ritual from the volcano then?
Elias. That's the man who summoned Lilith. You're saying he summoned a lesser evil too?
Keep up, girl. Is Andariel gone?
Yes.
And Elias,
He fled.
before going to the steps, Elias came to Hawazar, took something that wasn't his. It's why I'm hunting him. I have a friend in Hawazar who has mastered the art of immortality. She might know his secret. Let me take you to her.
Interesting.
I thought we were after Lilith, not Elias.
Finding him may lead to her.
And while we look for him, you'll have time to work on the stone. That's what you wanted, isn't it?
Damn it, I'll bite. On one of those rare occasions you gave me good advice. You said the answers you need are often in the place you least want to look.
It was you who said that.
Ah, you're right. Let's get the horses ready.
Interesting. I had something lined up, I think. Let me take a look. I could have sworn that I had something lined up when it comes to the Chud Logic content. Hold on. I'm gonna take a look. I'm gonna take a look at the channel and then you'll have your answer. Something wild.
I cannot believe.
I think it was the left eats itself, the serfs and friends trash Anakasperian and destroy the left, or something like that. I think it's that one. The left eats itself. I'm not even sure what is considered the left these days. Very, very strange what people consider to be the left. Yes, I know Barry came with a delay. Let's see. Anna discussion, correct? Yeah. The others are ready.
Listen, I didn't mention it earlier, but you did well. You stood against Andariel, a lesser evil, and lived. That's no ordinary feat. But don't let it go to your head. The arrogance and foolhardy never last long in Hawazar. I wonder what old Deckard Cain would have written in his chronicles if he had seen us. Two old friends reunited. New allies eager to learn from our vast knowledge. Bound as one against the encroaching darkness, like the Haradrim of old. They were probably lost and bitter, just like us. But Cain had a gift for seeing the good in people. One thing was certain, at least. Lilith meant to devour Mephisto and claim his power as her own. Had that been her goal all along? Not sanctuary, but a bid to reign in hell. And Elias, the damned fool, was too blind to see it. Perhaps we weren't perfect, but we knew we had to make a stand.
Sure.
The world's only hope.
Thank you, content sniffer. You know what content to sniff out. How long have we been streaming so far? 32 minutes, so we're gonna do some more warm-up. Should get more gigglers in here. More content snifflers. It is so good to have a horse.
I need time.
It is so silly that you get the horse in the 4th chapter. I don't know what they were thinking with that.
I need more time.
Like, you should have gotten a horse in the 2nd chapter. 3rd at the latest, but 4th? That's too much. Gaming, yeah.
I need time to do that.
After all, you're also here to watch me play games, right? Speaking of wellness checks on Chud Logic. Chud Logic used to play games on stream as well, didn't he? And then he abandoned everything that's sacred.
I need time.
Chud Logic has abandoned everything that's sacred and stopped playing games on stream. And this is where it all went downstream. Or downhill. True. I'm pretty sure Chud Logic just played boring games like... I keep forgetting the name of that shooter. Apex Legends, that's it. He played Apex Legends on stream. I'm not even sure if Apex Legends is all that interesting to showcase on stream. True.
Not while I'm in town.
What? Ape sex? Do you mean the Chud Logic community? Or Apex Legends community? Hello, Ivanka. Which community calls it that? Oh. Apex, Ape sex, my god.
You're a student of Elias's, Thaisa?
I was hunting Elias. Pretending to study with him was useful to me.
Who is she? I understand now. Interesting community. Were you and Donan friends?
Friends. Did he tell you that? If he thinks so, you should ask him what happened. I don't care anymore. I'm starting to think taking you on this journey was a mistake.
Oh my god. Don't be a silly giggler.
We must break his hold on immortality. He cannot continue to escape his judgment.
Yes. And without Elias, we may have more success against Lilith. Where do we start?
Seek out Timoe in the marshes. She traded with the power in the swamp and received long life. She may have the answer to killing Elias for good.
Neyral and I will start looking for her.
What about Donan?
He has his hands full with the Soul Stone. A heavy burden to bear alone. Might be wise to offer him assistance.
An old acquaintance who has lived in this place for countless years. She taught me much about the swamp and its power, though that was a long time ago.
The swamp thing.
She might try to turn you away. Do not let her.
Like in DC, the swamp thing.
It is a town at the edge of Hawazar, forever between Sanctuary's power and the swamps.
I wonder why.
Ah, is it?
I wonder why
I cannot.
Tyrael is not part of this game. Are they saving him for an expansion or something? Like, oh, I'm in a new city. Ooh, claim. Okay. Hold on. Which skill points are we talking about? This one. Okay, what shall be upgrade? Oh, that was not maxed. Because it does not give you any paragon. Will you journey with Lorat and Neriel into the swamp?
I think not. I have to take care of the Soul Stone. Lorith will be fine alone. Northeast of here is a Zakarum keep. We know hatred has a strong presence there. Perhaps we can use it to prepare the Soul Stone to trap Lilith. I could use your assistance, if you're able.
I am able. The game froze out of... Oh! What? The game was so impressed with my accomplishments that it's just died. Amazing. The game was like, yeah, you're being too good, so we have to disconnect you. You're being disconnected by force. You remember Diablo 1 times and Diablo 2 times? Those were the simple times. Where am I even supposed to go now? Oh. Did you know that when Leafy tried to box IDAPS, he tried to have in the contract that instead of raising money for charity, the charities must raise money for Leafy? What? What? Excuse me? Are we talking about the YouTuber Leafy is here? I heard he's back. Also, we're gonna watch a Keffel's video, maybe. If we have time, maybe we'll check Keffel's video on Leafy. Keffel's is good at roasting these sort of douchebags, I think. If he's just accept that he's a bad person, like legit bad person. I mean, I don't know. I sort of thought it was obvious from the get-go. You know?
I'm out of mana.
I sort of thought that was understood.
Precious man.
I'm not ready yet.
I don't know. I just wish he would have stayed gone. I just wish this Leafy character would have stayed gone. But it seems we cannot have nice things, so he is back. She publicly donated to Fuentes yesterday, lol. Hello, Nurala. Well, you know. What do we even expect at this point from Leafy? Keffel's made a new video about him, we might watch it, but I'm just gonna say that I'm probably not gonna I'm probably not going to dedicate any substantial amount of content to Leafy, to be honest. It's not really a person I'm interested in talking about.
I need more time.
Does that make sense? I think we can...
I need time to do that.
I think it's fine for us to not talk about him much, to be honest. But yes, welcome to the stream. You should join the page, which is in the description of the stream. The link to the White Forest page, because I'm a White Forester now.
I cannot do that here.
So if you're interested in... should probably get this waypoint. If you're interested in becoming part of the Giggler army, then you should come to the page.
I'm not ready yet.
Be able to talk on the nice side chat. On the nice... Let me just see something. If the chats didn't get muddled up. No, they didn't. It's all good. Be able to talk on the page chat. Sometimes it's just nice to start off a stream with a nice video game. Also, I have decided that we're gonna have a very specific type. Moving forward, we're going to have very specific games as warm-up games. We're gonna be playing some more older games as games to start the stream with. And I think all of you know what the game is that we have started a long time ago but have not yet finished.
Out of mana once again.
It's time to play more older games.
I need time to prepare that.
Older games also demand love.
Precious mana.
And we are going to give it the love.
I need time to prepare that.
I used to be a fan of these, then he used to use the wrong kind of edge, and I was like, you can still be edgy and not be a total piece of shit. That's true. That is true, you can be that, but it's not... It requires more effort.
I'm not ready yet.
That would actually require more effort. To be edgy and not be a total piece of shit. And because that requires effort, the person, I guess, decided that they're not gonna do that. They're just gonna take the easy route of being a piece of shit. Which, while unfortunate, is sort of also not entirely unpredictable.
I'm not ready yet.
Also, everybody tries to be edgy.
I'm not ready yet.
Everywhere is so oversaturated with edge that it sort of became the boring default to be edgy. True. But I meant content creators. I sort of meant content creators, that all content creators try to be edgy.
I need time to prepare that.
I'm out of mana.
Which is why you're here to watch Lucy, not for cookie cutter edginess. You watch me because I don't do the weak edginess.
I'm not ready yet.
I lack the needed mana.
Five-headed Hydra, which always appears when I spend 300 mana.
Do you feel that? Mephisto's touch is heavy here.
Damn.
All that hatred. It's just what we need to attune the Soul Stone, to make it ready for Lilith. I'm too old to climb, but you can get in and open the portcullis.
Bad touch. Oh, I'm supposed to go there. Nice. Where are we?
The fitful resting place of a Zakarum leader pursued by Mephisto. A group of holy paladins built the keep and entombed the body within. Looks abandoned now, though.
It's the location from Diablo 2.
Did she? She could be right. Even the air feels laden with an otherworldly sort of magic.
Yeah, this is from Diablo 2. Wasn't this inside of a city in Diablo 2? Wow. We're gonna have to replay Diablo 2 and try the Rakat Keep. This is very interesting.
You're finally back. Hurry. Everything here makes my skin crawl. Do you hear that? How strange. Are there wolves in Hawazar?
Open up, please. Oh, it's a dungeon. Alright, let's do it. Let's do this one dungeon and we're gonna start watching the compilation.
It feels worse here somehow. This must be the place.
It does feel pretty bad. Ah.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm out of mana.
I haven't fought much since I was a young man.
Damn.
I've lost the grit for it.
You're a mage. Age doesn't matter for a mage, I think.
Whatever else is here, hatred persists. Strong enough to attune the Soul Stone. Creation dan tenis beri dis tom hiklimon. Damn it! What's wrong with it?
I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that.
Damn. Strong mini boss. Or maybe not.
Precious mana. I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that.
Oh, you cower.
I'm not ready yet.
You burn.
Come on. Come on. You old fool. What's wrong with it? Why won't... Oh no. This is worse than I thought. It must have been damaged when you're in Astaroth.
Do you know how to repair it?
We'll need rare materials, quicksilver to start, and tools, alchemical tools. There's a village near here. We'll see if they have what we need. Meet me there when you can.
Oh my god. I sure hope I have this village
I need time.
all figured out. Now I know there's a waypoint here. Oh my gosh. Now I understand.
I need time to prepare
We're
that.
gonna move a lot in the story, and then we're gonna start reacting. It's a reaction day. Where's the... Oh no. Whatever. We have a horse.
Do that here.
We have a horse now. Nowhere's really far away for us now.
I need more time.
That was quick because of the horse. Reaction, true. Wanna read during the reaction, as I always do. I scream and I rage and I, you know.
What a lonesome place to come seeking knowledge.
He must have thought he had no choice.
Neither do we. Another set of eyes, at last. I've been searching for Timaway with little success.
Interesting, you can do both things.
I'm not ready yet. I'm out of mana.
The fact that you can have two companions now. That's nice.
Want to go home.
Go home then.
Do you think Elias knew Lisa before she went to his palace?
I don't know.
Do you know?
Many things I wish I did.
Yeah.
Not while I'm in town.
Only two kinds of people come looking for old teamwork. Those running away from trouble, and those running toward it. Which kind are you, I wonder? Never heard of him.
We think Elias made a pact with the swamp to become immortal. Thaisa said you could help it.
Thaisa. Only she would be cold-hearted enough to send a child to die out here.
With no intention of dying.
One of you will. That's the way it always ends. Go back where you came from. I won't have a child's blood on my hands.
I saw my mother possessed by Lilith. Driven so mad, it killed her. I'm not a child anymore.
So be it.
Oh no.
Elias made a pact. It was with the Tree of Whispers. There are many paths to reach it. But the nearest is in Ingovani. A sacred incense is kept in the temple there. Retrieve it, and your path to the tree begins.
Go to Engavani. Nerel and I will see if we can get some more information out of Timaway.
I see. Amazing. Always have to do everything myself, don't I? Oh, I can just teleport. Bam! Easy street. Easy street. It's okay. It's easy street. I'm gonna go to the toilet real quick. Before we continue. Where is the... Damn. I can't find the toilet thing. But it's okay. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. And in fact, get more gigglers in here. Now I am back. Something has happened. Let's... Weird. True! Hit like. Hit the like button and the bell and all that other stuff.
The tower this morning. She's been gone for so long. You don't think... Is she back?
I'll say it once more. Whatever it is you're looking for, we don't have.
True.
The town doesn't seem to have anything that we need.
We're a village in the middle of a swamp.
There must be something. I can feel the magic in this swamp, and where there is magic, there are users of magic.
Aww.
Which is what you want. Go to the tower then. Fire's lit. She's home.
Sounds as though we go to meet a witch of the swamp. Be on guard.
True. Be on guard. Do we have items? Let's go to the blacksmith because even...
My skills unmatched.
Well, since Dylan isn't streaming today, I give you Mura instead. Thank you. Wait. There won't be any stream by Dylan? Thank you for the donation. So I guess there'll be no stream from Dylan.
Witches are about to get
Interesting. Was it because of the raid? As in, you know, the sirens and the damn. That is sadly understandable. Ukraine.
You're the witch in the tower?
Horadrim, I thought you journeyed to the keep.
Yes. Well...
Interesting. Oh, I thought it was just postponed, to be honest. Yeah, you told me he was locked out of the thing, but I thought it was just postponed till the raid thing was over.
And why would I help you?
Well, we all want Elias dead.
We do. But fixing the soul stone, that is about Lilith, and she does not concern me.
I don't need much. Just Quicksilver and the tools you have there.
Such small asks rarely remain so. Surely you must know this. But you did help me survive Andaril's summoning. So, my tools are yours. You will have to go to Valtha for Quicksilver, though. Find her, and she will give you what you need.
I see. Where do I go now? Here. What? Sorry, what? Re-add. What happened? Oh, can see the game. Of course. Typical me. Who is Valta?
Sister in trade and service. But don't think that we are your witches from folktales. Valtha is no potion dealer. Tread lightly with her. Because I have chosen to. You will make Elias mortal. I will be there to collect his debt.
I see. I met Timoa. She wasn't happy to hear your name.
Did you come here to pry into my personal affairs, or to mend your soulstone?
Both, of course. It's a game. It's an RPG. I came to do both, of course. I meant no offense. I just want to know what happened.
She showed me kindness when I was young. Not long ago, I finally found a way to repay that debt. A salve to cure her affliction. But she refused it. Called me a fool for even trying to change her fate. That was the last time I saw her. It is quite clear she does not want my help.
Not the salve, no. But maybe it's enough just to be at her side.
It is not enough for me.
Then is all this really about her or you?
Damn. Burn.
I cannot do that here.
Burn.
I need time to do that.
Find wealth. I think this is where the witch resides. I knew it. Huh.
Do you have a habit of snooping around other people's homes?
I lack the needed mana.
Yes.
Thaisa has unknowingly sent you to your death.
We're gonna...
And she will see the foolishness of her pursuit of Elias. And she will know that Lilith is our future.
We're gonna fight now. I see. Of course. Can't we just talk about it? Can't we get along? What?
I'm not ready yet.
Not a very strong boss. A lot of HP though.
I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet.
I love the aiming of this skill.
I need time to
I mean, why actually aim at the enemy that I am aiming at? No, just randomly. That's the ticket of a good ultimate skill.
I'm out of mana.
Well, that's it. We've done it, gigglers. We've done the quest for glory. We have exchanged. Thank you, thank you.
I need time to prepare that.
Let us see what happens now. Oh, we've got a skill, by the way. Willpower plus 5.
Ah, you're back. Place the purified quicksilver in that bowl on the table.
Ball.
Even more restless than before. He's lost a son, and inside his grief chips at him every moment he refuses to face it.
The Haradrim have studied the Soul Stone for generations. I have studied it for more than 20 years. But there aren't enough books in Sanctuary to contain what we don't know about it. It will take a miracle. But that's what you expect from me, isn't it?
True.
Well...
Yes, Haradrim. What do you think of me?
I've been... My life has kept me in Skull's Glen for many years now. I haven't met anyone like her, you, since before my son was born. Strange as it may sound, you remind me of what it was like to be young, to adventure.
To encounter danger?
To believe I can defeat it.
Interesting.
Yes. Yes, I am too. If I had ridden to Lorith and stayed in Eldheim. If I raised Yorin to be a scholar rather than a soldier. It doesn't matter.
And how was my sister?
Valther chose Lilith over your friendship. Elias convinced her to join him.
I see.
That can't be. She would have known not to trust Elias.
It wasn't Elias that seduced her, but Lilith. She found her ideals convincing.
Valther was my teacher. She guided me when I first began my service. This is...
This is...
Difficult to believe.
Oh.
I've seen my allies throw their lot in with Lilith. People I thought were stronger than that. But that is why we must press on and mend the stone so no one else will fall to her lies. First off, the quicksilver. Mix some of it into the pot.
At the pond.
I cannot do that here.
I cannot click on the pot. Oh.
Raise the flame. Turn the wheel twice. Or is it 3 times? Give it another turn. What am I forgetting? The sulfur. Grind it in the mortar.
I see. What was that?
No, it's not working. I told you. I told you. I'm not the man you want or need.
Damn.
I told you. I'm not the man you want or need.
He is not up to the task.
What can we do?
I suspect he no longer trusts himself. We cannot erase all his doubt, but his most recent grief, his son, there is a way. He won't enjoy it though.
Uh-oh.
Why help him? You could simply leave us to our fates.
Everyone needs a reminder every now and then that you can defeat danger. You only have to try. Haradrim, come here.
What? Why?
I want to take you somewhere. A place of old power in this swamp. I think it will do you some good.
Where is it? Oh. We're gonna finish this and then we're gonna jump to the next thing in the stream.
I cannot do that here. I need time to prepare.
You all have horses.
I need more time.
Why do we go to this place? There is nothing left for me to do. Can't you see that? Let me return.
Return? Return where?
I see.
No, Haradrim. You will remain with us. There is still more to do.
Why didn't they recruit more Haradrim? That makes no sense. They always just let the order die. Makes no sense.
I need time to prepare that.
What sort of order does not get new recruits?
Feel that? The swamp's magic is more potent here.
True.
Valtha brought me to this place when I was younger. Here, you can face your demons, whether they be fear or grief.
Who is... No. No. I've had enough of this.
And what will you do instead? Hmm? Nothing in this swamp is free, Haradrim. Not even your magic. Whatever logic you think will win the day, you are mistaken.
True.
Where is your sense of adventure? Huh? Not buried in your youth, is it? Go outside and make an offering to the swamp. A ring, a necklace, something you hold dear. While you do, our friend here will collect two things. Maggot ichor and yellow lotus.
Blah.
This is foolish.
Not today, but a time will come when I must shed the unrest that plagues me. Valtha forged me into the witch I am. I struggle with her death. I understand why she saw a future in Lilith. The mother of Sanctuary isn't so different from the witches of Hawazar.
But I won't ever shirk my duty in bringing Elias to justice. That is the part of Valther I will never understand.
The boomer Horadrim went out of style. Twice. Not just once, but twice. Where am I supposed to go?
I need time to prepare that.
Boomer Horadrim. What will replace them? I cannot even imagine.
I need time to prepare that.
Okay. Fat boy.
I need time to prepare that.
Come here, fat boy.
I need time to prepare that.
Another fat boy? Hey, this one's not as tough.
I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet.
Supposed to explore this dungeon.
I need time to prepare that.
One moment.
I'm not ready yet.
I need time.
I am supposed to explore this dungeon. Yes, I am. Okay.
I need time to prepare that.
The maggot queen.
I'm not ready yet.
Got him. Got the maggot queen.
I'm not ready yet.
I need time to prepare that.
Hey, this one wasn't as hot as the spider mummy. Yeah, it's the maggot queen. The maggot queen.
I need time to prepare that.
Let's go.
I need time to prepare that.
Now we need that other thing apart from the maggots.
I need time to prepare that. I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet.
A big fat boy.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Aha! Burn, fat boy.
I need time to prepare that.
What is this? Okay, let's continue.
To prepare that.
Continue to... Aha! Objective. We got it.
I need time to prepare that.
Now we need to return to the hut. And everything will be revealed to us. Just as it was revealed years ago. When I first became a giggler. Fabulous secrets were revealed to me.
Good. Make haste. The Harad.
Alright. Pouting. Oh, pouring, not pouting. Pouting means something very different. What wasn't as hot? The maggot boss.
Do you see the braziers? Light each of them. Then we will drink the tea and wait.
Wait for what?
For the swamp to call out to your soul and draw what festers from you, like poison from a wound.
There are quieter ways to drink.
Oh no! They're coming!
Father. I will. Don't worry. Father.
Yoren? My son? How is it possible? My son. Please come back to me. Come back. I shouldn't have let you go. I should have said no. I should have kept you with me at Eldheim.
Why did you let me go?
I don't know. The look on your face. You were ready. You needed to go.
I did. And I do again.
Stop. Just...
Father. I'm ready.
What? A portal? Mephisto? What does that fiend want from me? Now of all times.
Didn't I warn you? The Horadrim would only hold you back. Look at them. So consumed by their emotions that they forget what really matters. Lilith is the true threat, not Elias.
I know why you're so afraid of her.
My fate is tied to yours. If she devours me, Sanctuary is lost. But you still have a chance to stop her. What if I opened a portal for you out of this swamp? Let the Horadrim deal with Elias. He is their sin to bear. You and I can work together to stop Lilith.
I know who my real allies are. My friends. Take me back to them.
The day of reckoning will come, and your true friends will be revealed. Now, take the portal back to your allies.
Bastard.
Prevails. You'll only have yourself to blame. I wouldn't put your hope in Inarius, if that's who you mean. The angel was my prisoner. I have seen his true face. He and Lilith are not as different as you might think. The angel was already filled with hate when he became my prisoner. All I did was refine his anger. When he escaped back to your world, He brought it with him.
Where's Tyrael? Ayahuasca trip, yes. Let's talk.
I don't know yet. He wandered around for hours until the tea wore off. A long journey through the swamp is more rewarding than a short one. Yours was even longer, it seems. Did you face your inner demons, as the Haradrim did?
Yes. Hopefully for the last time.
Let us begin. Mix the quicksilver in the pot. And the fire. Turn the wheel twice. No more, no less.
Not while I'm in town.
Now grind the sulfur. Carefully.
Damn. Alright.
Mallet. Sulfur. Careful. Now stand back.
I see. I see how it is.
Was it so easy then?
You have no idea the toll of such a thing. No idea what one must face, overcome to perform this act of magic.
Perhaps not. But still...
Enough. It is done. Let us not tarry.
Yes. We have our task at Zakarum Keep. Let's finish this.
Bonk. True. Now we finish Diablo for today and we go to our favorite thing in the world, which is to do a bit of a react, and to do so I will have to do what must be done. And what must be done is to turn on the PS5. Well, to do so I have to actually connect the controller to the PS5. There we go, it worked! Gigglers! I love how he's holding onto a red hot piece of metal unprotected. It's not a red hot piece of metal, it's magic, so there's no need for protection. You just assume that it's red hot, but it's in reality just magical. Got him! And by got him, I mean got you! If you know what I mean. Which I know you know what I mean. Demon Song is here. And now on top of it we need Ptasie Mleczko. The ancient Ptasie Mleczko. Where is the ancient Ptasie Mleczko? Ptasie Mleczko. The ancient Ptasie Mleczko. There we go. We've got the Ptasie Mleczko. And now we're going to do the thing that we've all been waiting for hours and hours. One moment. And that is I love Ptasie Mleczko, I know. Who doesn't? Who doesn't love Ptasie Mleczko? Only a fool would not like Ptasie Mleczko. Which flavor? Vanilla. Vanilla, 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 of course. But now it's time for us to do a little bit of reacting. And we're gonna warm ourselves up with a little video that I've got here somewhere prepared for this very moment. I hope it's pinned. I hope it's pinned. It's not pinned, but that's okay. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? One moment, gigglers. We're gonna watch some of it and then we're gonna do this wellness check on Chud Logic. Just have to find our golden video. Where is it? It's been a while since I've seen it. Not this one. Not that one. Not left, not right, only that video. If you know what I mean. There you go. We're not gonna watch the whole 2 hours, don't worry. I'm not that sort of a wacky person. There we go.
All your identities. Okay.
The Vosh compilation. Vosh Bay. There we go. Let us do a react. Vosh. Debate me, Vosh.
So you don't believe in freedom of association?
True.
For everyone.
Okay. Well, freedom of association doesn't mean you get to force your own association on other people.
No, that's not how it works. You're engaging in very selective freedom of association here. You're saying white people should be able to, or people of whatever race, I assume you would make the argument for black people too, but for the example, that white people should be able to form little enclaves where they don't let anyone else in, but them not letting anyone else in is prohibitive towards the...
True, it's prohibiting their freedom of association. I'm a genius.
All people.
True.
So, no, again, the world isn't your sandbox. You can't just say, oh, this is for the white. Oh, we only
Can
want
we
this.
at least have a town that's our sandbox?
No, why would I
Or
let
a
why would I
neighborhood?
like there to be a city of
What
white,
about a
white
house?
ethno-city?
What about a house? Does anybody get to come into your house?
Of course not. Don't be ridiculous.
Okay, so why can't we extend
Because
that?
no,
to a
no, no, that
community?
you realize you're making unironically an incredibly stupid argument.
True.
There's a huge difference between the autonomy of a house that you privately own and the civic ordinance of a city which has open properties that anyone is free to move to. You realize that in one of those
really
you
big
have
house.
you have a legal right to determine who moves into your property. You do not have a
True.
legal or ethical right to decide who moves into your city.
If I buy up a whole city, do I have the right then?
No one can buy a city. True.
City, but if you could do that,
What
then
if me
but
and all
hold-
my white friends pool our money
White
together and
friends.
collectively own a
So
you
pathetic.
would probably found, since that would make you landowners at that point, you would probably found of discriminatory housing practices.
So pathetic. Me and my white friends. Jesus Christ. What a debate. This is an old one. Vosh has the old haircut and is more chubby. This is like old school. Vanilla Vosh. Just like the vanilla ptasie mleczko. My God. Imagine saying this unironically. What if me and my white friends just buy up a city in order to, you know, be racist together? Jesus.
Okay, I'm not making a legal argument. I'm asking you morally. Is that okay with you?
Morally, I think that you should be shot, and people like you should be shot. Society. I think that, yeah, legally.
I like that answer. Before Vosh was replaced with CIA double true. I like this, like, morally, yeah, of course, morally. Vosh, don't you think morally we should be able to be racist? Old school Vosh makes me nervous, though. It's okay. I'm here.
Would break a whole bunch of rules doing so. No, I don't like the idea of white people with power and privilege trying to cordon off a little segment of society for themselves.
Why? Why not?
Because I don't.
Just
Because
a
it leads to
little
because it leads
slice
to people
power.
like you. To
True.
Mongrels like
Hey,
you who think the
I'm
color of
I'm
a person's
very
skin
nice
is the
guy
only thing that
about-
matters about them. I don't care if you're
No.
civil. Listen, I am not
Come
a
on,
civil
man.
person, but
Come
what I
on, man.
is a bigot.
Come on, man. I'm being civil with my bigotry. Come on, man. Come on, man.
You and your ideology are destructive. You're ruinous. You
True.
Come on,
Actually,
man.
true.
I know
I'm a
you're
really nice
offended. I
guy.
know it hurts. You know, oh,
I'm
you're
not
so
offended.
nice. Oh, you're so kind when you do little Jewish dog whistles and you talk about the superiority of white people. Buddy, I don't care. I really don't. It doesn't matter how nice you are. I wouldn't care if you're an old grandma. Your ideology is toxic. And I think that obliterating it requires the destruction of enclaves where people like you can fester. Absolutely.
True.
Yeah, I'd make that judgment any day. You're an existential threat to society. I'm just a good old-fashioned list. I'm just a good old, postmodern neo-Marxist. I'm just interested in implementing a society that minimizes hierarchy as much as possible, including class and state distinctions.
Well, why do you want to minimize hierarchy?
Because hierarchy is cringe, my dude. Why would any society want to have a hierarchy?
Well, because it's quite obvious that there are different people who at different stages have different levels of importance to a society and to the other people around them.
What?
Well, sure, then why don't we have a hierarchy of competence then? If somebody, for example, can contribute more, if they have some specialized knowledge, sure, let them be in a position of relevance there. But I don't think that should give them dominion over their fellow men, the ability to withhold power or enact state violence against them.
Well, I'm not in favor of state violence against anybody.
Nice. Hey, me too.
Oh my God.
What's up? What's wrong with you?
I remember.
Extremely nervous.
I remember that debate. I remember the you're nervous thing. My goodness. I seem to be an OG Vosh fan because I remember all these things.
The psychoanalyzing right off the bat? You weren't even going to wait a little bit longer?
I'm just asking. I'm just asking a question. You seem like really stressed out and tense.
Do you do horoscopes too?
I'll say one thing. Vosh is much calmer now than he used to be.
The wrinkles next to my eyes?
No, I'm not watching you on the screen. I'm actually doing something else while we're talking.
Wait, wait. Are both your hands free? You okay?
I beg your pardon?
Both your hands free? You're not getting more out of this convo than I am, are you?
Well, I just I'll say this much. Vosh seems a lot more calm and in control when he talks now. He used to sort of get nervous a lot more, and now he's this air of calmness around him now.
What? I just don't understand why you could. Where
lobsters
by legalizing sex work, we're going to get these people freed.
Not legalizing sex. Not legalizing sex work. Not deporting these immigrants. That's the example we're using.
Okay, so if we don't deport them, again, how is this going to free them though? How are they going to
what do you mean? How's this going to free them? Because now they can go to the police, and the police will then put them into protective custody and take down the organizations that are enslaving them. This is how you deal with sex slavery. People escape, or people who aren't slaves themselves but are sympathetic to the slaves hear about this or involve themselves in it in some way. They report it to the police begin an investigation during which they may take some witnesses into protective custody, and then with the assistance usually of the...
Of course, that's assuming the police itself won't be biased against the sex workers, but that's that's another topic altogether.
They take down that organization, they free the slaves, and they arrest the people who need to be arrested. Now, one of two things can happen in this instance. In one instance, these people are not under threat of being deported, meaning that they have the freedom to go to the police whenever they want. And in another instance, they will be deported if they do, meaning that they have every reason to fear the police just as much as they're slavers. In the former instance, more sex slavery will be stopped.
Okay, but have you ever heard the term snitches get stitches?
What?
No, I haven't heard that term. Please explain to me how the cute term you've heard in the past, that I've never heard, by the way, defeats the concept of data. Please. Do you realize how ridiculous you sound? Wait, here's mine. Build bridges, not walls. Now you can't build a wall at the southern border.
Maybe I do.
True.
So if that's the case, then so be it. But I just don't see how
build bridges, not war.
The ability to go to the police.
Not walls.
Reducing the threat of deportation does not reduce the threat of being killed by the person they're snitching on. These cartels are very powerful. Look at the
not as powerful as the United States government, my friend. I know these cartels are powerful. Do you know who else was powerful? The fucking mafia. And yet, the American government was able to take them down in large part because there were people related to Capone, not blood related, but related to his industry, that were able to report to the police. I bet you that if every witness and every fucking turncoat and every fucking snitch that had ever worked with and in Capone's organization had been under threat of deportation by the police, that we never would have gotten Capone. Because the police would have been fucking idiots. Every time they get a useful witness, they have to turn it over to ICE. Are you kidding me? Yeah, no. Yeah, making it so these people can access the police is a huge step forward in reducing any kind of criminality, including sex slavery.
But then how come, capitalist societies, as you call them, seem so sturdy? They don't seem to...
What do you mean as you call them? How would you call them?
Metaphors, but you know what I'm saying.
No.
South America has had plenty of failed capitalist states. Africa and the Middle East and Southeast Asia have been festering hotbeds of revolution and invasion and colonialism, even without socialism. It's not so much a matter of the economic policies, it's a matter of their relationship to the most powerful global agents.
How old are you?
I'm 26. How old are you?
I'm 52, exactly twice your age.
Exactly double my age.
Very interesting. This is a very interesting to actually analyze. Why do the countries that Vosh named fail at capitalism, and why do countries like Great Britain, France, and all those other countries, they succeeded at capitalism? I have a question to Chad. What is the common denominator that was present in those countries that succeeded in capitalism, and the common denominator that lacked in the countries that failed at capitalism? I'm gonna wait. That's right. Bluestone has it correctly. Colonialism. Correct. The countries that succeeded at capitalism did it by siphoning resources from the countries that they colonized in order to build capital. Correct. And the countries that failed at capitalism did not have such luxury to just siphon resources from a colonized country. Correct. Yes. Correct. siphoning resources via colonialism was the thing that enabled successful capitalism start up in the countries that enjoyed success. Correct? Yes. Which is why saying that capitalism is just a good system that is best and works is an extremely faulty premise. If even big capitalist advocates admit that the only reason why it succeeded in the West was because of colonialism. Oh my God. But you know.
It's the wisdom.
I doubt that, you know.
I was being charitable. Why do you ask?
No, I'm just
charitable.
Like I said, I'm just wondering about why you're so nervous. But that's okay. Go on.
Jesus.
Gotcha.
Why
are all of your gotchas
Why
you
is it that
feigning?
every time I call you on one of your bluffs, you never fucking have the thing
You've
you
had
claim
no
to have?
data at any point in this discussion. Everything that you've linked me has been fucking weak. You provided me 2 articles in the fucking shooting things, one of which obviously supported my point. You lost on the date. Hold on, buddy. You lost on the Dayton thing. You found one fucking random ass shooting I'd never heard about. We're talking about sex binary. You utterly fucking lost on that subject. You got blown the fuck out on that in terms of science. And the evidence you have to support your argument that trans women are unethical to participate in women's sports is one article that doesn't even have any fucking data in it. Jesus Christ, my dude, you're killing it. Why do you? I have a sincere question for you because I think we can get past all of this and get sort of the root problem. Why do you think? Why do you think that your feelings? No, why do you think your feelings on this are more substantial than actual data? Why do you work from feelings? And I know you do because you've unironically been like, do you want to provide any counter data? I'm looking up on my other monitor data right now, but until you have data, you're not going to shame me for not having data, my dude.
I don't believe that we need science to tell us that men are strong.
See, exactly. You don't care about the data. You'll find articles when you feel they support their point, but your actual position is held by your feelings. And that's what's so fucking sad, my dude. You don't realize how fundamentally anti-scientific your position is. You have this strong feeling, like men stronger than women, trans women are men. And you just work with that. And if you see data points or news articles or videos that sort of correspond to that, or like a picture of a really beefy trans woman, you'll go like, ha, see, but you don't engage.
I feeling we'll beat the boss now
because you don't feel you need to. Your intuition is all it takes you. And that's why, I mean, I've seen
unironically true
in regards to the Crusades, it worked exactly the same way. You've like a feeling about like Western civilization and Christianity and Muslims being dangerous, and you prop that up with whatever data points you have while ignoring the broader discussion, while ignoring consensus. It's desperately sad, and it's frustrating to talk to people like you.
Wait, so you're staying? We're good?
We're good.
We did it.
Good. Yeah, what's up? What does simp mean to you?
Wow, we defeated the boss. That was actually surprisingly... Wow. All right. Wow. Okay. We did it, gigglers. Now, wow, okay. So far, so good. So far, the bosses are actually pretty manageable, I have to admit. Brilliant. That's so great about it. Free labor, slavery, exploration, bird brain. Hello. Hello, bird brain. You've just... I think I've beaten the boss because you're here, bird brain. Because ducks are birds. Also, you should join the page. Just so you know. Wow, wow. I thought I'd struggle with the boss more. Okay, let's go. Maybe it's just I'm being hyped by Vosher's success in debate, and that makes me just, wham bam, and this enemies destroyed, I guess. What souls do we have here? Okay, where's the souls? Okay, I guess this is the those are the bosses, and this is like a regular thing. Should I save the boss souls and demon souls, or is there no point? I got you, Boo. Thank you.
Need to know.
Thank you for having me.
Also,
That is the answer that you
I've
get.
seen your pictures. I really wouldn't be making jokes like that. So what does a simp mean to
That's
you?
perfectly fine.
What does a simp mean to you?
No, Vaush, I thought you were more interesting.
Wait, you literally...
Vaush. Vaush, I thought you were more interesting than that, Vaush. Save them. Okay. Okay, I'm saving them. Just so we're clear. These are the boss ones, right? But it's Dusha, Falanga and Knight of the Tower. Those are the boss ones, right? Beaten 2 bosses so far. Yes. Oh, we can do it. No, we cannot do it, I'm afraid. But we can, I think we can, yes, we can do a better dagger. So we can increase the dagger, which is nice. Because actually often you do use the dagger. Okay. It's a shame that you cannot just improve armor in this game. I didn't even use MP.
You can't even answer. You fall apart so fucking quickly, dude. You don't even have like a fucking one-off definition. You can't even put out a quip. What, really? Look in the mirror? What is this, fucking middle school? You're 52 years old. You didn't write this on the back of your hand?
I thought that you were more interesting.
Where's the, what's simp mean? What's simp mean?
I thought you were more interesting. And
You don't got an answer. You're so nervous. What's up?
I'm so nervous.
Yeah, what's a simp?
It's sad.
What's a simp?
It's sad.
What's a
because
simp?
I thought that you.
What's a tiff? What's a tiff? What is a tiff? It's right. I'm making a callback to the Mike from PA person thing. Of which you were more interesting, Bosch. I'm 97. I'm 97 and I thought you were more interesting than that, Vaush. What is a tiff simp? True. What is a tiff simp? Let's get some. So far, I've only invested into 2 stats, life and stamina. I have invested 0 into actual strength. This is my build. What do you think? So far, 0 of my souls went to stuff like strength, or I assume agility is like my main stat. Let's go.
Beta!
Beta!
You gonna run?
So.
Oh no! I didn't realize that the running meme was so old. You gonna run? Are you gonna run from me? Beta Malay? My goodness. As you can see, the running meme is pretty old. Let's go.
If you're gonna start like saying shit like that and having like, this is.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna stay. I'm not running. You're a simp. What does a simp mean? I'm getting out of here quick.
So you're a homosexual?
Yeah. Well, I like everyone, men, women.
How did you become that way?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I was raised pretty well, loving parents. Couldn't have been them. I just figured around 15, 16s, I like all sorts of folks. Figured I might as well carry that forward, you know?
What does it feel like to be a homosexual? What?
Are you a homosexual? Well, yeah, I do I like all genders. How did you become that way? By being based. That is what Vosh should have said. I became that way by being based. There you go. If I ever become invited by this bizarre, controversial figure who many scandals about him. Oh, I cannot go further. I have to defeat an arc demon. Actually cannot go any further. The game actually demands that I go to a different level now. Are you seeing this? The game actually is literally telling me, yeah, okay. You've been here enough. Now you go to a different level. Which is interesting because I actually planned to defeat the levels one by one, but I guess that's not happening. There's no way to talk to this guy seriously. True.
What is that feeling?
You've been in love with women before, right? I assume
Right.
you're straight. Yeah. It feels pretty much like that. I find folks attractive and some.
Well, apparently not necessarily from what I've been hearing about this person.
If they're real nice to me when I hit them up at parties, then I'd decide, hey, maybe we'll go on a date.
Oh, this is actually a nice level from what I remember in the original. This is like a nice level to get stuff for upgrading weapons. That's
Pretty much
nice.
the same process, I imagine.
So you like men, women, homosexuals, non-identity, and all that kind of stuff?
Mm-hmm. Non-binary folk and trans folk, cis men, cis
Non-identity?
the whole spectrum.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
You take
Really?
anything that comes along.
I have to find them hot. But yeah, there are lots of
Really?
hot folks all over the place. I think, by the way, you look wonderful today. So I
Are
think
you liking me right now?
Oh no, not.
Are you liking me right now?
Age all this.
Oh my God.
Well haircut. I think that you're a phenomenal example. If
Amazing.
you were into men, you'd have your pick of the cut. Let me tell you.
I appreciate that.
I do. Wait. Hold on. One point.
Oh, let me finish
So
the
wait.
argument.
Here's an article. Scientists reach 100% consensus on anthropology.
This person was hilarious, okay? Are you liking me right now? What a question. What a question to ask. Hilarious. But this person is just... I think this was like the global warming denier.
Papers who disputed 1,000. Okay, I give you two another websites. No Trick Zone and What's Up with.
We need more new debates, but now that, everybody's just afraid to debate Vosh now, which is kind of sad. Who are you? Novitai. Oh! I remember now. This person actually sells stuff for upgrading. What does that do? Wait, what does that do? Okay, I guess I'll get money and buy stuff from you later. I ship it since Jesse's confirmed gay. Yeah, I heard about it, actually.
More than 1,000 papers disputing the arguments of the climate
No,
alarmists.
wait. No, that's not how science works. How long are you going to go on?
Climate alarmist.
100 papers who say the sun is responsible for that. 100 peer-reviewed papers.
Wait, of course the sun
But
is
I
responsible for it. That's where all energy in the solar system comes from. The sun, the nuclear fusion at the core is the source of all. Wait, but that doesn't mean climate change isn't happening.
Wait, but that's the point is not that the sun... People are not saying that the sun isn't responsible. The sun is responsible, but the thing that makes sun warmth stay within the planet, that's us, right? Like the whole point is that the sun heat gets trapped within the atmosphere, right? We need to get him a Polish English-speaking Nazi who doesn't know Vosh. Oh yeah, that's a maybe I could. I don't know. There's a way to talk to this guy here. Nobody's suggesting to put the sun out.
First of all, the 1,000 peer-reviewed. Right. So first, the 1,000. My God, man. The 1,000 peer-reviewed papers you're referring to, which question the climate narrative, I guarantee you, are merely scientific disagreements amongst people who fundamentally agree on my narrative, but are sussing out the details. This study right here, scientists reach 100% consensus on anthropogenic global warming based on a review of 11,602
Well.
on climate change and global warming.
Now it's 100%.
So here you go. I want you. Wait. I pose you a challenge. Okay, find me an article. A contrapositive suggesting that the vast majority of climate scientists agree with you, a peer-reviewed article on a journal, or shut the fuck up. You can do one of those two things.
No, I'm not claiming that. I'm claiming that there is a whole variety of people saying different things, and there was one study, for example.
These are weasel words. Everyone says different things, but they agree with me. They agree with me. You're so weaselly. Just accept it. Everyone disagrees with you.
But you know, more white people are killed by cops than black people.
Oh no!
More white people than black people in the USA.
Right, and you know, black people are not being killed disproportionately to the level of crime that they commit by police officers.
Wait, well, you just said to the level of crime they commit, but what you actually mean is to the amount they're arrested, considering the fact that black people are arrested far more disproportionately than white people for the same amount of crime.
Wait, who is this? Okay, we cannot continue until you tell me who is this again? Is this the cop person? Who is this? Please remind me who this is. Please remind me who this is. Actual justice warrior, thank you. Thank you very much.
These two stats might actually be related.
For the same amount of crimes, disproportionately how? Like,
no. Like for weed smoking, for example, black people and white people consume weed at about the same rate, but black people get arrested like 4 times as much of it.
But why?
Because black neighborhoods are over-policed. And also police because of long-term racial bias? What do you mean?
They're not being over-policed because of racial bias. There's more violent crime in those areas.
Wait. You have a background in criminal justice and you don't understand the problem with over-policing black communities?
I have a background in criminal justice and I understand that they target resources to areas with violent crime.
So let's go over this. Okay, because I also have a background in criminal justice. So here's a problem, all right? Let's say you have 2 neighborhoods, white and black, and the black one's a little bit poor because of
has Actual Justice Warrior stopped doing any content? Have these people are they doing content they just, and nobody cares anymore? His 2 degrees in criminal justice, which is basically general studies, but you love cops. AGW, oof, Actual Justice Warrior. Is that person even still active in doing anything? Or is that not a thing? I was on Tim Pool recently. Oh no. Hello, Ant, by the way. AJW was just on Tim Pool. Oh my god. But wait, if AJW was on Tim Pool, then wasn't it just an agreement circle jerk or something? Don't they just agree on everything? What sort of a talk was that? People hate on the police and the police is great. Yay, I totally agree. Wasn't that sort of boring? To put it bluntly. With this dude's background and crime, did he just watch a documentary about it? AGW was on Temple with Emma Vigilant. Oh, maybe we should check it out, actually. Maybe we should check it out at some point. Hello, Arkael.
Long-term systemic slavery, Jim Crow, blah, blah. With that being the case,
Blah,
poorer
blah.
neighborhoods tend to commit more crime. So the police chief says, okay, we're going to direct more resources towards the poor, the black neighborhood. Then another 5 years roll around, another crime study is done on both neighborhoods. It turns out that in spite of the fact that police are overrepresented in the black community is now committing more crimes, not less crimes than before. The reason for that is because now police are there to catch more crimes. But what that means is more of them are locked up, and it means the community continues its cycle of impoverishment. The over-policing of communities contributes to their disproportionate crime committing, not the other way around.
No. So like the NYPD, the way that they map crime, because a lot of people like to use the NYPD as an example of this, is they use a system called CompStat, where they just track reports of violent crimes.
Wow, nice drop.
Target the officers to those areas. Now, they do catch some crimes like marijuana, which is like the one crime everybody goes to, just because they're more present in those areas. Because to catch somebody smoking marijuana, you have to see it and smell it.
Yeah.
If you have more eyeballs and more nostrils there, then of course you're going to disproportionately get people for marijuana. But that's
it's an
one
issue.
crime as a consequence of a higher murder rate, of a higher assault rate. Like,
Why do you think there's a higher murder and assault rate?
Why do I think that there's a higher murder and assault rate?
Yeah, in black communities.
Because, well, not black communities overall. There are specific black communities that have way higher murder rates.
Yeah, I agree. Why?
Because they're committing murders at higher rates.
Yeah, but why?
Who's the culture?
Households, and
There you
typically
go.
people need male role models, especially men. who
Oh my
are
God.
committing these crimes.
This is
And
so
you don't have a
sad.
male role model during your peak offending years. You know, you're 15 to 24.
Why don't they
then-
have fathers?
Uh-oh.
Because they're not like getting.
Because a
married
lot of them
before
are
they
getting
have children.
arrested. Yeah, that's
think
the
that-
cycle. Yeah, a lot of them get arrested, which means a new generation grows up without any kids having a father figure, which disproportionately.
The affirmative action racist would have just said it's because single motherhood is a cultural value in the community. Just so you know, that's the new line that people sort of follow.
The committing of more crime. But he isn't literally calling for the genocide of all non-white people. To which my answer is, what do you think is more likely? That Nicholas Fuentes...
Also, by the way, I'm doing the Vosh bingo as we speak. I'm playing old clips of Vosh from 2019, which means that basically I'm just doing the bingo. You can open the bingo and you can fill in that one box.
Who is a Nazi in every other respect, stop short on this one?
True, a criminal justice degree is useless. My best friend graduated in uni. We've got a college education in criminal justice, became a cop, and quit after 2 years. It was a waste. Imagine getting a college education just to become a cop. This guy has no credibility to me. With his criminal justice degree, this guy's a clown. I mean, it's not inaccurate.
Or that Nicholas Fuentes, like all other fascists, lie constantly because they know there would be consequences to extremely outwardly open bigotry on YouTube, where they might be deplatformed. Which do you think is more likely?
I just that first point is just not true.
Which one?
The first one you made.
Which one?
The one you,
The first
you
one.
made, and then you kept going, and then you told me not to stop you.
Are you high? Can you not keep a point in your head for 5 minutes?
Yeah.
Wait, wait. Your first point on moral degeneracy was drug use, and you came to a discussion on your political values high?
Yeah, of course.
You fucking
I'm not-
degenerate. Your ancestors would be ashamed of you. You know that?
Probably not. They probably smoked.
Yeah. I don't know if they would smoke when they're going up to bat in front of an audience to try and defend their values.
Currently have. I think it's just best to.
Oh my god.
Whenever possible.
Amazing.
Make sure they don't. Because watch, honestly, they just ruin a neighborhood.
But what does that
Also,
mean?
Like
And they
crime,
still
drug
exist.
addiction.
When you
Like,
break
what
them
do we
up,
want?
they.
Oh, the homeless.
Like, yeah, but not congregating together where they can drug deal, where they can like. Find other
Everyone
people's
drug
connections
deals.
to drug- Oh, Vosh, you know what I mean? Hard drugs, heroin, cocaine.
Everyone
crack.
does
I'm not
that.
talking-
Ah, yes, the homeless. Known to just coalesce and drug deal the hardest drugs, because as we know, the harder the drug, the cheaper it is, and therefore all of the homeless people have access to all of the hardest drugs to drug deal. That is just wow. Okay. interesting.
I'm talking about some suburban white kid smoking pot in his parents' basement.
It's hard drugs. We literally have an opiate and methamphetamine epidemic in this country. They're being done by people in houses.
Well, yeah. Like, is this person trying to convince Vash that the whole drug business is built around homeless people? Oh yeah, homeless people. They're just the biggest source of income to the cartels. Okay. That makes sense.
In houses, not on the street, in front of businesses, in front
Exactly.
of people.
Exactly. So you don't care about the drugs. You care about the fact that they're on the street.
True.
It's
I have a solution. If you don't want them on the street, why not give them housing? How about that? If you don't want homeless people on the street, why not give them a house? That would, you know, that would definitely get homeless people off the street, wouldn't you agree? If they had a house or an apartment.
It reduces safety.
So drug
and
abuse has
security.
nothing to do with the arguments you're making right now. You
Okay,
just care that they're doing it outside. This is literally just your comfort.
Exactly. Everyone's comfort.
Yes, so
not
yeah, the
yours,
human
tax.
rights of homeless people matter less to you than your comfort. Like I said earlier, you want police to break up and destroy
everyone's comfort.
Personal property of these homeless people, violate their civil rights, actually physically violate precepts laid out by the Constitution of the United States because they ruin the neighborhood. Because you don't like it, because it's inconvenient.
They're part of the neighborhood, though.
By the way, it doesn't even like make it better for your neighborhood. It just kicks the can down the road.
Well,
homeless people are part of the neighborhood.
You would have to kill them. Do you want to do that?
No, I do not want to kill them.
So wait, hold this.
That's not
So you break up a homeless encampment. How does that fix it if you do it enough? How do you think like there's a space in America where you could just kick them all too and they can just live there?
Okay, like you know. Okay, so you know Skid Row in Los Angeles.
I'm well
right?
aware. I've walked through it.
Yeah.
What about it?
Personally, but
Yeah, healthcare and housing, mental health. Like, if we're talking healthcare, we should also include mental health in there. True. Absolutely true.
So if you have a group of like 20 cops that just break up all the towns and move them everywhere, try to get as many of them in homeless shelters, all of that. Like,
Wait,
that's
cops
what I
don't get homeless people in homeless shelters. That's not what they do. They don't do that in America.
Well, no, I don't want to dox myself too much, but look, where I live, they do that. Like, and maybe that's the policy you should be pushing for. Like, and that's what I.
Yeah,
mean,
we don't have homeless shelters though.
Well, yeah, okay,
we don't build homeless shelters in America. They have the state stopped building them. We have homeless encampments, and then the state breaks those up too.
It's really counterintuitive.
Oh, so I just heard a dono sound. So remember that if you like what I do, if you appreciate the Lucy Haza experience, throw a dono my way, since even a few dollars is a lot of money to me, because the Polish currency is much weaker than the dollar. Thank you.
The problem how you guys have in the U.S.
Yeah, because we have dumbass cop worshippers who don't give a fuck about fixing social issues. They just want to make sure their neighborhood property values continue to rise.
Was that a shot at me?
Yes.
Yes, that was a shot at you.
Okay.
Private, in confidence.
They tell you, huh?
Yes.
Turn off your notification. Can you hear my notifications?
But yes, basically, like, really depressing, you know? It's so depressing. Like, homeless people are being treated as less than human. And it's also one of the things that is just normalized across the board. That is why people can just comfortably say things like, oh, you know, the encampments of homeless people, just break them up, you know? We don't care. That is basically the only place that some people can call home. Just break it up. It's, you know, turn those people's lives into hell.
Sounds? Yes. Oh, well, too bad. I don't give a shit.
Like, when a person just can comfortably say something like that, you know that they don't even see homeless people as human. Like, unironically.
Why are you physically... Do you have a physical document?
I remember that.
Of course I do.
Of course I do.
Is it... What... On what is subject is it? Wait, did you bring a binder to this debate?
Did you not?
Did you bring a binder to this debate?
Did you not?
No, I
You don't
brought
have
it.
anything. You just have your video games there and lying and saying, "Oh, Republicans all up South porn."
You know what they say? Boys from 1994 don't even know how to cook or binder. All they know how to do is play Dark Souls 2, do propaganda, socialism, and lie. You know how they say. And eat hot chip.
Well, it's a meme, but effectively, I guess that's true in this case.
That mentality, Voss, is such a major.
Well, I do Demon Souls, so the basilisk in this game scares me, and all games scare me. It's crazy that Anna Kasparian took the same position on homeless people as this guy. Yeah, because once Anna Kasparian had one negative experience, apparently that's just enough to see people as not human anymore. That's enough to see a group of people as not human anymore across the board. That's amazing. If you don't want homeless people, provide them with housing and mental care. Mental health care. That's it. That is the solution. I've given it. I know. I'm a genius. I have thought of the unthinkable. Who would have thought that the, solution to people being homeless is to provide them with a home? She's had bad takes on homelessness and crime for years, though. I think the debate doesn't actually have a binder. He's just moving papers around. True.
No. I can't let you get away with this because this is what you people do. No. Please. Hunter, my friend, my good friend. It is not about prioritizing the feelings. They are institutionally discriminated against. And what people like you do is you look over the institutional discrimination. I could provide you link after link, study after meta-analysis of the many ways in which LGBTQ people are oppressed in this country and in other places in the West.
True.
And then you all impotently throw your hands up.
Or Poland, that is sometimes considered the West and sometimes not, depending on who's talking about it. Let me just destroy this one.
You say, but somebody got arrested for the tweet. And then it turns out it wasn't even. Then it wasn't even for dead naming. No, that is what happens.
Now you're.
No. Listen, please. In order for you to make the argument you're trying to make, you would need to indicate that the overreach by the state to protect trans people is more harmful to the world than the stuff they're trying to protect trans people from. But there is no evidence of that, and you'll never be able to find it because it doesn't exist.
So in your mind, what would be the perfect balance then?
Wait, I don't want a perfect balance at all. Ideally, I want trans people to not be oppressed. But if in the process of them no longer being oppressed, we can maybe the state gets a little over here a couple times, but trust me, there's plenty of criticism every time the state does anything related to pronouns, okay? This is hardly a non-discussed issue. Yeah, I would take that reality over one in which trans people can never get their voice out because everything they do is posited as an example of their feelings being preferred over cis people. You unironically try to argue that opposing a state authoritarian bathroom bills is an instance of prioritizing trans people's feelings over cis people.
True.
That's such a
a
dishonest
also,
framing.
Oppression is a suppression of rights. Nobody. If it's a private business, transgender people don't even have the right to use certain bathrooms. Just like I might not have the right to use certain
Protected
bathrooms.
classes in the United States of America prohibit employers from discriminating against people for a wide variety of characteristics, including, according to an interpretation by the Supreme Court in the past decade, transgender people. They don't.
Bam.
The state was trying to impose the
Based
right to
wash.
discriminate against trans people in an instance of authoritarianism. And I am so happy to be part of a group of people, whether that be the leftist community or Democrats or trans people or whatever, that recognizes that for what it was, which was bigotry coming in the way of a group of people's rights. Because that's what it was. There was no data on this. It was bigotry.
Well, I will. You know what? I will concede that point. I agree that you
Oh,
I haven't
damn.
debated the bathroom thing in quite a while, and I will admit that there were certain things about the bathroom policies that I think you explained well.
All I'm saying is that there's a difference between trans women and women.
Oh no!
There's a difference.
The famous clip that people added music and anime girls to. Oh wow! Well, that one takes me back. That's a nostalgia trip, if there ever was one. Also, I'm pretty sure we can upgrade the weapon now. Pretty sure we can upgrade the weapon now. Okay, prepare yourselves for this one. Well, is this Hunter? Yikes. Yes, that is Hunter. That is that famous debate in which Vosh was able to make Hunter think more about his actions. Let me see. Let me read the chat for a bit because this stream values the chat. Oh, is this Hunter be uploaded before he left the right? Yes. I think the debater in the debates. Okay. Not a lot of chat for me to
Difference between
plow
black
through.
women and white women, but they're both women, aren't they? So trans women and cis women are like
famous
different in some
clip.
respects. They're both equally women.
There's
a difference between tall and short women, big booby and little booby and no booby woman, black and white woman, but they are all women all the same. Cis woman and trans woman, curly hair woman and straight hair woman.
I guess I'm a small booby. Small booby woman. Okay, let's continue.
They are all women, all the same. I agree. Yes.
And women.
Huh?
What is a woman?
What is a woman? Anyone who identifies as a woman.
A man with a penis is also just the same as a woman.
No, they would have to identify as a woman, in which case they would stop being a man.
So, and they have the capacity to inseminate, right?
Yes, some women can inseminate. Yes.
No, wait, okay.
Why do you keep saying this like if you use the most specific examples, maybe you'll find that no, dude. Yeah.
We call these women the inseminatrix. See, you can thank me for this term. The inseminatrix. There you go. There you have it. You heard it here first.
Women can have penises. Women can have beards. Women can have big fucking dick.
The
However big your dick
inseminatrix.
is, women dick 3 times as big.
5 times as big.
Women can have prostates. Women can fucking give birth and make other people give birth. Women can be lots of things. All you have to do is identify as one.
So there's no point in even having the word woman.
Yes. Yes. My gender abolitionist comrade. Thank you.
I'm not used to this clip without the music and everything. I'm used to the clip like with the music and added girls.
We're on it now. Are trans women women?
Are trans women women?
Who is this person?
If that's how they identify.
Oh wait.
Personally, from my own personal perspective,
Is this Coach Red Pill? You know, the person that got arrested in Ukraine? Is that him? Or no? Is that him? Is that the Coach Red Pill guy or no? Am I mistaking my bigots? Gender abolitionism achieved. True. But regardless, I don't know. All bigots look the same to me. That's Michael Tracy. See, all bigots look the same to me. They're just indistinguishable.
Happy to honor their requests in terms of what
just all the same.
Be perceived as by society. Sure.
So you'd humor them.
I would humor them.
Yeah.
I don't know that I would put it that way.
Oh, Michael Tracy, the one that, okay, the one that spews BS about Ukraine as well, right? Like the one that later is like, Michael. The one that keeps saying that the US should not have joined World War II or something because the government lied. Okay, that Michael, I get it.
I would respect their wishes.
So it's the time when Vosh had long hair and looked a lot more like Jesus.
But would they be women?
For all intents and purposes, in terms of how I treat them, yes.
But that's not the same as saying they're women. That's just saying you treat them like women.
If I treat you as a woman and I regard you as a woman, then in terms of your interactions with me, you're a woman. I don't really get the distinction.
So imagine if I ask you, do you think black people are people? And you say, well, I'll treat them like people. What do you think that would suggest about your opinions towards black people? It would be that they're kind of not people, right? That's what you're doing right now. Dancing around the answer doesn't make your position any more nuanced. It just takes longer for me to get at your actual idea. So I have to ask you, why can a person with a penis not be a woman?
Because women don't have penises.
Why not? Can you find me a dictionary definition of woman which includes that?
I would only point to your mom. Did your mom have a penis?
I'm sorry, does every woman have to have a penis? I know women with penises.
No women have ever had a penis, and no mom has ever had a penis. I'm just asking.
My mom's had a lot of penises.
Wait, I know.
Is this person saying that every woman is a mom? So I guess if a woman is not a mom, then she's not a woman. Good to know. Good to know.
So these are irrational arguments. So let's give it another shot. Can
Well,
you
it's
explain
irrational
to
to
me?
say that a woman can have a penis. I'm only giving you an example of
why?
Because your moms or women have wombs.
Some of them do.
And vaginas. I know this is news. This is what I mean by it's madness.
You're not
but I
even
have to
engaging,
try and
dude.
break
You're
this out to
you're
you.
lost.
It's like you, Vash. Between the two of us, you're the crazy person, buddy. You're the one.
Buddy.
You're coming off and no, I'm asking you, but you can't answer because you know that you have no arguments here. The fact of the matter
because
is,
I'm bored with your madness.
everything. But I'm asking you. So explain. Okay. So the fact that some women have wombs isn't an argument that some women can't have penises. So why can't a woman have a penis?
A woman can't have a penis because they don't.
Okay, so you know you can't, man. This is so I'm the mad one, but you're the one who has to resort to tautology in order to defend his positions.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Damn,
Yeah,
it's
I'll
not
go with that.
surprising that you lost in every single academic circle and that every organization around the Western world unilaterally agrees with me. Like
Yeah,
it's
I
pretty
say the
crazy.
same to-
That's some
I say
crazy
the same
far
thing
left
to all the
madness
time.
right there. You know?
Yeah. Yes, it's true. One of us is mad.
Okay, just circular reasoning is like irrational, right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Doug, I mean, if a trans woman presents as a woman, then I am perfectly fine with that. I don't see how that's dancing around the issue or evading
right,
but opposing to me, and especially if I'm asking you to define your terms here.
So is Tulsi Gabbard a woman?
Is Tulsi Gabbard a woman? Yeah, I mean, she presents as a woman, sure.
Okay, wait. So you just answered with yes immediately. When I ask you if a trans woman is a woman, I hear 5 minutes of tap.
Uh-oh.
So there's obviously a difference between how, like...
I don't think that there's a difference because, I mean, trans woman is a sort of a, I don't know, it's a newer category of what it means to be a woman. And,
and I'm asking
I don't know.
if you
I think
fit in that.
denigrating. I think denigrating people for saying I will treat everybody with respect. I will honor their preferences
denigrating you, I'm
for how
just
they
asking
present
you.
to the world.
Denigrating.
These sort of bizarre interrogation style questions. I don't see how that advances.
But I'm not. It's not a bizarre interrogation. I mean, I'm just asking like over and over.
What the hell? Another the Young Turks defector, by the way. Wait, Michael Tracy was on the Young Turks? Is this for real? This person that I'm pointing to in the upper left corner, that person was in the Young Turks? Okay.
over the same
Amazing.
question.
Amazing.
So we're getting more and more creative ways.
Wow.
Sell me. Why should I like support the super straight movement? I'm woke. I like people's identities, and I support people's right to fuck who they want. So like, sell me on it. You know.
So the reason to support the super straight movement is because it points out the hypocrisy of the woke community. So if you don't like the
what
woke
hypocrisy?
community, the fact that they accept some identities but not others.
That's not a hypocrisy. That's fun. Wait, hold on. You're okay. Wait, hold on. You're okay with me shaking your hand but not punching you in the face? I thought you were in favor of all forms of hand-based, like, physical contact. What? Nobody in the left has ever said they accept all identities. What about neo-Nazis? Like, this is such a fragile criticism. You claim to be accepting of all identities. You're okay with trans people, but not neo-Nazis? The hypocrisy of the left.
I'm technically
knows no
okay with
bounds.
all identities. I don't care what your identity is. You can identify as a attack helicopter. I'm fine with that. I don't care. I don't care about your identities.
Okay, but nobody on the left has pledged to support every identity that exists, because this
That's
would
nonsense.
Every political identity that has tried to hurt them as well.
So the argument here isn't that literally
Young Turks, factory of right-wing grifters. I actually forgot what this person's name is as well, but this person's also pretty horrible, and thinks of himself as very, very smart, which is the saddest thing of all. He thinks of himself as extremely smart, but it's actually embarrassing.
That's the argument you're making.
No, it's not. So the argument is that there is such a broad spectrum of identities listed. Like, just watch a Blair White video where she just goes through
Blair White.
Is that where you get your understanding of the woke community, from Blair White videos?
No, but she's a good example because she makes this argument. So a good reason to know this is a legitimate argument made against the woke community and why
the woke community
super straight label is because the proponent,
whatever that means, the woke community. Imagine unironically defending the super straight label. Imagine that. Imagine being embarrassing enough to do that.
Opponents of the anti-woke community say this. The people with hundreds of thousands of followers.
What is the woke community?
Saying that, yes, this is a good argument because it shows the hypocrisy of the woke community. That's the reason they're saying it. Not because of transphobia.
What
because,
argument is that? Wait, hold on. Who? Like, give me an example of who?
Sargon, Blair White, Black ABC.
So it's just a coincidence that all these people are transphobes. You just named Blair White the most self-hating trans woman on earth.
Black Pigeon Speaks, the best example.
It's not because they're transphobic. Wait, hold on. It's not because they're transphobic. Hold on. It's just a coincidence that everyone pushing for this publicly is transphobic, you know. In ancient Greece, they actually said it was only gay if you were the one taking it in the ass. So if you were just going around fucking dudes in the ass, that wasn't gay at all. Like that was het behavior. That was king behavior.
I mean, you got to admit that does at least sound better.
Right. Oh, so now we defer to arbitrarity. Okay. So wait, hold on. Let's go forward. Okay. So you agree that you're not necessarily gay if you're fucking some femboy ass. All right. We can move from this. Okay. Hold on. All right. So do you think that it would be gay then to have sex with a trans woman? Assuming you're a guy.
Wait, is the trans woman biologically a man? Or
Yes, like the Grecian femboys, they would have been assigned male at birth.
Grecian femboys. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. The Grecian femboys.
I think Doug's computer broke. Yeah, Doug's computer froze.
Is he real?
No, this is what happened.
Or is he just thinking really hard?
He short-circuited because he's like, wait, hold on. His computer crashed when he alt-tabbed and started Googling.
So you know how I talk.
Yeah,
do you
want?
Not
should we like pull up the
back?
old video where you don't sound like a lunatic LARPer trying to sound like a British judge in a head wig? What are you sounding like?
I'm just amusing myself.
I'm
having fun.
I'm having fun as well, my good boy. Why don't we continue with both of us attempting this ridiculous charade?
You should have fun.
Who is this?
Please make the good case.
So I
good
believe
sir.
your understanding of the word grifter was inaccurate prior to this point. I'd like
Very
to correct
comedic,
you if I
very
may.
funny.
Wait, who is this? Now you have to give me this name. I don't remember. Should I remember this person's name? Oh my god. I'm having a memory problem, I guess. Arc Warhammer. No way. Really? Is this really Arc Warhammer? No, I think it's Crowd. I actually think it's Crowd. I don't think Vosh ever talked with Arc Warhammer.
If you believe that indeed a grifter is anyone who attempts to do anything to benefit their
And
own
if you
standing,
believe,
then
dear sir, that
I do believe a
Schwinn
grifter would be
has
everyone on
truly
Earth.
changed and has redeemed herself in the eyes of everyone. Please make that case.
Jesus Christ.
In the meantime,
for Biden, Biden is going to kill, let's say, 250,000 innocent civilians with the drone strikes. Trump's going to kill 350,000. Do you really think?
We're gonna get to this game, by the way. We are going to get to Resident Evil 3 remake.
Are you
just
about
so
to
you
ask?
know.
Are you about to make fun of me for saying that I'm willing to save 100,000 lives by voting for someone I don't like for it?
No.
Are you gonna
What
make
I'm
fun of me
saying
for
is,
that?
do you think those people give a fuck who killed 250 or 350?
Yes,
Do you
I think
they-
100,000 people
They're
would
gonna
care
hate us
very much.
Either way, Bosch, they're gonna hate us either way. That's what
Wait,
I'm trying to say.
what? Wait, are you literally saying the lives of 100,000 people aren't relevant? What the fuck are you
I'm
talking
saying
about?
That the living people, the people that remain, the survivors of all the attacks that are going to happen, whether we have Trump or Biden, they're still going to hate us.
I don't make this. I don't choose my political outcomes based on fucking like how people are going to think of me personally afterwards. If I can vote for Biden and it's going to lead to fewer deaths than voting for Trump, and it doesn't materially harm my interests,
fucking hate you. They don't care.
they're gonna hate us either way. If your argument is true, why not
Okay,
just
so
save the
you
lives?
That they're gonna hate us. That's what I'm trying to say about the fucking media. They're always gonna hate us.
No.
It doesn't matter what-
There's a huge difference between how the media is going to treat somebody like you and how the media treats somebody like Bernie. Bernie recognized, because he's not a fucking idiot like half the lefties on Twitter right now, that it is actually possible to get decent coverage from the media. The media was not during his entire campaign just running shit fucking shots at him, taking every single blow they could. No. Quit essentializing and quit reducing incredibly complicated political situations to whatever fits your narrative. There were plenty of instances where Bernie was given a
when Warren
comparatively
got on
fair
st-
shot by the media, and the reason why is because he didn't just throw them in the garbage because he assumed he was never going to be popular with them anyway. Bernie was
Warren
smarter than
called
you
him
and
a
smarter than Kyle
fucking
Kalinske.
misogynist.
What?
Warren essentially called him a
Wait,
misogynist.
do you follow my
Warren-
channel? I covered all this shit. Do you think that every single news... Wait, listen. Do you think every single news site and every single media commentator was taking every possible opportunity to shit talk Bernie for the entirety of his election cycle?
If they had the opportunity, they would take it.
No, then you're
Absolutely.
then you're an idiot. Media coverage is way more complicated than that. This is the kind of reductionist takes that make you people completely politically ineffective. You're not capable of understanding the nuance necessary to engage with complicated systems, so you throw it all out the window and you just whine on Twitter and refuse to engage with any of the fucking complexities.
Ouch.
Definitely did.
Fucking fuck, dude. This is your content, man.
Well, yeah,
Embarrassing,
bringing
man.
dumb fucks
Not
on and
covering-
making
not
fun of
covering-
them.
Not covering Kara Eastman's very important
The
medical,
media.
but talking about
Hold on.
whether or not someone was body shaming you or not.
When
after
you-
you called them rat faced, you're a little
Micron PA?
Pennsylvania, this motherfucker might roll up, deck you out.
Man,
That's what I'm here to do. I'm here to beat you up, Vouch.
That nobody who defends the U.S.
Micron PA.
place there, so I have to educate them. And yeah, wage
know
labor.
it-
I knew that name.
The Soviet
I
Union.
know it took place, and you do a massive disservice to the cause when
Oh,
you
no.
agitate and reaffirm bourgeois propaganda. Like, don't you
Oh,
ever
no,
think,
we're
let
doing
me
it
ask you
again.
something.
Oh, like
Let
the
me ask you
Nazis, the
something.
Jewish propaganda.
Slow down, dude. Slow down, bro.
Slow down, bro, brother.
What did I say that was bourgeois propaganda?
so-
wait, you have
yo,
to tell me.
yo.
What did I say that was bourgeois?
Slow down, brother.
All right, so
Wait,
every
what did I
time
say?
you-
Oh no, you're exactly like them.
Why
The
don't you
three
just-
Nazi debates
you
in a row.
You want to compare me to Nazis, guys? Watch what he's doing right here. He has to compare me to fascists. He has to conflate me with fascism.
What did I say that
to
was
try and
bourgeois
de-radicalize-
propaganda?
He has to de-radicalize you guys from the hard left. He has.
De-radicalize. I remember this debate. It was...
What did I say?
Which is the reason why he's constantly sitting here trying to get me angry, dude.
What did I
Like,
say
he's
that was
sitting here
bourgeois
trying to-
propaganda?
Well, he's sitting here trying to get me
can't-
angry and
he
get me
can't answer.
emotionally riled up so that he can basically make me look insane and make me
Tier 1 subscribe. Here, just realize you're white. Thank you. Sewer socialism, true. Socialism from the sewers.
Socialism in practice and planned economy.
So
Yeah, you're a neolib because
you
race
explain
to the
what
bottom
brain drain
politics doesn't work. Neoliberal race to the bottom.
So wait,
politics.
hold
You
on.
don't think
I'm
that
gonna
there's
wait really quickly. Last one.
500 other cities that are gonna do the same thing.
So I'm going to explain this to you really quickly. This could be you gave me some
You
info.
don't know shit about municipal politics.
You gave me
That's
some
why
info
you're-
earlier.
That's Mike from PA, isn't it?
Okay.
What's a TIF?
So the difference.
Oh,
So hold on.
What's
let's-
a TIF?
Hold on.
What's a TIF,
So, wait,
Vouch?
hold on.
What's a
Vouch, what's a TIF?
Being educated on this one, Mike. This is very important if you're going to be a socialist advocate. Okay.
What's a market, Bosch?
I don't know. What is a market?
A market.
What's a TIF? Oh no, we're getting the Joker laugh thing. Oh no. Something coming here. Oh, there's something coming here. Wait. A moment, I'm just gonna do this real quick. And then we can continue with the what's a market vouch. Here we go. We're gonna get a Joker laugh now.
Where commodities are
Wait, I could have just
brought to be
asked
bought
you?
and sold.
Wait, I asked you before. What changed?
It was a hypothetical question this whole time, Bosch.
No, you already
Moving
said
on.
that, and we've been
What is a
dancing around, but
commodity?
that doesn't. So wait, what does this have to do with the Walmart Amazon thing?
Oh my god, he's so fucking stupid. He doesn't even know what commodities or markets are.
Okay, that was so funny that I want to actually hear it again. That laugh, that was like... That's one heck of a laugh. Oh my god, that's one heck of a laugh. Like, imagine doing this unironically. Talking with someone and just, you know... Let's hear that again. That's one of the best for sure. Oh my god. Okay, I'm getting punished here. I'm getting punished for my hubris. But never mind, we're gonna defeat these enemies and we are going to hear this again, damn it. You're going to listen to this again, damn it.
Commodities or markets.
Amazon thing. We've been
What-
dancing.
it was
Just
to be
asked
bought
you?
and sold.
Wait, I asked you before.
Okay, let's hear this from the very beginning.
What's a market?
Also, I should play Bloodborne on stream one of these days.
I don't know. What is a market?
A market is a place where commodities are
Wait, I
brought
could have just
to be
asked
bought
you?
and sold.
Wait, I asked you before. What changed?
It was a hypothetical question this whole time, Bosch.
This
No, you
whole
already
time,
said that,
Vosh.
and we've been
Vosh.
dancing around, but that doesn't. So wait, what does this have to
It was a hypothetical question all this time, Vosh. Jesus Christ.
do with the Walmart Amazon thing?
Oh my god, he's so fucking stupid. He doesn't even know what commodities or markets are.
I also love how Vosh reacts to this. I love Vosh's face here. So like, ooh, okay. Yeah, so this is where we're at. Okay. I see. I understand. My goodness. We're gonna have to put this in the... I'm gonna have to put this in the... How would I put it in the... Oh, yeah. Okay, never mind. I have to actually choose this. Jesus. True maniac behavior. We're witnessing a man's mind break in real time. Yeah, this, like... I don't know. It's super amusing to see for some reason.
Ooh. You're a fucking idiot, dude. I hope you enjoy the grift while you can, because this isn't gonna last forever. You're gonna be selling pencils from a cup.
They're gonna be selling pencils from a cup. That's pretty, actually... I really think that Vosh is about to say it, but that's pretty disrespectful of working people. Just saying. Wait, there's actually this nice story. I'm pretty sure it's a Polish story.
In
I'm gonna educate you, okay? So, Hans Christian Andersen is Dutch. A Dutch story. But I think do you know the girl with the matches? The little match girl. Do you know it? About the girl that was selling matches on a freezing night. Do you know this one? And it always reminds me when the person makes the you're gonna be selling pencils from a cup. I just get reminded of the story.
5 to 10 years.
Like I was saying, man, I didn't need to put any work in to make you sound fucking crazy. It's all it takes is a little gravity.
True.
Tell me, then
How do I
then
know
how
that?
do you?
Because I've seen it happen.
How do you
I've seen
solve it?
happen with this
Come on,
city.
come on. How do you solve it?
You solve it through sewer socialism. This is another thing you don't know what it is, probably.
Just answer. How do you solve it?
Sewer social. So you focus on creating the best possible public services. You fund education, and you provide an opportunity for people to maximize their potentialities. You can't control everything by a top-down privatization TIF-based model.
So wait,
TIF-based model.
I did.
You don't
TIF.
know what brain drain is. That's okay. I'll explain it to you. Brain drain is when all the people who get degrees in your city.
This is why you're
no,
bad
it's okay.
TIF.
posture.
Mike.
What's a TIF?
Mike, this is a learning opportunity. That's okay. Hold on.
You
hold on.
don't know anything about politics. It's embarrassing. I'm talking to you.
No, it's okay, Mike. No, we're almost here.
TIF.
Yeah, Kulak's actually opposed Stalin. So
Yeah,
I mean,
everybody
under-
should oppose
under-
Stalin. Stalin was horrible. He's probably
True.
I would
Really?
disagree that everyone opposed Stalin.
no.
Yeah,
Everyone should have opposed Stalin. No,
Oh,
not
okay,
everyone
yeah.
did. Yeah, everyone should have. Yeah, he was.
Well, that's your
horrible-
prerogative, but
What?
in the context
Do
of
you
the
disagree?
USSR,
Even
do I disagree that?
Oh, we should go here.
Stalin in. Like even Lenin.
That's
said,
true.
This guy's fucking dangerous. He's a fucking lunatic. Don't
True.
let this guy get in charge. He had
True.
to kill his opponent.
That's correct. Vosh is correct.
He chased him out of the USSR. And
Well,
then killed
Lenin,
him.
well, Stalin actually democratically won over Trotsky's program. I mean, if you want the citation, I can
Adolf
give it to you.
Adolf Hitler won and then was legally appointed
No,
chancellor.
he was appointed.
Yeah,
He didn't win a democratic election.
He
was appointed.
He won. He got like 30% of the vote prior, and then he was appointed. These were legal processes. The
Yeah,
legality.
but he made himself a dictator illegally by changing the constitution.
And is it? I'm sorry. Is it legal to murder your opponent, Trotsky?
Well, the murdering happened a lot longer, but
Yeah,
even
because he
before
chased
that,
Trotsky. No, he chased Trotsky out. There was a. Oh my God! I'm sorry. I haven't
hold
read
on.
up on my. Wait, I'm sorry. I haven't read up on my Stalin shit for a while. The idea that Stalin succeeding Lenin was an act of democracy is ludicrous.
Yeah. Yep. There are several citations.
I'm sorry. Was this party democracy or was this real democracy?
well, the word "real" kind of begs a question because
Yeah, it
the way
does.
the
Yeah, because I don't
Soviet
think
system-
a society that only lets 10% of its party elites vote is actually a democratic society.
Well, who do you think got those people in power in the first place? Was it
What-
the state? Was it the
You're
the autonomous being
describing.
of the state?
You're
or the workers?
defending an oligarchy. You're saying because Stalin was a strong man who was able to get party officials in power, that their voting for him was legitimate. You're literally defending an oligarchy right now. You realize that, right?
You actually think that people should just move out of Middle America and go live in megacities?
Do we know who the Joker kid was? Some random color. I actually don't know. No. I actually do not know. Interestingly enough. Should I be here? Huh. Maybe there's another place where I should be.
Whenever I talk, you start talking.
So
I have a homework assignment for you.
You can't
Go
answer
look
the
up
question.
You say, there you go.
I started talking.
He actually can't. Dude,
and
he has the
you
neoliberal
started
position,
talking.
unironically.
You started talking when I started
So
talking.
wait,
You
answer
did
the
it
question.
again.
Answer the
I
question.
think so.
How would you prevent people?
No. The Joker laugh person was not Mike from PA.
Middle America.
You can't. Wait, is that in your socialism? You think you can prevent people from leaving one region to the other?
No.
This is Soviet style.
Okay, hold on. Wait, I'm
command
sorry.
and control.
Sorry.
About?
I forgot you
This
had
is bafflingly stupid.
Hold on. So I forgot you had 30 IQ. So what I actually meant, and any reasonable person would have known what I meant.
Go ahead.
What would you do to prevent the drain of resources and labor from Middle America towards Coastal America?
It depends what you're talking about.
So do you want all these communities to just die?
I think some communities are going to shrink, which they already have. And neoliberalism is what made them shrink.
Working class Mike over here. Don't revitalize your cities. Just have everyone move to Seattle. Dude, you have Destiny's position.
You're
just
actually
move.
dumb as fuck.
You think that Stalin had to gulag the gays because capitalism existed?
I think Mike does makes reappearances.
Your argument was that you had to spread dissent amongst the working class to keep the working class from revolting against the bourgeois. But Stalin, there was no proletariat class in Soviet Russia when Stalin did that. So what? He was trying to appease the foreign bourgeois? Like he was thinking like, oh man, if all the Soviet citizens get out one day, we have to make sure that they're divided amongst sexuality lines.
The Soviet Union, the people, the peasants, were extremely reactionary because of millennia of class struggle.
Class struggle couldn't be anything else? How do you know it was class struggle? Also, we're talking about Stalin right now.
How do I know what was class struggle?
There are bigotry.
Jesus.
How do I know if the bigotry of the Soviet people, like their homophobia, was due to class struggle?
Yes. Because Soviet Russia was hugely reactionary, even for people who were born after the revolution and spent their entire lives in the Soviet Union. They were still reactionary.
Right. Because they couldn't spend their resources on combating that reactionary feelings among the people when they had to spend all their resources on trying to keep their country alive.
You're incredible. The mental gymnastics. There's no logical leap that you won't take. You'll adopt anything. You had never thought about that in your life before, but you just paused so you could quickly think of a way out of having to admit you were wrong. That's insane. It's fitting that you're anti-intellectual. You're like a toxin.
So your argument is that in order to generate the tax revenue necessary to upgrade the infrastructure in Omaha, which by the way doesn't even fix brain drain, what they should do is annex neighboring cities to get their tax base.
They're not cities, they're outlying suburbs. They were created
wait,
for
what do you
white
think
flight.
suburbs are
Do you know
in?
what white flight is? What is white flight?
I don't wait, just answer.
That's Mike from PA. What is a TIFF?
Mike, you're doing it. You're doing it again.
Vaush, what was white flight?
Vaush.
That suburbs bleed money, right?
White flight, Vaush. What is white flight?
That is white flight, Vaush.
You don't have an answer, and you're just going to ask rhetorical questions that everybody has an answer to.
Every time I talked about sewer socialism. I talked
so
about.
Can you point me to an area?
I thought Joe Cricket was some no-name person, but certainly was unhinged enough to be Mike from PK. True.
In Omaha, that's suburban, that hasn't been. You do realize that suburbs are an economic drain on cities, right? There's a video series that I can show you. Suburbs are actually the least economically productive.
With me. They're saying that cities lose because of the creation of suburbs because they lose their.
The annexation of suburbs will decrease the city's revenue.
Wrong. You're stupid.
All right.
Stupid.
Have fun.
You're actually dumber than I thought.
Neoliberal Mike, just.
You're stupid.
All right. Wow.
Well, that's a bit of a loaded statement
because
Trotsky wasn't murdered until well after that referendum.
He was chased out of the Soviet Union as Stalin assumed power.
All right. Let's just get away from
Wait. Why? That's so dishonest. Why would you say that? He was chased out above threat of death. Just because death happened after doesn't mean
he was assassinated.
Didn't exist prior.
He was assassinated.
He was a good boy. He didn't do nothing.
I'm sorry. Did you just didn't do nothing me? Did you just pivot off of acknowledging a point by trying to suggest that the person who was murdered was legitimate? What the fuck are you talking about? You're the reason. You're the reason why I can't. Stalin never should have been put in power. He was a lunatic, and Lenin knew it. He was just strong and charismatic. That's the only reason he was kept around.
Charismatic. Stalin was actually not all that charismatic. It was a bit more complicated than that. Stalin was like Stalin was not Hitler. Like, Stalin didn't do big flowery speeches, etc., as far as I know. Like, I'm pretty sure Stalin was far more reserved and uncharismatic, actually.
So do you agree that treason should lead to death?
What do you mean treason? He ran against Trotsky. What treason did Trotsky commit by running against Stalin?
After. Your point was
after he was chased out by threat of death.
Your point was, Vosh, is that Stalin was...
He sucked too, but that's not exactly the point Vosh is making. Vosh is making a point that he was just assassinated. You know? And that the person is trying to make the he was no saint argument.
Is
treason? I can't believe...
Wasn't Trotsky's main criticism Stalin, like, I would have done the same thing he's doing, but better? And I just wanted to say they both sucks. Trotsky's criticism of Stalin was a bit different than I would have done the same thing, but better. I'm pretty sure Trotsky was... well, I would actually have to read about this again. I used to be really good at this on this topic, but it's been years.
Even listening to a left
Stalin.
You keep interrupting me. You keep interrupting me.
True.
You just compared Hitler to Stalin. Hitler appointed himself and then changed the German constitution to make himself
I compared
dictator.
your defense.
Hitler did not appoint himself. What? Somebody doesn't know their history. Hitler absolutely did not appoint himself. What do you mean Hitler appointed himself? Hindenburg appointed Hitler. How would that even work? Hitler appointed himself.
Of Stalin to other alt-righters' defense of Hitler.
Okay, well, do that all day. I don't care. I'm not a...
I know you don't.
I mean,
you don't...
Nah, he didn't. He didn't use, like... It was more complicated than that.
About any, you don't give a fuck about the proletariat, dude. You like reading your theory, imagining yourself smarter to the
kind of, but not exactly.
Fantasy that you may one day lead the Vanguard Party. Don't you fucking scoff at me. I know exactly what your type is like. You're the fucking petite authoritarian. You're the one who believes that if you were born in a different class station, you could have been the one to lead the...
I use my presidential power to appoint myself president.
But in reality, you and me are no different from the average person. We're a little bit more well-read, but we are just as stupid and self-interested as every person watching this and every person right now on an oil rig or working at a fucking barista job at Starbucks. We are not above them. We are them. And I would not want to be part of any leftist revolution that precludes their will for our fucking enlightened sensibilities.
Where your framing is for where you're getting your arguments, and every time I press you and ask you a question to make sure I get like
Mel. Oh no.
Your nuance was ignore data because it's from the West.
I'm not saying that Western data is bad. I don't believe that all Western data is bad. That's just ignorant.
You just said, would you really take Western data over the anecdote of one individual?
No, I didn't say that. I meant like...
Wait, chat, did she not say that?
That's not...
You know this is being recorded, right? My memory's not that bad.
Of course I do, but you're misinterpreting everything that I'm saying.
Did you
misspeak? Everything literal, and you're just going through every single...
When I said something wrong, you took it literally. You should have interpreted it allegorically, like a dance.
You're interpreting everything I'm saying. Literally, you're not giving any sort of
You complained that I interpreted what you said literally. You're like beyond...
Jesus. Self-empowerment law but Hindenburg put him in the position. Right, yeah.
Under parody.
The issue is the Uyghur genocide is happening. There's proof it's happening. It's not just one report of questionable authenticity. There is a plurality of evidence concretely indicating that it is something that's happening. Is all the data coming out from Western
And
media
if it's
about it
happening,
accurate?
if it's happening the way
Probably
you
not.
say it's happening, that's wrong, and I denounce it.
If it is, ooh, okay, all right.
But I'm saying that we don't have all the facts. There are a lot of
Oh no!
media that people have
It's the.
questions about, and I am.
Oh my god!
I'm hearing this from like.
It's the cultist guy. It's the cult guy. Oh god. How? Oh, that aged. The cult leader. Wow. Like it's the boss of Yankee Tanky. Yankee Tanky came out of this guy's thing. Interesting. Uh-oh. Yankee Tanky gave rise to this guy, called Moppin or something. Yeah, Moppin gave rise to the Yankee Tanky.
Like a
Seeing
leftist.
how consistently the U.S. media lies, how the New York Times mistranslated workers in their video about China's healthcare. I mean, there is consistent deception in U.S. media when it comes to all things regarding China. So I have questions about it. You know, have me arrested, have me shot.
Have me shy.
I don't need to have you shot. This isn't China, so that's not how we respond to political dissidents. But yeah, that's insane. Like this,
Well,
this
actually,
is
that is
like
what you're
genocide
doing. When
denial.
you call tankies fascists, everyone knows you're dog whistling to anarchists and Antifa
yes.
to be violent. You are calling for violence.
Ah,
You
yes.
would have had Nelson Mandela beaten up by Antifa.
What?
You would have
Antifa.
had Albert Einstein punched in the face. You
What?
equate
What?
that defend socialist countries and question the lies about them in media with Nazis. That's what you're doing.
Antifa.
This is like
And
when I argue with
historically,
fascists and they're
would
like,
have
you want
been
to
one
kill
of the
all white
that-
people.
That spit on civil rights marchers because they were part of the Communist Party.
Well,
That's what you're doing.
so
The
my
Civil Rights
criticism at
Congress,
you-
a tanky organization, William L.
Antifa.
Henry Winston, great heroic organizers who fought for civil rights. You
My
equate that
criticism
because
of
they
you
defended the
is that
Soviet
you've
Union.
engaged
They
in
questioned the historical
genocide
narrative about
denialism.
Stalin. You equate them with Nazis. You want violence
No,
against
no, no,
such
no,
people.
no, no, no,
That's
just
despicable.
you. No,
That
no,
is
my dude.
despicable.
They're not all as bad as you. Just you. You're the one doing the genocide denialism.
You do realize not all growth
Why
is
was
driven
that
by.
relevant? Why
I
was-
can
why
wait.
was that
I'll
picture
just
of
mute
that
you and then I'll
Twitter
continue. There we go. So yeah, I will mute you because you're clearly unwilling to talk about this because you know the shit you say is incredibly fucking stupid and you don't actually want to defend it. So I'll just go, and when I'm done reading it, I'll let you on.
Oh my gosh.
You do realize not all growth is driven by colonialism, right? Full economic development worldwide under autonomous socialism would add billions to the modern labor force. Neocolonialism doesn't generate total wealth, it limits it while ensuring... that
I'm
the
stuck. I don't know where to go.
All right. Welcome back. Did you hear that?
No, I wasn't paying attention.
True.
Well, do you remember the tweet?
Oh no, I don't read. I mean, we can both play stupid if you want. If you're gonna mute me, then I can just be stubborn about it. If you're gonna be a child,
So,
I really
I can't-
sincerely
so
want to
I'm
have.
try-
I
I
want to have
told
a,
you-
I've been wanting to have a
We're
mature
gonna be
conversation with
true.
you for like
You're doing
months
very
now.
good.
I can't believe I hear this from leftists. Why?
How do you explain then the approval ratings of the Chinese people for their own
Hitler
state?
had skyrocketing approval ratings during the height of his regime. That's irrelevant.
Well, how long did Hitler's approval ratings last? I mean, the approval ratings in China, they
Pretty
lasted quite a
fucking
while.
high until the Nazi regime fell. I promise you. Approval ratings are irrelevant. People have high approval. Fucking Trump got elected on Make America Great Again because a bunch of boomers want
Trump's
to go back to
approval
living
ratings
in.
are not high, though.
Trump's approval rating within the Republican Party, his party,
Yeah, but we're not
is
just
massive.
talking about the
In
Republican
China,
Party.
there is only one party.
Uh-oh.
I'm not talking about approval ratings just within the Chinese Communist Party. I'm talking about approval ratings as measured by like Gallup.
There's only
of the
one
entirety
party.
Of the Chinese people. If you
Wait,
wanted to
wait,
make
I'm
a
sorry. Wait, I
comparison
can't believe this. This is insane. You're a leftist and you're defending the
wanted to make a
authenticity of
comparison-
approval
if you
ratings
wanted
in
to
an
make a
autocratic
comparison with-
society where people are imprisoned for opposing the state. Do you think there might be a little bit of a pressure on people to not oppose the state or express dislike? Do you think there aren't propaganda mills running out in their countries to tell everyone how great their country is?
There's going to be propaganda mills in every single society, including like any society.
No, here in America, we all fucking hate our elected representatives. We hate everyone in Congress and everyone in the Senate because that's
everybody
right to fucking despise our government. But in glorious People's Comrade Proletarian Republic of China, nope, you have to fucking adore the state that you live in because dissent is disincentivized in every conceivable sense. How can you call yourself a leftist when you're defending an authoritarian state with a president for life and you're defending its approval?
What about the 20%? What about the 20% of people that don't like the state? Then, if China, authoritarians do say, why isn't the approval rating like what 100%?
It has to be 100% for it to be authoritarian. I'm not arguing the approval rating.
Not that China's not authoritarian.
Did you hear about the 1 to 4 player online action game Transformers game? I have not. No.
I'm asking you to prove that it's not a democracy.
I'm not arguing it's not a democracy. You were the one who tried to use. Wait, hold on. You were the one who tried to use approval ratings as an.
Bosch is losing patience.
It's irrelevant. Adolf Hitler had a high approval rating in a non-democratic society. Fascist governments right now, what's happening right now in Hungary and Poland, very high approval ratings for the fascists.
Very sad.
Prominence. Democracy and approval ratings have nothing to do with one another.
What fundamentally would you?
Hungary and Poland. I'm pained. This is old Bosch material and nothing has changed ever since then. I don't know. I'm depressed now. You know what can make me less depressed? If you donate.
Describe as democracy because I see it as if it's ruled by the people, then it's democracy. If the people are agreeing
President for life.
If the people are agreeing with the president for life, then it's a democracy.
No, what? People agreed with Hitler. This is insane. You're literally just a fascist.
You have to face
You're a fascist painted red. Do you realize that? You're defending populist rule of an authoritarian leader and saying that as long as they're representing the will of the people, that their rule is valid. This is identical to fascism.
Okay, so Fuentes, Grover, Red Fash, Tanky,
when Fuentes doesn't like data, he calls it Jewish, and you call it Western.
Beyond parody. What else are you going to say to me, Bosch? How condescending can you possibly be this entire
I don't know. What you are, in this case, digging your own grave right now. So I'm just watching.
I don't lose anything about this. I think I'm going to lose nothing after this conversation.
Well, no, because you don't have anything. You're not like some giant public figure. And the people you associate with are as stupid and
Why do no energy, Lucy?
Reprehensible as you.
Because I'm lost. If somebody can tell me how to unlock myself here, then I'll get. Also, I'm saving energy for the next thing, which we'll get to soon. I'm saving my energy for the main event for today. Russia is not democracy. True, it is.
Lose anything, okay?
But yes, I need to save my energy for the next thing.
Listen, my content already knows you're a worthless piece of shit, and the kinds of people who don't like me are the kinds of people who would already agree with me on that.
Okay.
Simple, Google it.
Listening to people that sit in a chair.
People don't want to wait as I Google.
It's calling other people piece of shit. Like, what have you done? Have you
Well, I
organized?
substantiated the argument is what I did.
Have you organized, Bosch?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna wander around for now.
All right.
I
You
see.
said that this was a poorly ventilated building. There was a massive gaping hole on the top of the roof.
Gaping
There
hole.
was open windows, and there was multiple
There's a
avenues
gaping hole.
to leave the building and go out into the open. Where
How long have we went with this? Okay, we're gonna go a bit over an hour and then we're gonna go to the main event. I think it's time.
been able to have fresh air. The toxicologist pointed out that it didn't make sense.
The city was under siege.
It's about the gas that goes up.
In the short time period between the reported occurrence of the alleged incident and the time that the videos were recorded, that they would have had that onset of excessive
I remember that debate.
pulmonary edema.
I think I was playing FF4. No. What was I playing when I listened to this?
Wait, please hold on. And you hear your roof get blown. Is your response to run out into
I'm
the
trying to think. I was playing a game when I listened to this for the first time. What was it? What was the game that I was playing when I first heard this? something with barriers that I needed to destroy with other people. I think it was... Jesus Christ, what was it? It might have been Lost Ark, actually. I might have been playing Lost Ark when that happened.
Right? A hole in the roof too.
It wasn't a one-story building. There were people in the lower floors of the building. All they heard was the roof get blown out. Chlorine gas is heavier than air. It sank to the lower levels, which is where most of the corpses were found.
It was not a highly contained building. There were open windows. There was very clear avenues for people to leave the building, such as doors, and there was a gate in the top of the building, which is where
just leave through the door.
Okay, so in one of the
Chlorine
cases,
gas sinks. So wait, I know. So I get this sometimes when I argue with like wannabe Jackie Chans who think they could kung fu their way out of like assault. If you're in Syria and your city has been under shelling from the government for a long time now, you hear your roof get blown out, people are screaming, dust is billowing down, and all of a sudden people start choking. Is it dust? Is it gas? You don't know, but you do know you're not supposed to go outside during a fucking shelling. Now, normally, when it comes to chlorine gas attacks, you head to higher ground, but the gas was coming from the higher ground. This was a worst-case scenario for the people in the lower levels of that building. That's where the corpses were found.
I love that your denial of the Uyghur Holocaust right now, because
No,
it's...
didn't deny anything.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. There are flaws
Denial.
in the official narrative. You're trying to.
Ah.
I know what you're doing. I
Flaws
didn't
in the
deny anything.
Oh, I've heard that before too. Hey, did you know that when the Soviet Union originally arrived at the Auschwitz-Birkenau camp, the plaque that they...
Right. So
Whoa,
you
no,
don't
whoa,
equate
whoa,
communists
slow
with
down
Nazis,
there,
now you
Malpin.
do. Okay, all
Did
right.
you...
Okay,
Wait, hey...
continue, right?
Did you know that the plaque that they originally posted suggested that 6 million died there, when in reality the updated number later said 1.47 million? Did you know that there was an order for a metal door that went to a camp that didn't actually have any door frames that could fit it? Seems almost like it might have been bought by another group trying to incriminate that. Oh, wait. I'm not saying that the Nazis didn't do anything. Mind you, I'm just saying that there is undeniably a lot of war propaganda following, the World War II. That we examine critically before we, fully address any of the accusations here. Dude, you literally are doing this. Just because there are a couple... Just because... you're questioning the official narrative.
I mean, and you started this by saying you don't equate people like me with Nazis.
Wait.
No,
I don't equate all.
Everyone sees how.
Wait. I don't equate all tankies to Nazis.
I mean, the Holocaust is one of the most well-documented
Can you let me finish?
History. And at the time that it happened, mainstream media in the United States
were the
ones
okay?
downplaying it. It was mainstream media that was downplaying it, and it was leftists like myself that raised the alarm about fascism.
So
All right, Malpin, killing people. While people like you, people that hate communists, people that hate the Soviet Union, they were the ones downplaying the crimes.
Dude, you don't give a fuck about communism.
I need you to answer, all right? So you don't think there's any malintent? There's no conspiracy. There's no collective intent to harm America. It's not about destroying the Goyim or white people. It's not about deliberately bringing in brown people to destroy.
I think the reason Henkel doesn't interrupt is because he knows he can't outman Vosh. I mean, Vosh has a deeper voice than Henkel. Let's see. Okay, we've went over an hour. Now it's time for the main event. Now my energy will be back. But first, I will begrudgingly try to look up the thing. I know, I will not. Okay, let's go. It's time for the main event. Chud logic. It's time. It's finally time.
I cannot believe I have...
I cannot believe it either, but it's time. Chud goes nuclear on disgusting Me Too attempt from vicious revenge. I don't care. Black bread tuber bashes Vosh Keffels in bizarre anti-weight video. Interesting. We could watch this as part of the... Okay, I'm actually... I wanted to watch a very specific video, but now I'll give you a choice. Foreign man from foreign land, Chud logic, or the left eats itself. Anna Kasparian, chud logic. You write what you want, and we will do our wellness check on chud logic based on that. Choose your destiny. Anna Kasparian from Fake Alec Kyle Parker. Anna from Maya Major. Okay, that's 2 people. Okay, let's go then. I'm gonna change the title of the stream. Chud logic wellness check. Boo 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 boo. Wait. Boo 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 boo. Title changed. I heard O'Berry just now, so something must have happened. Something must have happened. $15. Anna Kasparian money overrides democracy. True. Let's go.
Hey. You know what I mean? You know, insane, ridiculous.
You know what I mean. You know what I mean. This is gonna be a thing. We're gonna revive the British voice that I do from time to time. We're gonna revive the British Lucy. You know what I mean? Anna knows that from personal experience. You know what I mean? My goodness.
Riots.
Riots.
One
True.
of them grabs me by my hip.
Savages. Oh, riots like savages.
Like with an erection and everything, just starts like humping me. But I had never, ever disclosed the race of these 2 individuals.
Oh! Get owned! Get owned!
Oh! I really hate how just, I don't know, uncreative those openers are. At least Steven, you know, Destiny, at least when he does his cold openers, it's like he tries to create some sort of intrigue by saying, like, by giving part of a sentence without giving the conclusion. So if you want the conclusion, you have to sort of like wait for the full video. And in Chud Logic, it's just, you know, clips from him screaming or something. Like at least, you know, at least Destiny's videos do try to create this. The main reason, my main opinion on trans issues is, and it cuts to something else, right? And here it's just...
This is crazy, man.
There's just nothing, basically. You could cut the intro and, you know...
It's totally fucking nuts. I don't think we should be racist to black people, but I think that...
Oh. That's the only part when it was actually done. I don't think you should be racist, but I think that, and it cuts to something else. This is the only part when it was actually done. I guess I should congratulate.
Pretty crazy. Anna Kasparian went on Adam and Sitch and Adam. Like this is
Sitch and Adam.
Pretty big stuff if you know about this stuff.
I guess it is a dig. I guess it is a dig from Chud Logic against the program. Because the thumbnail has the Sitch and Adam thing as well. So I guess that's a pretty conscious dig, right? Proxy war. Yes, it's a proxy war against Chud Logic. What? What do you mean? What are you saying?
Right. Anna Kasparian is obviously from the Young Turks.
Yes.
Anna Kasparian obviously, you know, has had kind of progressive takes. I think basically it's this, right? Listen,
yes. Tell us.
I don't want to suck my own dick here, okay?
Oh, you do. You do. You do want to suck your own dick. Don't lie, Chud Logic. Whenever somebody says that, it means that they want the opposite of what they're saying. In this case, you very much do want to suck your own dick, so don't even try.
I'm not the only one that spotted this, and some people spotted it earlier than me, okay? But like towards the end of last year, it's the seeds were planted for me when, I mean, lots of things planted the seeds here and there, right? Like the white fragility stuff I always thought was cringe. The way that businesses were adopting these kind of like, you know, CRT-based programs where they tell you should stop being so white and stuff.
Oh. So this is the angle where Chud Logic is going with this. Chud Logic is saying, oh yeah, I've been the early adopter of this based stance that Anna Kasparian has now. I see.
Things sort of started planting the seed and stuff. The Rittenhouse stuff really made me go, hang on a minute, why are people, you know, during the trial, obviously I covered that. Some of the trans conversation. But yeah, basically, towards the sort of end of last year, start of this year, I was just like, do you know what? This progressive stuff is going way too far.
There you go.
I don't want to be chained to this. You know, I'm wanting to move away from all this stuff. I don't agree with the way that these people talk about it.
I see. I was based before Anna Kasparian was based or something silly like that. What the fuck is he talking about? He's saying that basically he was based for being the early person to stop being progressive, okay? And now Anna Kasparian is joining this based trend. This is what Chud Logic is saying, basically.
I agree with the extremities of the trans stuff. I don't agree with this immediate anti.
Oh, what are the extremities of the trans stuff that you don't agree with, Chud Logic? What are they? Those vague statements from people like this. I just don't agree with the extremities of the trans stuff.
Stuff, but the criminals are based actually in fine, and all criminals, you know.
Ah, yes, criminals are based and fine. That is what everybody's saying. Criminals are just based and fine. Did you not know? Ah, yes, that is exactly. Criminals, war criminals, are even more based and fine, according to, you know, the progressives. Jesus, I don't know. I knew that Chud Logic was wild, but I did not know that Chud Logic was quite this wild. It is a bit sad that Content Sniffer is not here. Content Sniffer was waiting for this content, but not patient enough. Not patient enough. When you deal with Lucy Haze, you need patience, okay? You cannot be impatient.
Yes. Oh, guys, criminals are the poorly victims of their circumstance, and they can't help but commit brutal crime. And police officers are all evil. And if a police officer dies,
that's not what's being said, but okay.
Make that make sense to me, right? I refer.
It makes no sense because nobody says that, okay? Why should people make sense of your own personal delusions, Chud Logic? Like, explain that to me. Just because you make up a thing in your head, it doesn't mean that people should make it make sense to you. Just, okay, that's great. Amazing. Trans people want rights and not be treated bad. Woke trans agenda, true. Yes, all criminals are based and good, and cops are like the opposite, so they are all bad. Which, okay. I think Chud Logic misunderstands the whole all cops are bastards thing. The ACAB thing. I'm going to misrepresent the opposition and pretend they have no substance.
It as like this woke Thatcherism, okay? And what I mean by that is people will engage in all of the systemic analysis in the world, right? And all of the kind of like, oh, well, what about their circumstances? Where did they grow up? What was their, you know, situation growing up? Stuff I agree with, by the way, for terrible people, for people that are terrible. Now, I'm not saying you shouldn't do it because they're terrible, but I'm saying that the product of their behavior is terrible because they've been brought up and grew up in terrible circumstances.
Okay.
Okay. That's fine. Lefties are very good. If you've got a criminal who has murdered a bunch of people, okay, they will do all the systemic analysis in the world to explain why criminal reform, justice reform is important, okay? Right? However...
Are you saying it's not? Okay, let's just allow him to make the point. However...
If someone's a Nazi, and also, by the way, someone's a Nazi, not because they're bad inherently, but because of their circumstances and material circumstances, all that stuff, right? Exactly the same as a criminal. No, we forget all that. And actually, they're fundamentally awful, and we should punch them, and we should kill them. Like, what? Make it make sense. Make that make sense to me. Make it make sense that you would have all the time in the world to explain why, like, a brutal criminal, you know, should be shown all of this sympathy and compassion over the basis of their material
Oh my god, I died.
But then someone that's got...
What's... I know he was going to make the Nazi comparison. I know, because to people like Chud Logic, everybody's a Nazi. See? See what I did there? I reversed Uno carded it. I did my reversed Uno card. To Chud Logic, everybody's a Nazi. I don't know, where are those progressive people that just show endless compassion to murderers? Like, restorative justice is not the same as compassion. Like, just let's make that, let's, you know, I guess let's make that clear. Like, if you're for restorative justice, it doesn't mean that you're compassionate, necessarily. You can be, but it doesn't follow. And yes, if a Nazi gets arrested or, I don't know, arrested, I guess, are you saying that progressives don't believe in Nazis being reformed? Like, I don't know what his point is. Like, he's basically saying that awful murderers, according to progressives, should be reformed, but Nazi shouldn't. Or couldn't. I love how Chad's point is that criminals don't deserve reform, but Nazis are pure victims of circumstance. So he's basically trying to make the point that he's saying that progressives believe the reverse. He's saying that progressives believe that Nazis don't deserve reform and that criminals are victims of pure circumstance. Thank you, Violence. Thank you, Alec Kyle Parker, for giving Violence 1 tier 1 subscription. But yes, it's nonsense. What is this based on? This whole idea that progressive people do not believe that Nazis can be reformed. Where is this coming from, exactly? That's not true at all, actually. Like, this is just, I don't know, this is just saying stuff. Like, what is Chud Logic basing this on? This notion that murderers and criminals should be reformed and Nazis not. Like, I'm pretty sure that if you're for reformative justice, you're for it for everyone. Okay, let me ask the chat then. Do you think Nazis deserve to be reformed? Do you believe Nazis deserve reformative justice? I guess I'm gonna ask my progressive audience of gigglers. Just type yes or no. Do Nazis deserve to be reformed? Or should they just be punched and killed, I guess? Yes, they do deserve to be reformed. 100%. It's practical to have less Nazis, so yeah. Fake Car Parker, yes. So, oh wow. I've just asked a crowd, well, admittedly my audience is not massive, but I just asked at least a couple of progressive people what their, opinion is on reforming Nazis, and it turns out that progressive people believe that Nazis can be reformed. You do know that the opinion that Nazis should be punched does not actually exclude them being reformed, right? A punched Nazi is not suddenly immune to being reformed. But that's besides the point. Okay? That's actually besides the point. But yes, believe it or not, actually punching Nazi does not make it impossible to reform, said Nazis. Hello, Duckies. Oh, hello, Socialix. I might actually, as a treat to all of you, before we end stream. Oh, this is going to be okay. If Socialix gives permission, before we end stream, is it okay if we play some of your music on the stream, and then you'll be able to link your channel? But we're gonna do that at the end of the stream, of course. If you're okay with it, if you're okay with it, then we'll do it at the end of the stream. Okay, let's continue. Oh. Absolutely, if they authentically want to reform, right? Although, keep in mind that with people like Nazis or fascists, it can be pretty... If you do that, yeah, of course. It'll be the music that will sort of... yes, it'll be the ending music to the stream. So what are they? Yes. Keep in mind that authentically one can be difficult because some people can be so ideologically brainwashed that it can actually become, well, difficult work to reform them, right? They might need some serious deprogramming in order to actually be even able to go on the road to reformation, right? Some might not even consciously want it at first, if that makes sense, because they will be so ideologically brainwashed. In which case, I still think an effort at reformation should be made. Maybe I'm wrong, but I do think that such an attempt should be done, if that makes sense. It would require probably some mental health intervention, etc.
The wrong.
I think it can be done.
Someone that thinks the wrong things to you, which I agree with, by the way, they don't get that same, leniency. No, they must be destroyed.
That's not true. We've already did the poll just now.
It's ridiculous to me. It's not a straw man at all. It's not a straw man. You'll say it's a straw man, but it is. There's absolutely people out there that will defend to the death the, analysis of a criminal and the material analysis of their circumstances, but won't do the same for someone that's got the wrong political view.
Oh,
100%.
So there are people out there that do this. Okay, that is such a sound. That is such a sound argument. There exist people out there who do this. That is so amazing, Chud Logic. You're so smart. There are some people who do this out there, therefore this represents all progressive people. Therefore, Chud Logic had to leave progressivism. I'm not making this up. Chud Logic just said it for us, okay? Chud Logic just kindly said it for us. There exist people who do this out there in the world, who also call themselves progressives. So therefore, all progressives must be like this. Amazing. Amazing.
It's happened. You know it. I know it. Everyone in chat has seen it with their own eyes.
So what does that demonstrate? It's so stupid.
A lot of this stuff doesn't really make sense. And people try and make it make sense with dumb analysis. They talk about history. They go back like 100 years and go, oh, but what about racism 100 years ago? It's a load of tosh. It's a load of nonsense. I got sick of it, so I...
You're stupid. I'm sorry.
I left the left, as they say, okay? Now, I think that Anna Kasparian is obviously someone who is also recognizing some of these trends, and there's other people too. And I just, honestly, I think that, yeah, I think it's a dead horse. I don't think you're going to get anywhere with it. And I think that...
Looking at history, cringe. Jesus. Stitch and Armor aren't just people who disagree. They're conspiracy theorists, red pill crackpots. Like, this is so ridiculous. Chud logic. Oh, God. I would like to believe that you're smarter than this. I feel like some bad apples should spoil the liberal, centrist, and right-wing bunches too. True.
Down this road is just going to end with more and more and more disaster for progressives as they push ideas that are now even being proven to not be scientifically sound. Okay? What was it a couple of years ago?
I'm sorry, I'm just going to be frank. If some people that say something are enough for you not to be progressive anymore, then you were a pretty weak progressive to begin with. Like, that just means that your beliefs are as fickle as the wind. That's the reality of it. I'm sorry, that people that are actually really, really engaged politically, their beliefs are not as weak as this. Oh no, I've been humped by a, homeless person. Oh no, people online were mean to me. Oh, well, yes, I'm not a progressive anymore. Because I'm so strong and firm in my beliefs. What was Chud's comment about racism 100 years ago? He's saying that going back 100 years is not relevant to today. Chud logic is saying that analyzing today through historical lens is not good. Which is a stupid thing to say. He's saying that the past is not relevant to the present, which could not be further from the truth. That is the stupidest thing you could ever say, to claim that the past is not relevant to the present. I must go, my martial arts class. See you next stream on Thursday. Yes. Thank you for being here and see you on Thursday. But yes, extremely stupid to say that history is not relevant.
Science it was. Follow the science. Listen to the scientists. This medical treatment has actually got scientific care and scientific backing. Turns out it doesn't, right? Rather than accept that and change their opinion.
I'm sorry. What medical procedure does not have scientific backing anymore? What is it, Chud Logic? Name it. Because you've spread misinformation on this before. I hate to say it. Name it. Name the thing. Don't be vague. Name the procedure that does not have scientific backing anymore.
Based on the evidence, they go, oh no, you're wrong actually. This one study here, which actually I'm not reading properly and actually has been kind of debunked by this. Well, this study here proves what I'm saying is right.
Okay, give an example. Don't be a coward. Be such a pussy-ass coward. Give us an example of that. Like, this is so infuriating. When a person is just, well, I'm just gonna vaguely point to this sort of thing that I'm saying progressives are lying about. This thing that they said was scientific, but it's not. I'm not really gonna say what it is. Trust me. What? Like, until you give examples, just shut up. Like, I'm not here for this vague, I don't know, concern trolling, quite frankly. Science isn't science, chud, you moron.
No.
Just because you deny new discoveries and outright reject information that's peer-reviewed doesn't mean they're invalid.
No, you go with what is correct, go with what is scientifically sound. You don't just go with it on the basis of your preconceptions, you know?
What do you mean by scientifically sound? What? You mean a British journalist that wrote an article? That's scientifically sound to you now. Because you have been making claims based on that in the past, Chud Logic. On the British journalist. Amazing. That is your standard as to what is scientifically sound and what is not. Amazing.
And there's things like this that happen all the time.
Oh yeah, for sure.
All the time.
If it happens all the time, then surely you can provide an example. And not just provide us with dead air. Surely, if it happens all of the time, examples of it exist, no? You would not be just padding time with this nonsense. You would be giving us example after example after example. Oh, this sounds scientifically sound. Me vibes like this. Chess is just vague posting about imagined problems at this point. Yeah, of course.
So I think Anna is an example of someone, you know, who is going along those lines. Very interested to hear what she's got to say. Interested to hear the backwards and forwards.
You're stupid, Chud Logic. You're just an idiot. No wonder you've just ducked out of this whole debate.
The show, and you seem open to talking about a lot of things. You seem to
like, no wonder Chud Logic backed out of that debate. He's just stupid.
Through kind of a political transformation, evolution. I don't really know the right word to call it, but I'll let you talk about that. But first of all, people want to know, because you did mention in our little chat in DMs that I was wrong about the Daily Wire thing. Now, I make predictions on the show all the time, and I have never been wrong before. So people, I've been making jokes about you might end up at the Daily Wire. That's not true?
No. It's funny because, you know, I'm going through something very real and very sincere, and it's uncomfortable, and it has not been an enjoyable process for me. It's been difficult.
Yes.
And so the internet being...
Don't even lie, Chud Logic. Oh yeah, this has been so difficult for you, so uncomfortable. Don't lie, Chud Logic. Ah, yes. Chud Logic, the person that says he doesn't care about anything. Chud Logic that says that he really doesn't want to convey any sort of message, that he has nothing to say, basically. Oh, this was so difficult, so uncomfortable. Oh, yes. The eagerness with which Chud Logic shouted out, "Yes, yes, I'm the same as you. Yes. It was the same for me. So uncomfortable." Imagine if he debated Dylan Burns on trans people and why Sitch and Adam are duplicious cunts. He'd get shredded. Chat is calling him a grifter, LMAO. Grift. Nice. Nice. Oh, God. What an idiot.
Sorts of political ideologies have theories on like what's actually
Just not me.
right. And the main accusation, both from the left and the right, is that I'm grifting, which is hilarious because literally nothing has.
Oh, should logic going to be like, she's not grifting, just like I'm not. Come on. Get out of here. Come on. Come on, Chud Logic. You're the biggest grifter of all the grifters. You're proud of being a grifter. Come on.
Changed about my work life. I'm in the same place. I have the same audience. The audience doesn't like some of what I have to say or some of the new conclusions I've come to. And so
You're literally a proud grifter. Just as she also has theories on Ukraine. How convenient, eh? True. Ugh, don't get me started on that. Oh. Actually, there's a thing coming up. So we'll be... Okay. It seems like we're gonna be doing a thing shortly. We're going to be following up on the Ukraine thing, which is nice. Do you guys talk history? Where's the... where is it? Where do I go? Green room? My gosh. So we're gonna be pulled into a show soon. This came up pretty unsuspectedly. So I was not able to put it in the schedule, but we're going to be following up on the Wagner thing from Ukraine. So once I get pulled in, I'm gonna be changing the title again for a moment. Sudden interruption. In Chud Logic. We're gonna be... Hello. Hello, hello. Pretty good. It's okay. No, not yet, not yet. You're gonna tell us the... One moment, I'm gonna do a sound check. Okay, I'm saying something. Say something, please. Hello? Are you here? Oh, wow. Okay. Now say something.
Can you hear me?
Hello.
Yes. Okay.
Perfect.
Good.
Room service.
All right. It's a good thing I did this sound check because it would have been a disaster otherwise. Nobody would have been able to hear you. All right. So I'm gonna pop it out like this, and I'm gonna make you visible to the stream. All right. So as I do that, let us start.
Yes. this was something else. So it's probably behooves us to mention that this isn't really a cleaned up mess yet. we don't quite know what the after effects are going to be because I don't think the Kremlin knows what's happening yet either.
No, I don't, and I also am very the intrigue actually of this whole thing. I don't know if it's sort of the after the event that is more interesting or when it happened. What is interesting is that Wagner shot down more Russian aircraft and helicopters than the Ukrainian armed forces did in a very short period of time. I mean, like within like a few months or something.
I mean, they do know how the Russian army operates, I guess.
They do, and I'm kind of wondering if it was all with handheld, like man pads, or how they did it. But anyway, that's besides the point.
They had mounted missiles on their vehicles too.
Yeah.
And for the Russians, I suspect the Russian pilots got used to flying inside their own territory in a certain way, and did not necessarily think to adjust their habits when they were in the middle of a crisis, and they probably didn't necessarily know what was going on yet either.
No, I don't think they did.
Well, the Russian army did apparently shoot at civilians thinking they were the enemy, so...
Well, that's just a regular Tuesday in the Russian army.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that's not anything out of the ordinary.
So I guess to recap,
well,
you weren't with us at the news. Me, Brooks, Lucy, and President Sunday.
Yeah.
4 hours, the night of, looking at this in utter fascination. So what happened is.
Well, I was. Yeah. Sorry. I guess I'm gonna add it when you finish.
Yeah, the Wagner group turns around one day, declares that Russia's shooting at them, mounts up, drives out of Ukraine, takes Rostov-on-Don, and starts driving towards Moscow, only to suddenly stop after Lukashenko negotiates a truce between Wagner and Russia. Lukashenko. And then Prigozhin apparently goes to Belarus, except he hasn't. He's disappeared, and no one knows where Prigozhin is. The Russia's arguably most successful general. No, you sit down now. Russia's arguably most successful general, Surovikin, is under house arrest.
Surovikin, yeah.
Yeah, Surovikin is under house arrest, which is hilarious because I'm pretty sure he had no clue what was going on.
That to me is also kind of a big mystery because he was, as far as I know, in command of most of Russia's air forces.
Yes, the ones who got shot down all day.
I know, and that's why, like, several analysts were thinking, that there would be some sort of conflict between Surovikin and Prigozhin, but it appears perhaps that there was some tacit support by some of the Russian military structure on the side of Prigozhin.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you watched the video of Surovikin sort of disavowing the actions of Prigozhin, but he seemed very guarded. And I don't know if you noticed, right next to him, he had a sub machine gun, like a.
Yeah, I did see that. Like, everything has been a little weird. Like,
it's Russia,
and you would expect there to be heads rolling after something like this. Except the leader of the coup is just disappeared, and doesn't seem to be dead. Because otherwise, why would the Kremlin be bothering to put out his wig pictures? And.
But also, it's important to note that, as we say that Lukashenko did the whole negotiation, apparently just taking credit, and the actual negotiation was done by someone else, from what I'm gathering.
Yeah, they don't even seem to be doing the aftermath of a coup right. Their best military units just gone, and then they bombed Wagner positions. Russia bombed Wagner positions in Syria after the fact.
Right. And I don't know, to me this whole thing is just one big disappointment, as it was happening, I was just hoping that Russian forces would be just tied in conflict with Wagner for a lot longer, which would allow Ukraine to just slowly grind with the counteroffensive and basically end it. That was my big hope, but we just can't have nice things, it seems.
I had that hope too, but to me, this whole thing doesn't really, it wasn't a coup d'etat so much as it was a conflict.
Yeah, I wasn't hoping for a coup d'etat. I was hoping for a prolonged conflict. There was like,
with Wagner and the Russian military.
I was hoping that it would be like longer, that it would by, yeah.
Had the ability to do a prolonged conflict.
No, you have most of Russia's force in Ukraine currently.
Yeah, Russia was obviously panicking because they didn't have anything to stop Wagner with. And
yeah,
Wagner
that was another thing, that was interesting about this is I don't think that they had a whole lot to respond with.
And Wagner didn't seem to have the supplies necessary to prosecute this to its finish.
Yeah, but who knows? Maybe I was hoping that Russia would just be forced to call some of its forces back or something like that.
They did momentarily.
Oh, sadly, momentarily. I was hoping that it would, yeah.
I'm not necessarily sure how much it's going to affect the overall outcome. Russia seems to be panicking even now about the counteroffensive.
It's true. There was the big...
they keep shuffling units around.
Right, and also this big analysis of many experts was that the whole nuclear power plant was an attempt to slow down the counteroffensive by making Ukraine take back some of its forces to, to take back the reactor itself.
Yeah, that's possible. I think they were just planning on blowing it up to spite Ukraine at this point, though. Because that's clearly what happened, or what was supposed to happen with the dam is they were going to blow up the dam to spite Ukraine.
I still believe in the Warhammer 40K orc hypothesis that it was an accident. It was a funny.
The dam absolutely was an accident. Did not work out the way it was supposed to.
Yeah.
No, that dam absolutely was an accident. I don't think they intended to blow it. They just didn't intend to blow it then.
Mm-hmm.
And wash out half their fortifications on that side. I don't think that was the intention.
No, obviously not. I don't hear a lot of positive things or see a lot of I see little villages being liberated here and there, but and I didn't expect this counteroffensive to be that productive, mainly due to the disparity in air power between them two.
Right.
And also due to Russia's fortifications, they've really spent a lot of time digging in. They had too much time to do that, in my opinion. But I don't command Ukraine's forces. I've heard people argue that Ukraine should have pressed on in the Kharkiv offensive and not given them time to regroup, but it's very possible. One thing I noticed, I follow.
There is no more turning Hetman up, Pippy. He is up all the way.
No one can hear me? Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, bring the microphone closer.
Okay. What about now?
Now it's super loud.
Okay.
Wait.
Where was I? So even when the Kharkiv offensive was happening,
right?
I follow Ukrainian Facebook. I mostly people from the region where I lived, but I noticed just this huge uptick in funerals, and I'm seeing that again now with this counteroffensive. Actually, just even in just like the main city that I spent a lot of time, I see funeral after funeral each week. So, I mean that doesn't on its own say anything, but what it tells me is that even during the Kharkiv offensive, it was fairly, there was fairly quite a bit of attrition. And now there's a lot more of it. And it's understandable given the fact that the fortifications that the Ukrainian armed forces are up against are quite formidable.
Yeah.
I'm not a military, I'm not like a strategic mind or military expert, but in my mind, from my amateur knowledge of, how militaries operate, I would roll back the offensive, dig in, and build up a formidable defense. And at the same time build up stockpile artillery rounds and missiles and things like that to eventually hit Russian targets later on, because to me it just seems quite pointless at this point to continue this when it's not, it's unless there's something that they see that I don't, but I kind of have a feeling that this was sort of put on by Western pressure to try to show something, and to,
I don't think so. The thing you got to keep in mind about all of these things is the framework that militaries use for these things is they use shaping operations, decisive operations, and sustaining operations. So the idea of a sustaining operation is that you're building up combat power to do a thing, which is what they were doing all throughout the winter, as they were building these new units, training them, getting this new equipment, and getting it ready. And right now what they're doing is they're taking operations that are shaping operations. Little pokes here and there, designed to poke a hole open in the line. And then when they get that hole, that's when they launch the big counteroffensive.
Right, because from what I'm hearing from all the reports on this, it's sort of like a slow grind type of an offensive.
Yeah, what they have is a huge... Ukraine still has a huge formation in reserve, waiting for the opportunity that they can punch through. So it's not that it's going to be an easy job, but
and they are moving forward. Like they are slowly but surely moving forward and reclaiming territory. From what I'm gathering,
they've had some success.
They're taking villages here and there.
Right.
They've made a lot of success around Bakhmut, to the point that it's actually looking like they might be able to take it back.
Yeah, that's what I was just going to say. That looks actually very promising, but in other sectors like Zaporizhia and some other areas,
to me, like
quite as good. Maybe Bakhmut is the new Kharkiv. That would be
what it is for, at least in Ukraine's case, is they have to find they have to hit along a very wide area to find. Excuse me, Bubba, come here.
And if that's the case, then the Wagner revolt served its purpose.
To me, like the biggest, I think, especially when it comes to the what's the term? I think Zaporozhye is like a big thing that should be reclaimed when it comes to like it's especially in Ukraine when it comes to like a morale thing, right? Because of the historical connotations.
A symbolic location.
Yeah, of the Cossacks, the proto-Ukrainian people. Even if it's a simplification, it's still sort of considered that way in the broader, legend of how Ukraine was forming, right?
Yeah, I think
it's the Kozak.
Yeah, Kozacy, Zaporozhye.
Of Ukrainian national identity. It's
Yeah.
perhaps one of the biggest parts of it. In the national anthem, at the very end of it, it's
even if from historical point of view that would be sort of like a simplification, but I think it's not incorrect. If that makes sense. But yeah,
Kozackiego rodu, yeah.
Zaporozhye is extremely like important, in my opinion, to sort of get back. And it would be really ridiculous, which is like, yeah.
I should know this, but I don't think that the traditional like Khortytsia, the Sich Island, is under Russian control.
I think the Sich, the traditional Sich, was actually underwater. Yeah, because the dam sort of was built and it sort of just it swallowed up the traditional Sich terrains, I think, no?
I thought that the original Khortytsia Island was it, but I might be wrong. I'm actually, as much as I fancy myself as an expert on Ukrainian history, the Kozak period is, and I call myself Hetman, the Kozak period is actually something that is sort of outside of my
Oh,
field of specialty.
I read
When I relearn.
quite a bit about it. I even have this. I think I've showed this to you, right? The book.
I think so.
See you.
The little booklet that I have here, because that's Zaporozhye. Yeah. And there's, of course,
It's part of Polish history as well, though. So it's something that
like it's part of this whole conglomerate of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. It's a big part of Jewish history as well.
it is, yeah. And it's something that I need to brush up on a lot more. I'm more of a 19th and 20th century kind of a guy. That's
Right.
really my area
Like
of focus.
for example, I would say that this is because people like to say that things are complicated when they're usually not, when they're pretty, black and white. People like to say, "Oh, it's complicated, the current conflict," right? Well, no, it's not. It's actually pretty simple, right?
It is.
Oh
and
God, yes.
But
we discussed it, you and I, last time you were on. It has a lot to do with, actually, I think almost all of it has to do with sort of historical legacies and sort of like
Yeah.
historical narratives, competing narratives.
And like
Cornel West came out with his take on Ukraine the other day.
Who?
American professor, Cornel West.
I never thought much of Cornel West. I don't know why people like
running
I don't
for
know if they're
president.
mesmerized by his hair or something, but I never,
He's
I
going
never
to
really
lose.
understand what he was an expert of, and I just kind of would see him on like Bill Maher and other things that I watched, and just be like, okay,
right.
what is he doing?
But I think
His supposition is that NATO forced Russia to invade Ukraine.
every Russian show says that. Every Russian show says
NATO
that.
I guess NATO stuffed Russia in too short a skirt, or stuffed Ukraine in too short a skirt, and Russia just couldn't help itself.
Yeah, but like
That's
offensive line.
it's really, it is a really stupid argument.
But there's like I have this example of a situation that we can genuinely say was complicated, which was the famous Khmelnytsky uprising of the Cossacks. I think that was a
very, very complicated subject.
yeah, because you had
simple.
yeah, because the Cossacks wanted to be like nobles, the nobles didn't want to agree, and I'm giving a simplified version now. So, there was
At the higher end of it, but it also had a lot to do with it had a lot to do with
All right, I'm gonna take this dog out. You guys keep going.
oh my goodness.
It had a lot to do with the sectarian conflict between Orthodox.
Yes, absolutely,
Lithuanians
yes.
and
Yes,
then
yes, yes.
the Catholic center.
And then you also had the peasants who were also not happy.
Of course.
And it's
they're in the intermediaries that they dealt with. This is one reason why the Jewish population of
Yes.
Ukraine took it on the nose.
Never mind. He just wants to get the cats.
The face of Polish rule was always, through the Jewish or orendari. How do you
yes.
say it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I understand the word. Yeah. And because Jewish people had a pretty specific relationship with the nobility, which allowed them to get land and to sort of have peasants under them, which made peasants see them as basically tyrants at the same level as nobles, which meant that they did a pogrom when there was the uprising.
There's a, oh my God, I forget his name. There's a book, really good book about this subject called The Lord's Jews. It was a Jewish historian who wrote it. What's his name? I don't know if it's been a really long time since I read it. But there's always there's like sort of this myth that some of the Jewish landlords kept keys to the churches, to the Orthodox churches, and that was a cause of conflict between the peasants and the Jewish leaseholders.
I think it was a little bit more complicated than that. But
no, it's way more complicated than that. But it's sort of one libel that was brought up against them.
So like this is like complicated because, for example, I would not like for the Cossacks. This was an attempt at getting basically equality, right, with the nobles. And then, since the nobles were idiots, basically, the Cossacks decided to break away from the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. And then later also saw that Russia was basically a tyranny, so tried to do the, Hadzicki thing to create the Polish-Lithuanian, Ruthenian Commonwealth. But what I'm trying to say is that from the Jewish perspective, the uprising was a nightmarish time when Jewish safety within the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth stopped being a guaranteed thing, you know?
Of course. They're always, it's something that they're always caught in the middle.
Yeah.
A similar situation, actually, I would say even in many ways a worse one, was the so-called Russian Civil War in Ukraine.
Yeah.
They're essentially caught in the middle.
The first one. The first one.
I am not.
Yeah, I'm not entirely certain how to classify this as a conflict yet. I don't think it was necessarily.
This is something altogether different.
It was more of a kerfluffle than anything else.
True.
Yeah.
Because it was over very quickly, and
I sometimes, I think in my head, I'm like, okay, Putin wouldn't dare lock up, poison, or kill his most tactically competent generals, and then I think, oh yeah, absolutely he would. And that's
2 years ago, Putin might not have. Now he's in deep shit.
I mean, it's basically a historical precedent in Russia to just purge all the higher ups in the army.
Yeah, he has a precedent.
What it's mostly been, though, so far, has been a merry-go-round of commanders, because Ukraine is purging the Russian generals just fine.
I mean, that is famously cited as a big reason why the USSR was caught so off guard when the Nazis attacked, because Stalin did a big purge of the military command.
Created the officer corps of the Soviet army, and that also was really demoralizing. That and the the experience of collectivization and all of these years of terror in the 1930s, that demoralized the rank and file as well.
Yeah, there was also the problem of they just turn around and go, we have 3 million Germans on the Soviet border now. What should we do? Nothing. They're our friends.
Yeah, basically, there was like
June rolls around and they annihilate the forward Russian lines because they didn't take precautions.
well, there's also when they did attack, like just Stalin basically thought there was a political stunt. So
Yes, Stalin stuck his head in the dirt for a good couple months there.
There is some parallels that I see between Putin and Stalin. I think that Putin, largely one of the reasons why he started this is because he had his head in the sand. Allegedly, he never, like, he didn't, he was very limited. He limited himself by choice, the information that he would take in, which was mostly from his yes-sayers, and then also from, I forget what news he listened to. And that's really, really, it's kind of like, you don't have, you're losing money in your bank account, but you don't actually like want to check it because you're afraid of to see what it would look like. I mean, I'm sure that people in the FSB or the military intelligence, I'm sure that Russia had some agents on the ground in Ukraine. Actually, we know what they did. And unless all of them were just saying or selectively choosing what, they hear from people, I mean, I could have told them from my experience on the ground in Ukraine that an invasion wouldn't have worked, especially at the time where they were at the time when they were planning it. And the thing about Ukrainians too is you can go to a place, to a person at any given time and say, "Hey, how would you feel if I know that you really don't like this government. How would you feel if the Russians came and removed it and they're your brothers, they'll take it back?" And some people will say that, yeah, I'd really want that. And then when it happens, they don't really, you know what I mean? It's
whoopsie.
It's kind of like the cynicism of Ukrainian cynicism that is very strong, because I mean here in the West, like we talk about Ukraine, I think with very rosy colored lenses, and not a lot of people, especially even like analysts, like some analysts that I know, some scholars that I know, big scholars, like big people in the field, when they go to Ukraine, they go and visit their like academic friends, and they go to major cities, and they might go on like a very, very small tour of like a village, maybe have some shashlik with their academic friends and discuss all these topics about EU ascension and all this BS. But none of them actually go into like, a Ukrainian village, or one in Kiev region and talk to someone. That's below them. And that's why I really don't like some of these people, because they don't get Ukraine. Ukraine, in my opinion, doesn't need either Russia or the West. I think that Ukraine is great in its own capacity. It has its problems, but they can certainly improve those. I am not like a very Eurocentric person in that regard, but yeah, I just find a lot of, especially those who are not Ukrainians within Western academia, but are Ukrainian scholars, a lot of them just don't get it. They really don't. And I say that, and people are going to be like, "Oh, Edmond, you don't get it." But I mean, I spend a lot of time in, small towns in Ukraine, and in, particularly in parts of Ukraine that were not well off economically. Most of it isn't, but the places that I spent time in were really kind of left behind economically. So, I don't know. In any case though, yeah, I could have told them that an invasion wouldn't have worked.
No.
And I'm pretty sure that their intelligence knew that. But yeah, I just don't.
Also, there are a few aspects to this, right? There's the broader West, but there's also like more, what's the word? Local stuff, like the Lublin Triangle, like the fact that there are a lot of people that sort of live 50-50, well, used to live 50-50 in Poland and in Ukraine, which apparently many people still do. So I'm not sure how that factors into the...
I can tell you that in the town I spent time in, about 25% of the younger population are leaving for Poland. They're all taking Polish lessons before they go. And now I think it's even a higher percentage of that.
Yeah, I think that's
They're not even by the border. A lot of the places, the Ukrainians that are going to Poland, the ones in Western Ukraine who have more,
history.
Close proximity, they might even have some Polish roots.
Yeah, that's true.
They go to Poland, but they don't go there to get the hell out of there. They go make money and go back to where they live in Ukraine. To a large extent, people are doing that too from the places that I go to, but there's also a substantial portion of them not coming back. And the war has pushed more and more of them out of there. That town was already in dire straits economically, but, now this war, I don't know how, unless some miracle happens, I don't know how it's ever going to recover.
Right.
The town, by the way, produces cigarettes. That's its
It probably won't recover. That's
thanks
just how it
actually
works.
to its-
You're,
What'd you say?
you're talking about the same phenomena that happens here in America all the time.
Yeah, of course, with like some of the Rust Belt cities, but
Not even the Rust Belt cities.
Hello, Valhalla. Hello.
Yeah.
Head outside of metropolitan Chicagoland area, and you'll see the exact same attitude. However,
Yes.
by that same token, those same cities do not produce enough to function as a state by themselves, however much they don't want to deal with Chicago.
Yes. But what I sort of trying to say is that Ukraine might not need the broader West, but I think there's a lot of value to those close relations between like Ukraine, Poland, and Lithuania, for example.
Yeah, and it's not like you go into a little village in Ukraine, and it's not like they're going to benefit enormously from EU membership. But the EU is probably going to benefit from Ukraine
Right.
membership.
Does that...
And those people in the cities, like that landed elite type people in the cities, are going to benefit.
But does that make sense, what I'm
That is
saying?
one, like, me and my German colleague were talking about that, and he said that his one fear is the reforms that Ukraine would have to make in terms of its agriculture and land, like, land reform.
Mm-hmm.
These are historical kind of bones of contention with the people, with Ukrainian people in general,
Right.
that have caused a lot of dissatisfaction. Now, I think that those thoughts are so far away from people's mind. I mean, right now you're just dealing with the war.
Ukraine sort of started already the process of doing...
They have, yeah, but it's met a lot of backlash. And I would predict it meeting more and more backlash.
Right.
That's pretty unlikely to not meet backlash. But if the West responds after this war is done with a large aid package, I think it'll help it. The
Marshall Plan,
spoonful of sugar to help the medicine go down. Yes, something like that. A spoonful of sugar to help the medicine go down. Because Ukraine, here's the thing for Ukraine, though. They obviously see very clearly, or at least the government sees very clearly, that Russian security guarantees are not worth anything.
They're not.
So they understand that they need NATO, and if they need NATO, they might as well use the rest of the benefits of the EU. Freedom of movement and the right to work is a big benefit of EU membership. And honestly, I think that'll work out really well for Ukraine because it's worked out historically well for those populations.
Yeah.
They've been able to go all over Europe and get work.
Yeah.
That they might not have gotten otherwise. So, I'm actually a huge fan of the EU overall. I think we should do that with Canada and Mexico It'd be a huge boon to all three countries.
I have my reservations, but I mean, granted, I'm not a citizen of the EU.
But yes, as I've
Like I'm obligated to really comment on it.
Well, I'm not obligated to comment on anything except I'm a streamer. So if I want to keep streaming, I got to
True.
keep saying stupid things.
But also, like, you've asked me before what I feel about Ukrainian presence in Poland. I remember. I've actually checked recently. There's about 3 million Ukrainian people in Poland now, which closes to almost 10% of the population, which is quite a lot.
Huge percentage of the population.
Which I'm gonna, yeah.
So for Poland, Polish culture and Ukrainian culture, you're dealing with two groups that share a lot of similarities. They're both Slavic.
That's true.
Their mentality is largely conservative. They're Christian.
Well, that's actually sad for me, but
Yeah, I know. I don't like Poland, like the religious fundamentalism in Poland either. But I mean, that's kind of one of the hallmarks of the culture, as you know. There is, I think, at the end of the day, and I'm gonna get flack for this, but you know, when I see East Slavic people, I still, I don't know. You can almost feel that there's a little bit of a difference with East Slavic people than with Western Slavs. With Czechs, like even Poles to me are like from here to the moon compared to Czechs. Czechs are just like Germans who speak a Slavic language, in my opinion.
I don't think you're necessarily gonna get slack over this, but
yeah,
I'm just gonna say that I'm gonna maintain that it's a big positive, in my opinion, especially since like,
I think it is too. But it's almost kind of a return of history because
yes, exactly. That's one of the
minority in Poland for a very long time.
Lucy's dearest ambition is to resurrect the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth.
True. Let's do it. But well, not exactly the same as it was, but
You're not a proponent of the intermarium idea, are you?
well, can you elaborate?
Okay, but I just am curious.
Okay, can you elaborate?
I don't know if Daedalus knows anything about. Have you heard
This
of the?
This is not my part of the world. I have to go. You have to go significantly west to get to my part of the world.
To elaborate.
So it's kind of the idea of an economic and military/social alliance between the East and Central European states, so like the Baltic, Slovakia, Poland, Ukraine, and sort of like this separate EU within the EU, or like separate NATO within NATO. It's kind of silly, but you know, in some ways,
it's Mean Girls Eastern Europe edition.
I'm sort of more like for the countries that used to form this one country, Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, to sort of be closer together and celebrate that sort of heritage, which I'm observing is happening more and more.
It seems to be happening. Yeah, that's what I was just going to say to you. It seems to be happening more and more.
It's like I'm really glad that the consensus is moving away from treating it as Poland, which is incorrect, and more like the Third May Constitution was. I saw there was a big celebration in, I think, Kiev that involved Lithuania and Poland, and many other things. Like the whole Lublin Triangle, a political alliance, is sort of calls back to the event that created the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. And I think it's good that there are 3 million Ukrainian people because it basically, for one, it calls back to that history when you could go to a city and you would hear multiple different languages just on the street, right? It was the norm. You would hear Ukrainian, Polish. Well, it was Lithuanian, but Lithuanian became Ukrainian.
Polish, Yiddish.
Yiddish, yeah, and many other languages.
Noting at how diverse the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was.
Yeah.
Sort of like a Habsburg empire.
Yeah, but it wasn't an empire, which was made it more.
I have
And
a Hungarian, one of the advisors that was part of my master's panel. One of my professors, he's Hungarian, and he is all about Austro-Hungary, and he called it sort of like the, it could have survived. He wished it would have, and it was like sort of like a precursor to the EU. And I don't really buy that.
Yeah, that's a stretch.
well, apparently not entirely a stretch, because apparently Hungary and apparently the main components, Hungary and Austria, were not all that eager to separate, actually. They were pretty content to staying together as a single body.
Hungary was also not very content to lose most of its territory in the Treaty
The
of
conflict for Austria and Hungary internally wasn't between Austria and Hungary. It was between all their Balkan holdings and their Balkan peoples.
True.
So those people were very eager to get out from underneath the
Yeah.
Austrian Empire. And they would not consider the relationship similar to the EU at all. They would consider...
I mean, among them were Polish people and Ukrainian people.
Yes. Greeks, Serbs, a whole bunch of people who are traditionally fiercely independent, but long held under the sway of larger empires.
But when it comes to Ukrainian people in Poland, there's also a more modern and more modern argument that I would make why it's a good thing. You've mentioned that there is this stiffness when it comes to Polish people, this coldness, right?
Yeah.
And I would honestly, it's a fact
don't
that I'm very familiar with this thing that you're talking about. Like that's
it's not just me. It's not just like my.
like I've been called spiritually Vietnamese, and Vietnamese culture is quite different when it comes to this. So,
I love Vietnamese culture.
Because of course Poland also has a bustling Vietnamese community.
I know, that's the interesting thing. And actually Ukraine has a small Vietnamese population.
Yeah. And there's this
a lot of that population was from the north.
Yes, correct. Yeah.
Yeah. I have my buddy Kuba is actually in Vietnam right now, and he visited it's sort of like he visited like their museum to the Second Indo-Chinese War, the American Vietnam War.
I saw that museum. I think is it in Hanoi?
Yeah, it's in Hanoi.
Yeah, I think I went there, yeah.
So many people don't know about how dirty that war really was, and how many civilian atrocities against civilians were carried out by our troops. And actually, even the war in Ukraine, as bad as it is, I think it still hasn't gotten that bad.
Oh, Vietnam is still poisoned through the Agent Orange. You still have.
We should talk about, now that we're on that topic, we should talk, because there's the topic of cluster munitions and the potential impact of that. The impact is still being felt in Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia. And
the miners are still there as well.
That more Cambodians or Vietnamese, I think, died after the war of the leftover munitions than Americans died in the entire war.
And people are born with mutations due to Agent Orange.
Agent Orange, yeah.
Well, Agent Orange is a separate topic from cluster munitions.
Yeah, but I'm talking that it all sort of builds up.
Of the same conflict.
Yeah.
And one thing that I used to do when I was living in Ukraine is I'd go with my friends and we go mushroom hunting. And some of the areas that we were going in the north, like of the city that I was living in, I'm definitely not going to go mushroom hunting anymore. Although Patron, that little dog, is actually doing a good job of finding the mines.
So I came on to Lucy's show yesterday and we talked about this. Any way you slice it, whether or not Ukraine uses cluster munitions or not, they are going to be doing demining operations for decades.
Yeah,
for sure.
So I'm not. The Ukrainians have to make the decision if the cluster munitions are worth their time and energy and effort. But insofar as they are, and where they plan on using them, doesn't really necessarily strike me as any bigger a problem.
Villain did say so, yes, and I agree with him absolutely. By the way.
Of course, that's what I was just going to say. Yeah, it's already a big problem.
Yeah. And
Ukraine's
Vietnam
still
is not demined completely yet.
No, it's not.
Not even close. So,
you know, Lucy, actually, I read a lot about the Vietnam War. I don't know how much you're into that topic.
I watched a documentary. I read some stuff. Like, well, okay, I'm gonna say three things before. I want to finish the thing with the Ukrainian people and give you a trivia about Vietnamese people in Poland, if it's okay.
I got to address this dog.
That's okay.
No problem.
Okay, so I believe that Ukrainian people in Poland sort of address this problem of Polish stuffiness because when cultures sort of like cohabitate, they intermix inevitably. So I believe that the Ukrainian presence will bring more of that positive Ukrainian spirit into Poland. I think so.
Bring out the emotional Slav.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. So I think that's
a good thing. It's odd. I traveled, via train to Przemyśl, and when I got to Poland, I was immediately struck, just even right out of the border, at how much better off it was economically and how much more orderly people are in Poland.
Yeah.
But after a while, that orderliness started to annoy me.
Yeah.
But then I got used to it. I was there for maybe a week and a half in Poland, just a short trip. And then when we went back to Ukraine, and everybody just started, when we got to the bus, or not the bus, the train, the main train, central train station in Kyiv, when everybody just sort of like bursted out of the train and there was no sort of order or anything, I was like, God damn it. I want to go back to Poland.
Although when I went to
the American in me, like thinking that, but and then after a while,
when I had a stop in Moscow and going to Vietnam, I genuinely had a culture shock, like it was like all of those like workers at the airport were like, if you can imagine the sadness of Poland, it was that times 10, I think. They were just like here, and suddenly there was a crowd of confused foreigners, and a staff member just came out and started shouting at them. Why are you standing here? No, you go there. I was like, wow, okay.
Negative attitude you see in both Ukraine and Russia. I was grocery shopping once, and I don't know if they do this practice in Poland, but when you buy vegetables in Ukraine, you have to weigh them and you get the sticker.
Yeah, you do that in Poland as well, yeah.
That's not the case in the United States. The vegetables have a set price.
Oh, that's no. Like it's either you weigh it yourself or the cashier will weigh it, if that's a thing.
Sometimes some places they're weighed on the scanner or whatever it is.
Yeah.
A lot of places just they know the value of tomato, so they just
No.
type in
In Poland, it's always weighed, whether it's the cashier or you have yourself sort of do it yourself thing. It's always weighed.
Yeah. So anyway, I didn't know this, and I go up to the cash register, and the person immediately yells at me. And you can just tell how miserable a lot of people are in their jobs in Ukraine. Like
It's the same in Poland. Yeah.
In Russia, when I was in Kaliningrad, I felt that at the airport too. But I can't say that it was much stronger than what I felt in Ukraine in that regard. A lot of people there, even before this war, were very miserable. And it just has to do with the economic situation and just, their lives. You can see it. I'm a caseworker for Ukrainian refugees, and I'm amazed. I have some clients that are a little younger than my parents, and my parents are approaching their late 60s.
It's just like my mom, yeah.
Yeah, and they look so much more aged than even my parents do, and you can just tell that the overall
fatigue
quality of life there isn't, it's not the same. There's a huge disparity.
Yeah.
I have a feeling that Poland, though, since independence, has its quality of life is reached a much better level. I do know though that alcoholism and certain things are still a big problem.
It's a big in Poland, yeah. The alcoholism, yeah. Yes.
But yeah.
And also you have the bustling Vietnamese community, as I've said, which I've been called by my best friend a spiritual Vietnamese person. But I'm not sure if you've known this, but during the height of COVID, the Vietnamese community actually did like a big thing. It was talked on the news everywhere that the Vietnamese community sort of did this whole action / program / initiative. That's the best word, initiative, where they cooked worm food and sew masks for medical workers and drove around hospitals and shared the worm food and masks of the hospitals. Because they said they wanted to, that they felt like they said we feel like a part of the community and we want to contribute to it.
Was there any sort of racist backlash to them?
Actually, no. It was just, at least in the media, it was just praise across the board. It's like they said, yeah, we feel like we're part of this country. We feel like we want to contribute to the community. Yeah.
How big is Poland's Vietnamese population?
It's not super huge. It's in the thousands of people. Yeah.
I know that though in Warsaw there's some really good restaurants like Vietnamese.
Yeah, my friend started one.
Awesome.
Like
If I
genuine.
go to Warsaw, I'd like
Yeah. He started Southern Vietnamese cuisine. As there's like the most interesting thing about Vietnam is that there's the north, there's the south, and there's the center, which is totally different from the north and the south.
The central is the central highlands. It's like the mountainous area, right?
And yeah, the language is very different from the north and the south. The north and the south are pretty similar language-wise, and the center is totally different.
Have you ever read about the Hmong people, or they call them in French Montagnards?
No. No.
They're an ethnic group that resides in Laos, southern China, I believe, Vietnam, and they were trained by U.S. Special Forces, sort of to act as like guerrillas and insurgents. They were trained by the Green Berets.
Right.
Daedalus probably knows about that history.
I know about the operational capacity of the Green Berets, yes. One day we should just sit and just unravel all of American Special Forces.
That would be a great episode. We got to do a really... I have to actually reread that Nutcase's book a little bit before we do our episode tomorrow.
Well, that's what I'm going to be doing tonight after I finish decompressing.
But I believe like Vietnam is a really great place, even though I don't super agree with the politics of the system that is there. As a country, it's really amazing.
The astounding thing is, like, Vietnam too is on the up. It's a fastly growing economy as far as I know, and
it is. Yeah.
It's kind of like I feel like, I mean, it got to a good spot even without, you know, it got to a good spot. I think that there's a vast, I don't know, you probably know more than me, but Vietnam and, you know, like China, even though
They
nominally
hate each
you have
other.
Vietnam,
Vietnam hates China,
party,
yeah.
I think Vietnam didn't really follow completely a Chinese model, that their model, economic model is different. And
Yeah.
I don't
Not
know.
only that, but China tried to invade.
Oh, in 79? Yeah, that
Yes.
went worse than even Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
Yeah. Well, Ukraine is a pretty historically resilient country to invasion. Like,
Well, so is Vietnam. You got to figure they resisted the
yeah.
Japanese, the French,
Well,
the Americans, and then the
Vietnam even more
Chinese would be
so,
back
actually.
to back to back.
China, in a month, I think that was like a month-long campaign in 1979.
Yeah.
And then they basically, they went in, they got ambushed by Vietnamese irregular.
They caught a case of the DMBM flu.
Yeah, and then they burned a bunch of bridges, literally burned a bunch of bridges, destroyed a bunch of bridges, and burned some villages, and withdrew in saying that they taught the Vietnamese the lesson they needed to learn.
It's important to note that Vietnam also kicked out the Japanese army without outside help at the end of World War II before the whole Vietnam War debacle.
They kicked the Japanese out, the French out, and then the Americans out back to back to back, and then shortly thereafter the Chinese.
Yeah. And it's also important, like, Vietnam really, let's just say, dislikes China. And it even built a lot of its law around sort of preventing China from doing certain things. I'm not sure if Ukraine has any analogous things, but for example, as a foreigner, you cannot buy land in Vietnam because Vietnam created this law.
Now foreign people can own land in Ukraine, but for a while, as I understand, that was the case.
Yeah, because Vietnam does not want Russia to just buy Vietnam piece by piece. That was the actual, you know.
A not inconsiderable problem for a lot of countries is Russia and China keep buying all their houses.
So
people,
yeah.
I don't want to cut this too short, but I have to get ready to get some sleep because I have a pretty big day tomorrow. But let's, Lucy, are you going to join us? No, tomorrow's stream, I think, is just.
Tomorrow it's just going to be, I think, you and me, because you're the only ones who read the book.
Lucy, be sure to watch it because it's on something so ridiculous. And I knew about this for a while, and I finally I showed it to Daedalus, and he agreed to that we do a review. It's basically What If Altist, before What If Altist. And
oh God!
More like What Will Happen ist. I don't know.
It's What If Altist if he got stupid stoned and went up into the woods to write his manifesto.
Oh no! Oh
so
my
that'll be
God!
tomorrow, probably the same time. We'll make a final decision on time.
All right. Tomorrow is my day off, so I'll be able to watch it.
Yes, you have a schedule now.
Yeah.
We're proud of you.
Very proud of you.
Streaming for 12 hours a day.
Your work more than I am.
True. Although it's 5 a.m. already, and I still have to finish a thing, so maybe not.
Yes. So, are you trying to check in on Chud Logic's mental health?
Yes, I already started.
Not mentally healthy. Job done. Done.
No, I have to do a diligent work.
What if Altist mentally healthy or no?
No.
I think he's just mentally deficient. I don't think he's.
Someone needs to give that kid a hug.
I know.
It's not going to be me though.
Someone needs to. Someone needs to give him some books.
He supposedly reads. Destiny said that he is well read, and that he destroyed Vosh with his knowledge.
Why doesn't he just go to his local public library? I mean,
and yes, What If Altist did an episode on the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth as well.
Did he really?
Of course.
Yeah. In which he
I got
said,
an idea. I got
Yeah.
an idea, and I'm proposing it. We're
Yeah.
gonna watch that episode
yes,
with you, Lucy.
nice. Like one of the gems he said was that
It has to be on a Sunday that I don't work the next day. We'll figure this out, and
Alright.
I am going to drink while this happens.
I think I actually did drink once while watching What If Altes or some
All
other.
of us should have a drink, maybe some scotch, and then watch What If Altist, and
All
just
of us are going to get liver poisoning.
not even go on tangents. But
I'm not sure if I should drink. My liver is taxed with the hormones.
Yeah. All right.
But before you go, I have to tell you one of the gems of wisdom of What If Altes. You ready? He said that, and you remember what we talked about the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, the multinational, multi-ethnical, etc. nature of it, right? Do you know what if Altes' interpretation of that was?
What was it?
There was like the US. Everybody was either Ukrainian, German, Jewish, but everybody was at the same time Polish.
That's not how that works.
No, I mean there was no concept of ethnicity.
Yeah, exactly. Well, of ethnicity, sort of, yes. Of nationality, absolutely not.
There's no concept of national ethnicity at that
Yeah,
point.
yeah.
So nationalism doesn't exist.
You're either
not for another 100 years.
Yeah. So let's watch that. We'll kind of work on, making a time. I don't think it's going to be very soon, but we're going to do that.
Well, here's what you're going to do. Here's what you're going to do, Hetman, because I sent you the link to Discord for your phone in Facebook. You're going to download that. You're going to go on that thing so people can talk to you and between streams so they don't think I'm keeping you locked in the closet.
True. I think Karasu wanted to talk to you.
Okay, we can do that.
About a Hungary-related topic, if I remember correctly.
Hungry?
Yeah.
Hungry hippos?
Were you the one who knew of Christian Ungvari? There was someone on one of our episodes who knew of him.
No, that was Karasu.
Yeah, we had a... Christian Ungvari is my professor's arch enemy.
Yes, I'm almost positive she was the one who knew that, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. No. My professor is arch enemies. You'll be able to find out who he is by knowing that he's the arch enemy of Christian Ungvari. By extension, I was caught in the middle of those two because my topic was something that Christian Ungvari wrote on, and my professor hated him, literally hates him. And I don't blame him because Ungvari's an asshole, but yeah. Anyway, with that said,
I want to thank everybody, and we will be signing off. Thank
Just go to the toilet and continue your favorite creator, Chud Logic.
Have a good one, Lucy.
Thank you. It'll be great. I'm gonna disconnect myself from the call. Okay, everybody, it's time. Where is it? Where's the browser? There you go, we're back. So I'm gonna go to the toilet real quick. Don't go anywhere. I hope there are people left. Hello, Moose Watcher 123. Hello. I don't think I've seen you here before. Were you ever here before, Moose Watcher 123? And if it's your first time, then can you tell me what brings you here? As in, how did you find this stream? Also, come to the page. Also, I'm gonna go to the toilet real quick. But yes, if you're still here, Moose, join the page and tell me for science how you found this channel. Did you find me through Two Guys Talk History? Oh, I'm normally in Demon Mama's chat. Okay, nice. So you found me through Demon Mama. I'm actually going to be uploading a video of a talk with Demon Mama, so please look forward to that. It was a pretty nice talk. You know, it was a pretty nice conversation we've had. It was not very long, but it was very nice. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. I was here for Signal Light while watching. That wasn't it. Oh, there was a new conversation. Ever since then, I was like, Demon Mama called in because there was this whole President Sunday ICO rules Stardust thing, and Demon Mama agreed to call in to talk to me about it, if that makes sense. So that's also a conversation that you can look forward to listening to. The Signal Night one was very nice. The Signal Night talk was pretty embarrassing for me because I'm pretty sure Demon Mama was muted on my end for the whole conversation, so my audience could not hear Demon Mama at all. So it was one of my biggest blunders. It was one of my biggest blunders ever. You know? But it's okay. We learn from our mistakes. I even mentioned that blunder on how long? For about...
I wanted to kind of set the record straight about what I have personally experienced.
I want to say 50 minutes more. 50 minutes more. And then we're gonna finish the Chud Logic wellness check. And then we're gonna listen to your music and I'm gonna promote your channel. And that's gonna be the end for today. Alright, let's continue. Let's, yes. Let's go.
I don't know what my political labels are at this point, right? Because I feel like I don't really fit anywhere. And that's just full honesty. It's, again, very uncomfortable for me. And
yes, that is a coward's way, or rather of a spineless person that has no beliefs, basically. That is just like clay. Like, if you don't have firm beliefs of your own and your whole beliefs sort of depend on the outside output that the input from the outside that you get, then I'm sorry, your beliefs were not all that strong to begin with. Does that make sense? Ah, yeah. I'm in Polish hours. It's 5:31 a.m. Like, I'm sorry. If you were a progressive, quote unquote, and then you saw that the media lied a few times and some homeless person humped you and therefore you are politically homeless, then I'm sorry to say, but your political foundations were not that strong to begin with. Sorry to say.
I want to say that out of any point in my adult life, this is probably the point where I'm the most malleable and open to new information because of what I've experienced over the last few years. And I can get into details about that in just a moment. But that was the reason why I told Adam that, no, this isn't like...
Okay. This leaving the left thing, I just said it as well, okay? Can we just make something clear with that, right? Okay? There are obviously, right, people that do this to signal something that is going to like help or support their career, okay? That's something that's happened, okay? And I think that this idea of leaving the left is generally a bit cringe. And I think it's just saying it really is kind of the best way of trying to indicate kind of where you're coming from, okay? Right? The better way to put it is I didn't leave the left left me, all right? But the problem with Dave Rubin is...
Oh my god. Chud Logic unironic is saying I didn't left the left left me. And it's saying that that's not cringe. Okay. Oh god, Chud Logic. Amazing. Cope. Jesus Christ.
There, but he pivoted so hard to the other direction, it's difficult to believe that as like a genuine thing, you know? It's not you, it's me.
It's genuinely stupid, Chud Logic.
Genuinely,
yes,
there's an issue.
Genuinely stupid.
It's like people can change their mind on things. People can look at what's happening and go, actually, you know, I've got an affiliation with this group of people that I feel are saying and doing unhinged things, and I don't want to be associated with them.
Oh my god. When a famous communist, Jacek Kuroń, started to fight against the Communist Party, quote unquote, then he didn't just renounce being a communist because the group he was in was cringe. He kept identifying as a communist. Do you know why? I will ask the chat. Why did the communist that fought against the communist government continue calling himself a communist? This is like a question for the chat, to see how active the chat is. One of the largest issues with political homelessness is the toll it takes on your advocacy. It makes it hard to organize and distance from potential political issues. Like, your political beliefs are not about what group you belong to. It's about what your beliefs are. Not versed on my history, but those who are wrong don't own my title. Because they're sincere. That's right, Oren. Because that historical figure had actual beliefs, you know? He had actual beliefs. He knew what sort of communism he believed in. And when the government did not do the sort of communism he believed in, he first started to change the government from within by telling it that it should adopt more real communist values, and went to jail for that for 3 years, and then started fighting the government, but he did not stop calling himself a communist. It's about ideals and not who you associate with. Exactly. Like, you have your beliefs, you have your sort of, you form a worldview, and then you associate with people that share that worldview. You don't go to a group and say, oh, tell me stuff so that I can have a worldview. And then, oh, the group deviates from that. Well, I guess I'm not for that anymore. That's so weak. That is so weak. Let me go to a group so I can see what sort of beliefs I can adopt. That is the weakest thing ever. Oh no, I'm now politically homeless because the group that I was a part of is not nice anymore. But I don't know, what do I expect from Chud Logic? Like, of course Chud Logic is gonna clap like a seal. Because Chud Logic does not have beliefs. He said as much on many occasions by now. Chud Logic does not have a beliefs. He basically said that his program has no message or anything. You know?
them anymore, and that's
frustrating.
Okay,
I swear this is frustrating.
I saw on Twitter the other day someone was sharing the home addresses of the Supreme Court justices.
Oh, Twitter. Well, Twitter. Wow. Okay, Twitter. Amazing. Someone on Twitter. This is the seriousness of political beliefs of these people. Twitter. This is Chud Logic's political belief system in a nutshell. I saw on Twitter. Amazing. Amazing stuff. I saw on Twitter. Chud Logic's politics in a nutshell.
You know, long ago I decided to completely move away from that side of the internet and those people. And I'm like, I don't want anything to do with that. That's disgraceful. That's
You're
totally
stupid. You're disgracefully stupid.
You know? But then people act like you're some sort of like, oh, you're just an optic. You don't want to go and hunt down the Supreme Justice and murder them in the home. You're just a lib. You're just a blimmin' lib. Like, no, I think that we should have. I mean, you know, it is literally the fucking opposite of what the, like, it's like, well, how is that different to the fucking rightoids that wanted to go and waste some politicians because they didn't like their political views and the way it was going? Do you know what I mean? It's like, dude,
you're stupid.
Come on. I just feel like there is a lot of, you know, similarities between the extremes. People don't like to admit it. They say horseshoe theory is wrong. But I definitely think that righteousness can create a situation where people feel like they're able to do that action without remorse, despite the fact that it carries a lot of similarities to the extremity of the other side that they would say is bad.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Like a Daily
I'm not even going to engage with this. This is
Get
stupid.
the Daily Wire. I have no interest of leaving TYT. If anything, I just feel a responsibility to kind of correct what I got wrong in the past to the best of my ability and just do better moving forward. And the reason why I've been at TYT as long as I have is, despite what any of you might think about Cenk, he has never once tried to censor me or tell me what I can and can't say. That's the reason why, you know, we get into these fiery debates and there's never any like retaliation for it. And as long as I'm free to speak my mind and genuinely speak my mind the way I have been, I plan on staying there, and there's absolutely no monetary or financial incentive for me to do anything I'm doing right now.
Well, Sitch and I box a lot on this show, and I
Mm-hmm.
think people, I think they like that. I think they admire that we are able to fight with one another over a policy position and still walk away friends. So I spent the last week, I was watching a bunch of your most recent videos, and I mean, you're snapping back at Jank quite often.
Amazing.
It's actually there's a couple things, and we have questions.
Chud Logic is very easily impressed.
I'll let Sitch. I don't know. Do you have anything that you want to ask before we get started?
So yeah, it turns out that Anna is a massive fan of our program. She's seen every episode, just huge fan, right?
Well, okay, so I happened to come across a video you guys did about me. It was the stream on, I hate to name names, but you guys were covering the leftist mafia and their insane gaslighting video about me. And you guys were the only ones, as far as I could see.
Oh my god, the leftist mafia. We know those people. Lance's show. What is it? Lance, who's on there? Lance Illuminati was on there, but she literally got like Stalin fucking erased from the photograph, Soviet level removed. Did you see that? It's
no.
like one day. In fact, I don't know what the channel is. I think you can just see she's on the thumbnail, and then one day she's not on the thumbnail anymore.
Chud Logic is so incredibly stupid.
Anyway, yeah, those people are giga cringe. Rational National guy, yeah.
That actually did a good job in highlighting how badly
I'm actually getting backlash from how stupid Chud Logic
thank you for
is.
doing that, because when everyone around you, everyone who alleges to be your friends, tells you something isn't true, but they keep repeating it to you over and over.
Stalin erased.
Like, am I the crazy one? So that I really appreciated that. But you guys have put out.
I've got it, guys. Guys, I've got it. Look. Woo! Guys, this is hilarious. This is honestly hilarious, man. You look at this. So this is their show. So for those of you that don't know, Illuminati a little while ago put out a tweet criticizing or alleging that Legal Eagle was stealing her editing style or something like that, right? Okay. However, Legal Eagle responded. It went really badly for her. She ended up deleting the thread. A bunch of other people came out with all these criticisms of her that were quite serious, and obviously
criticisms.
And I actually watched a stream where they basically disowned her. It was really funny. But watch this. So you can see Illuminati there. Oh no. What's
criticisms? Oh, there were just some serious criticisms. Oh god, Chud Logic. Oh, Chud Logic, Chud Logic.
What's it, Jay? Oh! Oh!
Oh boy.
So funny, man.
That's so
the
funny.
Stalin meme. Yes. Yes, it is. Exactly.
No, it's not, you cretin. Oh god.
For those of you that don't know, Joseph Stalin basically did this kind of form of visual censorship, right? Where, because Stalin was someone who had like political enemies, and he would deal with those political enemies very brutally, in cases having them arrested, imprisoned, or in some places killed. So there are situations like this where he'd have someone that was a political ally at the time in a picture together, and they would edit the picture to remove the person once they'd been imprisoned or killed, basically. So that a little history lesson for you, okay? But yeah, it's basically the same thing.
No, it's not.
Except without the imprisonment, obviously. But it's the same kind of dynamic, right? It's like
no,
is removed from our stuff. That's it. They're removed forever.
No, it's. Are you stupid? God, Chud Logic fails at even the most basic analogies, doesn't he? Stalin basically removed the person from existence, you idiot. That's the whole photograph thing. The person was erased. Basically, it wasn't just person being removed from a photo. Everybody pretended that the person was never there. I don't know if this is supposed to be Illuminati is not being retrospectively erased from the leftist mafia. The leftist mafia, as far as I'm aware, is not saying, oh, Illuminati was never part of this program. Who's Illuminati? Illuminati doesn't exist. This is so stupid. Why it's, to a brainlet like Chud Logic, like removing someone from a current thumbnail is the same as Stalin erasing people from past photos. Because, as I've said before, Chud Logic is not a very smart individual. Pretty certain that's where Orwell got the concept of depersoning from for 1984, Lucy. I don't think logic or reasoning is Chud Logic's strong suit. He seems content to just spew nonsense. That is unfortunately true. USSR removing Trotsky from Russian society. Right, yeah. Like, this is so pathetic.
Removed from every possible place of,
You're stupid, Chud Logic.
I mean, it's a bit obviously hyperbolic. It's just kind of funny, though.
No, it's not No. I so hate it when people hide behind hyperbole to sort of excuse their stupidity. No, it's not hyperbole. You're just being stupid. I'm sorry. I'm not really sorry. Ridiculous.
Unpersoned, yeah.
Illuminati has not been unpersoned, quote unquote.
Funny meme.
A ton of videos about me that have not been friendly or nice, and it's okay. I mean, I can be a good sport about it, and I do think that you guys raised a few valid points, and I just need to be willing to accept where I was wrong and where people are critiquing from good faith. Like, you guys have a little bit of an edgy style, so I'll acknowledge that. But I have thick skin, so it didn't really bother me that much.
That's commendable. We're on this kind of like internet environment where everyone's very attached to each other.
Totally.
Especially when they're not like engaging with them in person. So
yeah,
you have to have kind of a thick skin. And I know, but I mean, you're talking about earlier, and one of the things that we always commended you on was, when you publicly came out and you said that you were wrong about the Rittenhouse video, which, I mean, most people, when they make a mistake, they just try to...
People like Chud Logic are deeply afraid of being called out, so they freak out and conflate calling out with ostracization. Yeah. Chud Logic's stupid.
Shift blame. Jimmy Dore very, famously shifted blame to his producer, and I thought it was really commendable that you...
Is that true? Is that what Jimmy Dore did? Yeah, that was actually commendable. I was quite fortunate with the Rittenhouse stuff. The things that I think have spoken about being wrong on is the kind of direction of the trans stuff going as hard as it did. Like, I remember making arguments of like, oh, no one under 18 is getting surgery though. And then it turns out that not only is that happening, but also it's a good thing. And I'm supposed to say it's a good thing. And I'm like, but I just don't agree with that. I think that's wrong. So that's something that I was...
Chud Logic is the stupidest person.
I think trans healthcare for kids, I think that I've been wrong about that. I think that I, put more faith in this kind of puberty blocker treatment that perhaps was valid. I think some of the CRT race stuff, I think I'm seeing that a lot more clearly now, and there is absolutely problems with some of that stuff.
Can you name them?
What else is there? How long until Chud is reading the Turner Diaries on stream? There's probably other stuff too. But, I've definitely had some takes which, even when I was more of a leftoid, people didn't like. I remember when I released I spoke once about this article, and it was talking about incels, and they were arguing like, well, essentially incels are like products of their environment, right? And then lefties would schizoing out about it, going, oh, but that incel owns a gun. How can he be poor? And it's like, well, you're not really understanding the argument. It's not saying that someone is poor so they're an incel. It's saying that because of various factors in their life, it's led them to that state where they are that thing, which is a lefty position. But because it's incels, they couldn't seem to fucking handle that.
What?
So, you know, I've always had like takes that are against maybe what people thought, but then there's some stuff that I think my main issue was I trusted the wrong people. Okay, that sounds a bit cringe. I'm not trying to say I'm not responsible for getting things wrong, but like I guess that for me, I always had hope that progressives would kind of change and adapt, and if something was wrong, they'd move forward and they'd change their understanding and change their belief. But with stuff like the Rittenhouse thing, I never commented on it when it first happened because I didn't really understand it. I don't think I really did any commentary about it. I might have just given a few cursory leftoid takes, perhaps, but I can't really remember. But when the trial was happening, and it was, you know, explicitly clear that he did act in self-defense.
What does cursory leftoid takes mean? Chud logic.
And I saw all of the despicable ways that progressives were desperately trying to like denigrate the judge, were being dishonest about the circumstances, being dishonest about the case. That was a really eye-opening moment for me because I was like, they're just lying. They're just lying about this. I'm looking at it and looking in detail at what's going on now. We've got, you know, information from a trial, which is generally, you know, pretty reasonable information, and they're digging their heels in, and they're not changing. Like, what is going on? You know, that was a big eye-opener for me, you know?
You're stupid. I don't know how many times I can say
you
that.
Trusted were incapable of digging in the trenches due to ideological beliefs. The thing is, Ostermox, the way you say that, the right do it too. Like, the right do that massively. So, you know, it's not like I'm switching to the right. The right are retarded on that stuff too. But at the time, I was more affiliated, friendly, and hanging out with lefties. So it was kind of more shocking because I was like, wait, hang on a minute, guys. I thought we kind of like went with the evidence and went with what was true. But no, you are just, you know, persisting down this ideologically poisoned line and narrative, you know?
Oh boy.
But yeah.
Yeah.
Why do we have a fake Ostenox in Chud's chat? I don't know.
You came out and you're like, no, I got this wrong. And you were trying to show, not just do this like for your sake, but just say like, listen, audience, you know, you need to understand that this is the story, and you know, I don't want you guys to have the wrong information.
Yeah, there was. Look, the one, I guess, through line you'll notice in the various things that we're going to talk about in this conversation is that it just became abundantly clear to me that where I was getting my information, and I'm not just talking about like, you know, independent lefty outlets. I'm talking about like legacy media outlets. Right?
Oh my God, I relate to this.
It's not that they report misinformation, it's that they omit details of the story that would, you know, maybe the additional details of the story don't change your mind at all, right? But it's not up to them to decide that. Like
Oh my God, I'm really relating to this, first of all. And secondly, okay, yes, I'm soying out. I'm going to soy out in this conversation, okay? This happened with the story of the lad that got shot in France. The lad that got shot in France.
How did it happen with the
information about the circumstances that led to the shooting that would lead people to conclude it was totally wrong for that happened?
What was the information, Chud logic? How was it?
Thank you very much for the sub, appreciate it.
Was it that he was no saint?
Guys, stop, listen, I'm not soying out, okay? I'm not soying out.
Oh, God.
Yeah, exactly. Well, the thing is, people have missed out key details leading up to that incident.
Name them.
Like you know, I did a joke about it, obviously, on Twitter, but it's like people were acting like it was just this innocent lad going for a drive that was shot. It's like, no, he'd already tried to evade police, ran a red light, endangered the life of a pedestrian and cyclist. He'd stopped because he was at a red light. Tragic that it happened, but he was shot because he tried to drive off while not listening to police commands. Like, I don't know, man. Like, at what point do you then go, well, it's like, what should the guy have done? He should have listened to the police then. He shouldn't have run a red light.
This is
he should have turned off his engine. He should have, there's so many things he should have done that he didn't. And yeah, there could be a systemic issue there, whatever. I don't disagree with that.
Whatever.
But the fact that people jump so quickly to, the police are bad. This was definitely racially motivated, It was only a 17-year-old boy.
Yeah.
So it's okay for him to be shot for that? Yes! Absolutely yes!
You're an
yes,
idiot.
It is, okay? If you are showing to police that you are a risk and a danger and are not listening to the commands of the police, and the police try and stop you and you still don't listen to them, they have a right to use lethal force. I think that is fair, yes.
You're an idiot, Chud Logic.
Okay,
Chud Logic, what would stop the police from just saying that the person did all of those things then? What would stop the police from just saying, oh, this person was a danger, disregarding the police orders, so we just had to shoot him? If it's okay for the police to do, what would stop the police from abusing that? Crickets, huh? That's great. That's great. Amazing. There can be no good faith analysis of the shooting of the young within France, which can reasonably lead you to conclude that the shooting was just rehabilitation over punishment, avoid lethal force. Jesus. Chud Logic is just an
is
idiot.
you let them go and you run the risk and you roll the dice on them wiping out a family, okay? Maybe you never leave your house, okay?
What?
But I've got a family myself, okay? And the idea that a police officer would let a 17-year-old lad go when he's not listening to commands and is...
Oh, yes. And then you roll the dice on wiping a family. You're a cretin, Chud Logic. Oh, wait. Oh. A shoplifter's running away from the police. Oh, you should shoot him. Just don't roll the dice. Maybe the shoplifter will just, decide to wipe a family or something. God. What do you even say to this? This is so incredibly stupid. Brainless analysis.
Driving dangerously, rather than take out the risk, I'm sorry, I'm just not willing to take that risk myself, okay?
Well, that's not your choice to make. Oh, God.
It's the cost of a fucking family getting...
Yeah, like, just throw the whole justice system out the window. Judge Dredd it is.
Mowed down,
Great.
or the risk of a family getting mowed down, or a 17-year-old getting shot dead, pull the fucking trigger, as far as I'm concerned, okay?
So, where are you taking this whole family being mowed down? Like, was this 17-year-old about to mow down a family? Can somebody provide any info on that? Was the 17-year-old like in the process of trying to mow down a family? Where did that come from? Where did that, like, oh God. I'm gonna borrow Chud Logic's lexicon. I'm just gonna borrow Chud Logic's lexicon. I'm gonna say this is why not everybody should have a platform. Because some people are just terminally stupid. And I'm afraid that, unfortunately, Chud Logic fits squarely into that category. It is about the recent riots. Yes. Caused by the shooting of a 17-year-old, yes. Which was apparently super okay because the 17-year-old did not listen to the police, which is a death sentence, I guess. Chud Logic is for a Judge Dredd justice system. The cop is judge, jury, and executioner.
Would know every detail. I think the Amy Cooper story is another example. You know, it was fairly recently I came across Camille Foster's very in-depth investigation into that story, and there were so many details of that story that were intentionally omitted or left out of the legacy media reporting of it. And that painted a picture in my mind and in the minds of many others that, you know, there's no justification for the way that she was, you know, panicking when she was on the phone with the 911 dispatcher, right? But then you get this, then you find out, based on what Camille Foster had found out and reported, was that like she didn't have good cell reception. So the person on the other end of that conversation couldn't hear her. She was panicking because she genuinely thought that she was at risk after, here's another thing that was omitted in a lot of the reports, after she was literally threatened by the bird watcher, right? Who said, right, you know, if you're going to do what you want, I'm going to do what I want, and you're not going to like it. And then he proceeds to try to lure her dog to him. And listen, you might still feel that her behavior was uncalled for, whatever. That's up to you. But you should know all those details. And I will say, from my personal opinion, if I'm alone at a park and some random guy tries to lure my dog away from me, I'm going to freak out. You know, like I just am. And so, okay, with the Rittenhouse story,
here we go.
I was going to cover the trial, and I just needed to go back and just like really, really look at all of the details and remember all the details. So when I do the story, I get the facts.
Because if he's talking about that, no, the kid was stopped for excess speed but shot at point blank. Well,
right. And then as I'm doing that, I come across a New York Times video, and this was a really, really well done video that they posted on YouTube that showed you in slow motion, like how everything transpired that night. And once you see it for yourself, it's really, really difficult to argue that in those moments, he was not acting in self-defense.
Yes.
And
true.
This is an area where, you know, Cenk and I disagree because, you know, if someone's hitting you over the head with a skateboard, that could kill you, you know? And so, you know, Cenk is he's a strong-minded person, and he's not one to back down from a fight. So in his mind, you know, someone confronts you with a skateboard, he doesn't see it as a threat, but I do. And
I mean, to be fair, wait a second. To be fair, Cenk is like a fucking unit. Like, yeah, if I was Cenk, I probably wouldn't. I'd be like, you know what I mean? Just fucking tear the skateboard in half. Get out of my face, motherfucker! Ah! You know? So, yeah. But Carl Rittenhouse is like a 17-year-old fucking, do you know what I mean? Like a waif.
right, yeah. Like it's a place of a 17-year-old kid to protect property. Driving without license. There's a video about it. People are not rioting for nothing. There are more and more cops shooting people in France since Macron. Well, Miss Kasparian, if you don't want people to omit information, why not bring up the footage of this bird watcher? It is publicly available to my knowledge. Is that an unreasonable expectation? Wow.
Waif of a lad. Obviously, come on, connect the skateboard. is a much bigger risk, than if it's the Cenk. Even then, I think it's a stupid take, because if someone hits you around the head wrong with a skateboard, it doesn't matter, does it? It doesn't matter. Like, you could still get hit in a certain way, fall down, whatever.
Like, I'm just shocked that everybody just treats it as normal for a 17-year-old to be in a riot with an assault rifle. I guess that's normal in the US, and I guess it's also normal in the UK.
Hey, thank you for the sub. Honestly, yeah, I mean, Cenk would just absolutely tear through a protest, wouldn't he?
Rittenhouse is not a big burly guy who can like defend himself against someone who's like hitting him over the head with a skateboard as he's lying on his back. So once I saw all those details,
there we go.
First of all, I had to convey them to my audience and be honest about what the reality was. The other thing was, there was a lot of misreporting about how Kyle Rittenhouse was in possession of an illegal weapon and that he crossed state lines with that weapon.
No.
Okay?
Yep.
So that was a lie. And it's not a lie that I just made up in my mind, right? That was how it was reported initially, which is why I would mention the state lines, but not because, oh, how dare he cross state lines? Anyone in this country has the right to cross state lines. It was because it was reported that he was in possession.
This is such bizarre logic. He's 17. He has no business being in a riot or protecting any property. Or owning an assault rifle, for that matter.
And he traveled across state lines with an illegal gun.
Oh my god. Okay, can I just quickly show you the compilation?
I don't know why people treat this as something normal.
State line.
August 24th, Rittenhouse went up to the Kenosha area for his job as a lifeguard.
Rittenhouse crossed state lines into a community that was not his.
A 17-year-old lifeguard? Get the hell out of here. Come on.
My grandmother, my aunt, my uncle, and cousins all live in the city of Kenosha.
You've got this young white kid defending the community that he's not even from.
What's your father's name?
Michael Rittenhouse. He lived
just 17 years old when he drove across state lines to Kenosha, Wisconsin.
The teenager drove from his home in Illinois,
approximately 1 mile to Wisconsin,
across state lines, driving across state borders. He's driving across state lines.
Across the state line.
Anyway, you get the idea. You get the idea, right? Yeah, this was a big talking point. But I think some of those are more indie media outlets, but this was a regular talking point across all media outlets that he crossed state lines.
He did cross state lines.
Also, it was only a mile. It was only like a mile that he traveled. But the cross state line things was total BS because he hadn't crossed state lines with an illegal firearm.
Wait! Are you stupid, Chud Logic? Yeah, he did still cross state lines. So, it's not total BS. He did cross state lines. It's just that he didn't do it with the weapon. But the crossing the state lines is still true. He apparently crossed the state lines and the weapon was waiting for him. Most local pools in the US have high schoolers as lifeguards as well. How would a 17-year-old save like a huge grown-up person? Good luck. I don't know.
Done in terms of traveling was totally legal, totally legitimate. He obtained possession of the weapon whilst in state. No issue, no problem. Not illegally owned. That was a complete and utter piece of...
That's amazing that in the US, a 17-year-old can just own an assault rifle and go to a riot to protect property. And everybody just sees it as normal. But gender-affirming care, that's too much, right? to chud logic. To chud logic, when you're not 18, gender affirming care or surgery is wrong. But when you're 17, below 18, going to a protest with an assault rifle, that's perfectly fine, I guess. Make it make sense, to quote Chud Logic from this very video. Make it make sense. Please, make it make sense.
Nonsense that the mainstream press regularly repeated. You know, this is the kind of thing that's bad. And this is the problem you've got with this French police shooting, is the media, from what I've seen, are reporting it very badly, and they're not giving full context that led to the shooting, so people are jumping to conclusions.
What is the full context? That the person was not a saint?
And, you know, the outcome is we've got rioting. We've got rioting over in France. You know, insane, ridiculous, violent riots by savages, you know? And it's like...
This is ridiculous. You should not be able to be gifted a weapon as a minor. This is so ridiculously stupid that it's baffling. It's mind-blowing. If it's gifted and it's legal. But the US is full of these sort of amazing things. Child predation. It's fine if you marry the child. Like, Jesus Christ, the right wing.
Obviously, you know, not racial, but just savage people. And I don't know, it's just like, it'd be nice if we could have some reporting that wasn't quite as biased and was a bit more nuanced, so we don't fuel these situations.
I'm sorry, Chud Logic, you're too stupid for nuance. You don't have the mental capacity. You don't have the brain power to... okay.
Which is a serious charge.
You cannot process nuance.
Travel across state lines with that
Yeah,
weapon.
he didn't do that. Yeah, the weapon
Right.
was in the area already. Yeah.
Amazing.
I don't know how many times I've got to explain this. Okay, I'm going to get one guide again. Do you think an unarmed kid... Look at the way it's phrased as well. First of all, the kid wasn't unarmed. The kid wasn't unarmed, okay? The kid was driving a car, okay? A car is a fucking deadly weapon, okay? The idea the kid was unarmed is totally ridiculous, okay? Obviously, right, just running a red light...
You're a fucking idiot, Chud Logic. Ah, yes. I don't even know what to say to that. Oh, a plumber was shot. An unarmed plumber. What do you mean an unarmed plumber? A wrench is a deadly weapon. If you hit someone in the head with a wrench, you can kill him. So what do you mean an unarmed plumber? He was armed with a wrench. This is offensive to any person's intelligence. To say that a person was armed because they were in a car. Armed with a car. Armed with a car. My state loosened up the gun laws recently. You don't even need a permit to anyone to conceal carry. Oh. Armed with a car.
Should not be a cause for someone to die, okay? Yes, I'm serious. If you were driving a car recklessly, It's a deadly weapon. Yes, absolutely. Why are you laughing at that? Sorry. If someone is driving 30 miles an hour even and hits you in the street, what happens to you? What happens to you if you get hit just driving 30 miles an hour? Like what? What? Yes, it absolutely is. Why do you think people have to get licenses to drive a fucking car? Driving recklessly is dangerous because if you hit someone with it...
You need a license to get a car because it's a weapon. Okay. There are places where you need a swimmer's license. Why do you need a swimmer's license? Is this because swimming is a weapon? I never expected chud logic to be this savagely stupid. Just because you can kill someone with something, it does not classify it as a weapon. Is a wrench a weapon now? Armed with a car, I mean, I can understand that driving recklessly can be lethal, but even then, the lethal force is the typical response to reckless driving in France. A ship is a deadly weapon. What if you ram a ship into a building? A plane is a deadly weapon. Insert 9/11 joke or whatever. Just because something can be used as a weapon, it doesn't mean that it's a weapon. Because everything can be a weapon. It doesn't mean that everything is a weapon. A glass can be a weapon. You just break it and slit someone's throat. Is a glass a weapon?
They might die. So the point is that
a weapon is something that is designed to kill. English is chud logic's first language, not mine. Your stupidity as a deadly weapon, chud logic.
the point is this.
Oh, God.
The reason... Oh, no, listen, I'm willing to listen to more information, and I'm not saying the police are totally in the clear. They still could have done stuff wrong, okay? But people are not appreciating that this young lad, they tried to stop him because the police had said they'd observed him speeding in a bus lane. He sped for a red light to avoid the police stop. Whilst doing that, he endangered pedestrian and a cyclist, I believe. The police then chased him. He still didn't stop. He only stopped because there was a red light, okay? And before the red light changed, obviously the police then tried to intervene and stop him there. They, you know...
So he did stop for the red light. How recklessly was he driving if he stopped for the red light? Ah, yes. The wild driver that endangered everyone around him. Stopped on... What, did the red light erect a power field that stopped the car? Incredible. And unbelievable.
Presented lethal force. Still didn't listen to the police, okay?
Presented what lethal force?
And then obviously, you know, he got shot as he was trying to drive off as the police were telling him that they were going to shoot him in the head. And the police, listen, what about that makes you think that I don't think there should be an investigation? I'm totally fine with that. I think that it's fine to do an investigation. And if further investigation, if by the laws of France, it's determined that the cop has committed manslaughter in his actions, I'm totally fine with that. I'm totally fine with that, okay? But my issue is that people are jumping to conclusions without looking at the full information and acting like there's no circumstance where it would be acceptable for a policeman to shoot someone in those situations, in that circumstance.
What a reckless driver following traffic laws.
You know? And I just think that the lefty take I heard was the police should just let him go. The police should have just let him go. So someone that has already shown...
That is not a lefty take, you cretin. The take was that the police should have let him drive off and arrested him later. They had all of his data. So yes, letting him go in the moment and arresting him later was the better option.
They're willing to drive dangerously. And
oh yeah, drive dangerously. Stops at the red light. You're a buffoon. Chud Logic seems to think that it's the cops' job to shoot people. Not their job is to find the dude and arrest him peacefully. Like... I don't know what to say.
Not listen to police commands. You think that you should just let them go and keep driving. Yeah, I don't know about that, man.
You're
Seems
stupid,
like a very
Chud
dangerous
Logic.
precedent to set for me, but...
He bought it from a friend when he was
This is mind-boggling. This is baffling.
The night of that event, I mean, maybe a day afterwards, Sitch and I were watching those videos online as they were breaking out. And I saw the reporting was basically wrong on CNN the night the viral videos were released. Don Lemon was saying, you know, a white kid shoots into a crowd of Black Lives Matter protesters. And I'm like, what?
Yep.
That's insane. Yeah. So they kind of poison the narrative from the get-go. And then everyone just kind of gets caught up in it.
Yeah, and that's how misinformation spreads. And I've just... That was a pivotal moment for me because, again, misinforming the audience is not something I have any interest in. And I might give them the facts and they might not like it, but I can't withhold information from them because I'm afraid that they might not like it. So I'm going to give them the facts. But, you know, I've learned to be better about, first of all, the sources I trust.
These sort of brainlet people are the people that have platforms. Maybe Chud Logic is right. Maybe not everybody should have a platform. You know, I feel like Thomas Carlyle's natural right of deferment to one's intellectual betters has an apt application. In the case of Chud Logic, essentially, he's an obligation to shut up. True.
I make an effort to just be cognizant of the filter bubbles we all exist in, the filter bubbles I exist in. And I've broken through that bubble a little bit to, you know, look at other sources that I typically wouldn't have looked at. And then the other thing that I do now is I just wait. You know, I think the story involving the so-called city bike Karen is a good example of that. The main show, because TYT consists of many different shows, right? The show that I'm the executive producer and host of is the main flagship show, The Young Turks. And prior to that story breaking...
Okay, I'm going to keep getting one guy by this. It can be used as a deadly weapon, just like a skateboard can, but we don't consider skaters armed and dangerous. No, but if the skater is presenting action, right, that they're you know, going to use their skateboard as a weapon, then at that point, you might consider, or in this Rittenhouse case, it was considered that was, you know, justified enough to then use, you know, potentially lethal force to defend yourself, right?
You're stupid, Chud
Logic.
Logic.
It's the same with someone in a car, okay? It's exactly, bad example. But it's the same with someone in a car. if someone is demonstrating that they're willing to drive recklessly and they're not going to listen to police...
Stop at the red light. Wow. Amazing.
Okay. You've got to find a way to stop them.
You said it yourself. He stopped at the red light. What level of recklessness are we talking about? What level of reckless driving just allows a person to be shot? The kid stopped at the red light.
Now, I'd love it if there was a way this went down where the police officer hadn't have had to shoot the kid. Maybe there was a taser that could have happened. Maybe there was some other circumstance that could have happened. A lot of this is going to come out in court, okay? But from what I can tell... No, I'm not going to stop explaining. I'm not going to stop explaining. I'm going to keep getting one guide all stream, okay? I don't care. But from what I can tell, you know, it seemed like the police didn't have much time to engage and to stop the person. They'd already shown they were willing to run red lights. It was stopped at a fucking red light. You know, I don't know what else to say about it.
What do you mean it was stopped at a red light? What? Did the red light erect a barrier that stopped the car? What do you mean it was stopped at the red light? How? How was it stopped at the red light? What? What does that mean? It was stopped at the red light. Well, obviously, if the car was stopped at the red light, then the driver must have stopped at the red light. Am I missing some crucial info here? Is there some crucial information I'm missing?
It's not
What
ideal.
is happening?
I don't know the fact the young lad is dead, but the young lad should have listened to what the police said and he'd probably still be alive, you know? But we'll see what happens anyway.
I had a meeting with my team and I was like, listen, I don't want you guys pitching stories about random individuals in the country who are caught in an out of context video allegedly behaving badly. I think these stories are divisive. I don't think we usually have the full details before we talk about these stories. And honestly, at the end of the day, engaging in these witch hunts is actually causing more division and hate in the country than anything else. So like, if there's a story that's particularly like jarring and you guys really do want to cover it, that's fine. But just understand that we are going to wait. Like, we are not in the business of breaking news. I don't give a shit about being the first in reporting the story or whatever. I want to make sure that when we do, we actually report it correctly and we don't have egg on our face later. Now, there are a bunch of other shows on the network that I have no say over, that I have no control over, who, you know, inaccurately reported on it and had to issue retractions. They had to take videos down and all that stuff. And I just think that was a teachable moment, hopefully a teachable moment for everyone in the company. But certainly, you know, this is an ongoing conversation I have with my team. And luckily, I don't know how I did it. I feel like I found unicorn producers because they're really smart, super open-minded. You know, they're less interested in this left versus right or partisan garbage. And they're more interested in making sure that if we're going to report stories, we get it accurate.
Left versus right garbage. There's nothing that tells me more that a person doesn't understand what those things are than when they say left versus right garbage. I'm sorry, there's no better way to say that you're stupid than to say this. But okay, whatever.
And so we're moving slowly but surely in a direction that I think is better, not just for the show, but I think better in terms of like what we add to society. Like, the last thing I want to do is be the other side of right-wing disinformation, right? Like, if we're going to be critical of disinformation we see happening in various videos and that are produced by other people, we should at least look inward a little bit and make sure that we're doing our due diligence.
Yeah, it's
You're not though. You're not doing your due diligence.
Comes from like they leave stuff.
Yeah, I'm bored of the left-right thing.
Because you're stupid.
Right. We're going down. We're going down, guys. We're digging down into a new political framework.
Stuff out, and that's been my experience too. Is just this intentional leaving out of key information, or the headline or the subsection will kind of frame something in a very specific way. So even when you get to like kind of the contradictory information, your mind is already like made up by that point, so it doesn't matter. And so it leads to this kind of effect where like once a person once that story hits that like you or me or anyone, because I kind of went to the same experience where like once something hits me in a specific way, like it's like I'm free of the matrix. Suddenly I'm starting to see like things a little bit differently. All the dominoes kind of start to fall, and I say, oh wait, I start to see like where all the misinformation is coming from. Was the Rittenhouse thing like, was that like the key moment, or was there something else that kind of like made you shift your thinking?
So that was one of the pivotal moments, but
oh my god, it was the same for me.
I would say,
guys, it was the same for me. Oh my god, yeah, soy. Oh my god.
Everything for me started when I started getting gaslit on the crime wave.
Oh my god, I didn't have quite the same experience. But yes. Oh my god, the way that lefties deal with the crime wave shit is crazy.
And it's really interesting to talk about these various political issues in the abstract. But
the anti-Asian thing was a crime wave, quite literally. But I guess that wave crime is fake. That that crime wave doesn't count. It doesn't count because Anna calls it fake, so
then
that one's fake.
Personally experience something, and once you see something happening in the country with your own two eyes, and your political side is incessantly gaslighting you on it, it makes you question, well, what else are you guys lying about? Or what else are you guys gaslighting about?
Yes.
And that's what happened. So
true. That is so true though, right? Is you have this situation where,
it's not true.
You start to think, okay, so you're just lying through your teeth about Kyle Rittenhouse, say, the crime wave, or, whatever, or you've got really bad analysis about this particular issue. Like, you think that shoplifting is okay because you're retarded. And I'm like, what else is there? And then
yes.
for me, it was like the trans stuff. And when I came to realize just how dishonest people were being about the trans stuff, it's, also,
what's the dishonesty?
You're just full of it. You're just totally full of it.
During the pandemic, there was absolutely a crime wave in the country, mostly in like major cities. Los Angeles happened to be one of them. And, I talked about how I, was assaulted. Well, actually, let me give you the details again, because there's an element to that story that I've never shared with anyone that also explains where my head's at now. So, as I was walking my dog one day, there were these two guys. They appeared to be homeless. They appeared to be on something. They looked like they might be methed out or something because they were kind of acting erratically. But, typically when I come across guys like that, if I ignore them, they won't do anything.
Right.
That wasn't the case this time around. They're coming toward me, and my dog Charlie, like he does.
I heard that so many times now.
Pick up his business. One of them grabs me by my hips and just like with an erection and everything, just starts like humping me, like right there in like broad daylight. And
I actually missed. Did she happen to mention the... Okay, let me put it this way. If you were to phone the police and you were to report this was happening, how would you describe the suspects? What words specifically would you use to narrow down what the suspects look like?
Right.
It was terrifying because like I didn't have any weapon with me, no taser, no pepper spray, nothing. And luckily the guy, he did that, and then he and his friend walk away while they're like laughing at me. And I felt so degraded, scared.
Oh, that's terrible.
And like the first thing I did is I called my husband, and he came down, and he's like, "Where are they?" And he started looking for them. We couldn't find them. The
What are you trying to do?
like we actually had an incident in front of our building like a few weeks prior to that. That was really scary. We called the police, and the police just wouldn't come. It was amazing. And now in retrospect, I realized the reason why is because there was a shortage, and I think that there was like an unofficial strike, considering what happened in 2020 and all the protests. So they just wouldn't show up, and I just didn't even think to call the cops because I'm like, what's the point? These guys have already like left, and they're not going to be able to find them. But anyway,
the thing is, like, okay, God, I am honestly, I am just becoming super conservative. I'm telling you, listen to this.
Because you're stupid. This is what I'm talking about when people have basically no beliefs. And what they believe in is 100% based on how people around them think or behave. Like, what else is there to say? You have zero beliefs of your own, chud logic. You're sheep. You're a sheep. Sorry to say. You're not the independent thinker that you think yourself to be.
Hey, thanks for the bits.
The people trafficking case was 15-year-old when he started dating her.
I watched that video the other day.
Vomiting face, vomiting face, vomiting face.
Could you imagine if you were a copper?
No, I cannot.
You're a copper, right?
Right.
And you do your best. You're not perfect. You're not a perfect human being, but you try your best. Don't consider yourself racist, okay? Right?
That's a laugh.
And you're just like in a random district. You do your best. You do your best to do your job. You're not a racist person. You generally deal as best you can. Obviously, there's bad circumstances and all that stuff, right? And then, like Derek Chauvin, no, not like Derek Chauvin. And then there's a terrible incident where a black man is murdered by a police officer, and it's videoed and it's shared everywhere. And then all of a sudden, you're public enemy number one. And like, people are rioting in your city, and you're trying to deal with it. And people are maligning you and saying you're a
poor
terrible
cops
person and recording you constantly.
Think of the cops, really. Just think of the poor cops.
And any slip up you make is going to get blown up, and everyone. Do you know what I mean? Like, I can totally understand where if I was a copper in America, I would be like, do you know what? It ain't worth it. This ain't worth it, man. I can totally understand that. God, am I becoming a bootlicker even more? So, you know, whilst obviously, yes, there are bad police officers, I think the totality with which progressives stated that.
I've got good news for you, chud logic. You're not a bootlicker. You're just an idiot. Which, I don't know if it's better or worse, but it is what it is.
It's bad. And
it is
here's
what
one
it
of the
is.
problems that you've got, unless you're a literal delusional revolutionary socialist kind of person, okay? If you want to help to fix issues and move things forward in regards to the...
I don't think chud logic knows what a revolutionary socialist means. I just think he hears that a lot and calls it dumb. I don't think he knows what any of that means.
What are one group of people that you're going to need to have on board in order to facilitate that?
Chud Logic used to call himself a Marxist, quote unquote. I don't think he understands what any of those words mean. Genuinely.
That's right.
That's right.
It's the police. It's the police. You will need to work with the police in order to fix this and move things forward. But people were acting like police are public enemy number one. Let's just totally and completely ostracize them, you know. And I get like, you know, if you're in an area where there's like rioting and police are acting aggressively and maybe overstating there's going to be tensions and stuff like that. But unless you are going to completely fucking overturn the system, you are going to need to work with the police, whatever capacity is necessary, to move things forward. So I just feel like the whole direction that Floydism pushed progressives in was the bad direction that led them down a path to kind of cutting themselves off and working with these groups to actually move things forward.
You're stupid.
Opened up about that, and I also started opening up about, you know, just what the statistics were indicating in regard to crime and how it's obviously having a negative impact on all communities, but mostly the communities that like BLM and leftists claim to care so much about, the disadvantaged communities. You know, crime on the metro system in LA has been unbelievable. And the majority of people who take the metro, who take buses and public transportation, they're usually...
Why are you laughing at Floydism? Okay. I need to come up with like a...
Because I feel such a mindset is a cop-out. No pun intended.
definition of Floydism so people know what I'm talking about when I say it, okay? Basically, Floydism is... it's rooted in this reverence of George Floyd, okay? George Floyd didn't deserve to die. George Floyd was murdered. George Floyd was murdered, okay? However, George Floyd was not like a good person, right? George Floyd was...
Nobody says that. Nobody says he was. We all know that George Floyd was not a good person, and we also know that you're not an intelligent person. We all know these things.
Drug-addicted criminal. But drug-addicted criminals don't deserve to get murdered in broad daylight by the police, okay? However, there has been this kind of like canonization of George Floyd, and I just think, to me, the reason I think that's so wrong is because George Floyd didn't need to be a saint for his murder to...
Nobody calls him a saint. Literally nobody.
Bad and for it to be condemned, right? He could be a terrible, even worse than he was, right? And as you know, he didn't necessarily deserve to have what happened to him, right? So there's this reverence that has been applied to...
There is no reverence.
...through line to all of these other events where there's this racial narrative that can be applied. It happened with the shooting in France. The police the news broadcaster was talking about George Floyd, despite the fact that George Floyd has got nothing to do with this, and the cases are not in any way comparable. So, yeah, I just really think that our public discourse about race, about police incidents and all of that stuff has been totally ruined by this obsession by certain people of focusing and talking about George Floyd so often, you know? That's it. That's basically what I'm criticizing when I say it.
Well,
like immigrant workers, they're usually, you know, blue collar workers who, you know, don't have enough money to buy a car, for instance. And so I was like, why are you guys cool with just having these people deal with this kind of violence? There was like a phase last year where people were literally being set on fire randomly on buses. And that would get no attention, no news coverage, and it would infuriate me. And so when I opened up about what happened to me in my own neighborhood, what I thought was telling was how not everyone, but some people accuse me of pushing racist stereotypes. But I had never, ever disclosed the race of these two individuals, ever.
Yeah.
But
Dangerously based.
But they just assumed that these two guys were black. They weren't black. They were two white guys.
Oh! Get owned, progressives.
Like, I never shared that publicly because I didn't think the race really mattered, right? What actually...
That is so funny, though, that the progressives assumed they were black. What a twist.
Somehow I covered this and I never assumed anything, but sure.
twist! What a twist in the tale!
Yes, and yes, Maya Major.
Let's go! I did do that meme, but only because it was funny. Only because it was funny, okay?
Okay,
but...
I think I've had enough. Wow. The wellness check on chud logic has given us quite interesting results. That is quite unfortunate. That is unfortunate. The jury's out. Chud logic is suffering from a critical case of brainium erosion. There's not much that can be done. If you've enjoyed this as much as it's actually possible to enjoy it, then press like, subscribe, hit the bell, do all that stuff that's necessary for me to survive. And of course, now it's time for something much more pleasant. Okay? A good friend of the channel, Socialix, has created some music. Let's get down to business. We're gonna finish the stream off. On that, I'm gonna copy and paste the link to the channel. You should all subscribe to Socialix, and let's hear it. Let's hear it and the stream on a positive note. I hope I didn't mute it or something. There you go. My goodness. Thank you. I didn't speak because I didn't wanna disturb the music. It's funny, I started off with modeling stuff on Blender, then randomly somehow fell into music production, and now I hear I'm combining the two. My logo is a neat idea, although the Z might be misunderstood in the current climate. I'm off work and you're still streaming. Unfortunately, the stream is about to end. Couldn't talk but listen to all the segments. Good stream. Thank you very, very much. No, it's natural. It's natural. It is what needs to be done. Okay. Thank you all very much. I'm going to see you on the next stream. It was a good stream. I'll have to catch more of these in the future, so to speak. A good night for me. I'll head out. Thanks for the lovely stream and chat, and kindly regards. Thank you. Oh yeah, fair point. The music is good, Zoselix. Yes. You should all go to the link that I will link again before I finish stream, and remember to like, subscribe, hit the bell, and leave Zoselix a comment, because those help with the algorithm and stuff like that. Okay. Bye-bye. Love and solidarity. Love and solidarity. Love and solidarity. Okay. Bye-bye.